What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei was a Gremory, and had a harem with Serafall, Tiamat, and Ophis. The distinction of hero is not granted to those who simply wield swords or raise shields, but to those brave ones who are willing to risk their lives in pursuit of a nobler purpose. Those who face the darkness, not only with weapons, but also with the strength of their will and the sacrifice of themselves, are the true deserving of such a noble title. In this story, I invite you to discover the journey of Issei Gremory, where he has embraced the responsibility of facing dangers and challenges that threaten peace and justice. Through his story, I will share with you how he has forged his path, committing himself to be a hero in the truest sense of the word, willing to give everything for a better world. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female Valley. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. I don't know why life chose me, but I'm glad it did. I've always wondered why, out of so many, I was the one chosen to walk this path. But the truth is that tragedy is worse when you can't avoid it. Maybe that's why I'm here to prevent something bad from happening. Who am I? I'm sure you want to know. My life story is not for the faint of heart. If someone were to say that it is a simple happy story, if someone were to tell you that I am an ordinary man who cares about nothing, that someone would be lying. My path has been full of obstacles since I was born, but the truth is that I have not had a bad life. I met people who have marked my life. I made lots of friends. I made difficult decisions. I fought, I bled, I cried, I loved, I fell, and I got up at the same time. I have faced many dangers. I have done so all my life. But it does not matter why I fight, but for whom. My path has been to fight for the good of many, breaking my body again and again, overcoming my limits, reaching new levels through pain, sacrifice, sweat, blood, tears, all for a greater good. My strength has been used to protect and my power to win. With a load on my back like this, many people would flee or give up, but only the bravest accept it. I am what I have overcome. I have walked the paths of light and darkness. I have done things I cannot regret, and I have sacrificed a lot. Since I was a child, I always had in mind to be the strongest, and I was able to achieve it. The road was long and full of obstacles, but I always had the help of loved ones who were by my side. I just tried to live in the moment. I don't need anything, just the present. I still have a lot to learn. I will fight. I will fail, but giving up is a privilege I do not have. Hey, are you ready? It's already approaching. If we don't stop it, all life will become extinct. He was right. Everything I am, who I am, and what I have done, what I have achieved comes down to this. The final battle, and possibly the hardest of all. Are you afraid? No, I stopped feeling it a long time ago. To become who I am, I had to abandon my insecurities, forge my own path, look ahead with determination. There was no turning back. It's all or nothing. We can't afford to fall. Roar. The beast is getting closer. Look at my partner. No, my friend. I've considered him one for a long time. It's funny, we used to be enemies and now we're here joining forces to defeat the evil that's approaching. Thinking about it, after all, he helped me a lot in the past, and now he's here helping me once again in what would be the biggest fight of our lives. Just one look was enough. There were no words to say, no turning back. We can't lose. After all, I have to go back to keep a promise. This is my story, that of a child who was forced to grow up because fate wanted it that way, to leave his childhood behind and mature earlier than expected, to sacrifice much and receive little, to be hated and loved, feared and acclaimed, a hero and an evil for many, a man who marked the lives of several beings. On the move. And we set out on our way to the final meeting. I don't know how this will end. I don't know if we will come out alive. What I do know is that this will be the end and the beginning of a new era. In the end, you should never lose hope. After all, heroes do not die. They are reborn as legends. I have not yet told you my name. Throughout my time I have been called by various titles, but I am better known as Gremory. Underworld. Home of the demons and fallen angels, and by extension the gods of hell. Roughly the same size as the human world, but with a much larger land mass, as there are no oceans, only lakes. The sky was originally purple during the day and night, but the current 4 great Satans led by Lucifer adjusted the flow of time to match that of the human world for the sake of the devils. They reproduced an artificial moon using demonic powers and made the darkness of the night the same as the human world. Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. current residents of the patriarchs of the Gremory clan made up of Issei Gremory, who has the appearance of a handsome middle-aged man with long crimson red hair that is tied in a loose ponytail with a black hairband, and Vanillana Bale, the eldest daughter of the House of Bale, famous for her powers of destruction. However, because Vanillana was the daughter of the second mistress, she had no right to inherit the clan. She was known as the Dark Princess of Ruin before her marriage and is the strongest woman of the House of Bale of all time. She eventually married the current head of the House of Gremory, a marriage that is going through quite a turbulent time. We are in the Gremory mansion, the word big being an understatement. Inside we see servants coming in and out of a room with towels, water, among other things. And in the room we hear screams of pain. Inside the room, bedridden with her brown hair messy, sweaty face, labored breathing and showing signs of pain, lies Vanillana Bale, who is about to give birth to her first child, who will be involved in many events, but that will be later. Meanwhile, at her side holding her hand, her husband is trying to calm his wife, although it is easier said than done, just as maids are present to welcome the baby, which caught them all off guard and they had to act quickly. Vanillana. I can't take it anymore. Issei. Come on darling, you can do it, you're going well, it's almost time. Vanillana. Shut your mouth, it's your fault that I'm like this, damn it, I'll never let you touch me again, you bastard. And there are still 2 more to go, it's very easy to talk when you're not the one who Issei. On my hand? Vanillana. Shut up. Maid. Lady Gremory almost just bid more. Issei. Come on honey, one last effort. Maid. He's coming, Lady Gremory is almost here. Then a baby crying was heard. Maid. Here you are, congratulations gentlemen, it's a beautiful baby boy, she said while cleaning the child and placing him in a blanket, while other maids attended to Vanillana, who was exhausted for some reason. She felt weak and without strength, as if her power had been drained. Maybe it was just because of the birth. Issei. Approaching to see his son, he said, wow, you are identical to your mother, little one, come with dad. While he lifted his son, his eyes opened in surprise, but he did not say anything until he was alone with his wife. He went to the maids present and requested that they be left alone after finishing with his wife. It was lucky that the maid who received his son did not notice it, if not he would have had to act differently. Surely the emotion of the moment was a distraction factor. Looking at his son, he was amazed. He was identical to his wife. If he had been a girl, he would be sure that when he grew up he would be just like Vanillana. At least he brought out several features of her face. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice the signs his wife was making. Vanillana, who was lying in bed quite agitated, now clean and free of pain thanks to a phoenix tear provided by one of the housemaids, settled down and looked at her husband. Vanillana. Darling, I want my baby now, she said it in a reproachful and angry tone. After all, she went through the pain, discomfort, she should be the one to have her child first. Issei. Okay, calm down, very well little one, your mom wants to see you. Heading to the bed where his wife was, he handed the child to her, who smiled when she saw her baby. Vanillana opened her eyes in surprise when she took her son, but just like when her husband took him, she didn't say anything, directing her gaze at her son who was trying to feed himself. At that, she smiled, taking out her breast so he could breastfeed. Now that she was calmer, she observed her son in detail, who was drinking milk. White skin like hers, the little hair he had was brown like hers, and for a brief moment, while she looked at him, and he drank milk, she opened one eye and could see that it was violet like hers. She was surprised he was identical to her. If his mother were here, she would have confused him with Vanillana as a baby. It is well known that in the Gremory clan he is distinguished by his peculiar shade of crimson hair and light blue eyes, but now his son comes and breaks that scheme. But the truth is that it doesn't bother him. Issei. He looks exactly like you. Well, at least he has some of my features. I think you prefer your mom, little one, he said, while touching his son's head, who furrowed his eyebrows. They wouldn't let him drink milk in peace. Vanillana. It's beautiful, my baby, my precious Issei. 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 Vanillana. You don't like it, I thought about it a long time ago and I liked it. Issei. No, it's precious, then you will be Issei Gremory. Vanillana. Our baby. Issei. That's right, dear, he says, smiling, and then puts on a serious face. You felt it, didn't you, our son? Vanillana. I would respond by cutting off what her husband was going to say. Despite being a baby, his power is great and aggressive. Our baby should have such power. But I don't care, he's my son. Issei. It will be better to hide this fact. If they discover that he has that amount of power at such a young age, I do not want to imagine what they would do with it. they would turn it into a weapon, they would use it for their benefit. You know very well what demons are like, and even more so our leader. Vanillana. You suggest we keep him locked up like an animal, huh? She answered. Hysterically she exclaimed. Zeoctus. Calm down, honey, that's not it. What I'm saying is to place a seal that retains his power. After all, he is my son. I only want the best for him. Vanillana. It's okay, do it. Knowing that it was the best for his son, he accepted. After all, it is not normal for many children to be born with high powers without coming from the union of two powerful entities. In the race of demons, the demons born are classified by class, being low, medium, high, supreme, and the rarest of all, which is at the top, is known as superdemon. Currently there is only one who is the son of the Mao Lucifer, called Rizvan Livan Lucifer, although it was not strange knowing who his father is. But in the case of her son it is different, because his power was in the category of superdemon, equal to that of the current son of Lucifer. She did not want to imagine how much he would have while he grows and develops. If the elders of the demonic council or Lucifer himself found out, her son's life would be affected, especially coming as their children. It is not that they are weak, but the normal thing would have been for him to have been born with a middle or high-class power. It is what would be expected of his status before the demonic society. It is still not explained how it could happen, perhaps his genes or those of Zeoctus, or just destiny doing its thing. The only thing Vanillana can assure is that her son's life will not be so easy, and as a mother that worries her. That is why she accepted her husband's proposal. If her son's life can improve a little, she will be fine with that. Although putting the seal had a cost, and his parents knew it. Although it would seal his power, it would also leave him with almost nothing. He would be seen in society as someone weak, and as they are the demons, for whom power means everything, he would be despised. But if they let him, he would be the center of attention. They would experiment with him, they would turn him into a weapon at their disposal. After all, it is known that the situation between the three biblical factions is not the best. They are constantly at war, and for the demonic side, any opportunity to use a new force against their enemies did not matter at all, either the cost nor the lost lives. And they did not want to see their son involved in that. Zeoctus brought his hand closer to his son, who was still attached to his mother's chest. Being close, he generated a circle with a seal which had the function of keeping his son's power retained. After placing it, his son's power was lowered until it was at a scarce level, although a slightly aggressive atmosphere was still felt around the child, but only if you concentrated well. Zeoctus. It's ready, now we just have to be careful. Turning to see his wife, who was shedding tears, he said, Dear, are you okay? What's wrong? Vanillana. Yes, it's just sniff sniff sniff. What did he think? Sniff. That when he grows up, if they reject him, if. Zeoctus. Don't worry, everything will be fine, he said as he hugged her and continued talking. You'll see, our son will grow up healthy, he will be strong, and he will not be alone. After all, he has us, and I'm sure he will have friends. It is possible that there will be people who reject him, but there will also be those who don't care and will be with him. You'll see, so don't cry, instead smile, because we have a great son. Vanillana. Sniff, you're right. Sniff, directing her gaze to her son, who had fallen asleep, brings him closer to her and says, You will be someone great, my baby. There will be difficult moments that will make you feel bad, but you have to know that I will always be here for you. I will support you at all times. If you are sad, I will comfort you. If you are happy, I will be too. I will always be here for you, my precious Issei. Mwah. Kiss. Kissing her son's forehead, she directs her gaze to her husband. Vanillana. Let's leave the subject aside. I want to rest. There have been many surprises today. Zeoctus. Of course, I will go inform the servants of their next tasks, and also the counselors, that the heir of the Gremory clan has been born. You rest. Vanillana. It's okay, dear, come back soon. Leaving the room, left alone with her son, she stared at him, sleeping next to her so peacefully. As she looked at him, she closed her eyes and an image came to her mind. A man with his back turned, tall, muscular but not exaggerated, with brown hair, wearing a crimson trench coat, and a long-sleeved black shirt rolled up around his arms, his hands covered by black gloves with openings in his fingers, black pants and black boots, and tied on his back a sword. Its hilt was black, its sharp black blade with purple tones. Just looking at it, you felt like you were seeing a great abyss. An endless darkness reflected the weapon. The man turned his gaze slightly, and Vanillana could see his captivating violet eyes. The man conveyed security, power, happiness, hope, but also fear, destruction, and death. Vanillana opened her eyes and shook her head a little and saw her son again. She didn't know how to explain it. Maybe the tiredness and stress made her see things. No, it wasn't that. In some way, that image that came to her mind was like a vision referring to her son. She could only smile. Vanillana. My little Issei, you will be someone great, I know it. Placing a kiss on her son, she settled down and prepared to sleep. Today had brought many things to think about, it would be better to rest. As Vanillana fell asleep, she didn't notice when her son, who was at her side, opened his eyes, those violet eyes that would cause horror and fear in many but also hope, joy and security for many. Well, the gears have already started to turn and the story has begun, because dangers, challenges, fights and problems are approaching and only one person will be able to face them. This day will be marked as the birth of a hero for some, and evil for others, a man with the power to change everything, always fighting, thinking of his own and their good, because for his loved ones he will face whatever it takes, giving his all. Issei, after blinking a few times, closes his eyes again to rest next to his mother. Today is over, but there is still a long way to go. And so begins the story of a boy who will have many difficulties to overcome, a young man who will change everything, and a man who would go on to achieve great things and be known by various titles. But above all, the one who would mark history, would cause terror, horror and nightmares to his enemies and hair on end, but also security, hope, light, happiness and illusion to many, feared, hated, loved, acclaimed, a name that represents power. A clan, a family, unity, but above all a man. Gremory. Time passed, days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. Life in the Gremory territory changed drastically. As time passed, Issei grew up, always receiving the love of his parents plus that of his mother, who was the one he spent the most time with. It's not that his father didn't want him, the situation comes down to a simple word but with great meaning. War. Between three different factions. Angels. Supernatural beings who serve God and were created by him. They come from heaven, and have the power to inflict pain on demons due to their light-based powers. All angels have white wings and a halo over their heads. Fallen angels. They were angels who fell from God's grace for having impure thoughts that strayed from his teachings. Their appearance is similar to that of angels, although with black wings and lacking the halo over their heads. Despite being cast out of heaven, fallen angels have somehow retained the ability to use light-based weapons. Demons. Supernatural beings that live in the underworld, ruled by the four great demon kings: Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. Their appearance is similar to humans. The only thing that would stand out would be their bat wings and their powers. They also have a weakness for light and sacred objects. The three biblical factions that are currently in an endless fight, led by their leaders of each faction. Of the angels were led by God, or Elohim as you like to call it. Of the fallen, led by Azazel, who was previously an angel but guided by sin fell like others and were banished from heaven, founding Gregory, and finally Lucifer, who ruled the demons and was against his father's wishes. Xeoctus had to go out to attend to situations in which he was requested, such as defending the underworld with others when it was attacked, or when he was preparing to attack other factions, because he was a warrior and his job was on the battlefield. Whenever he went out, he told Issei that a man protects his family and that while he was not there, his duty was to protect it and keep it united. That's why he didn't spend much time with his children. Yes, children. 2 years after Issei's birth, Vanillana became pregnant again, where she had another child who, unlike Issei, had his father's features: crimson hair, blue eyes, white skin. His given name was Issei Gremory, Issei's younger brother, who was shown to have considerably high power. He did not surpass his brother, but he was tall enough to be accepted into demonic society. Although both brothers were always told not to use their power to prevent unwanted people from finding out, and more so in the case of Issei. As soon as Issei's power remained sealed, and in the eyes of others he was weak because he did not show that he had anything special. He was judged and despised by the demons because, coming from the Gremory clan, they expected something better from the firstborn. That was how society was in the underworld, despising and stepping on the weak and acclaiming the strong. The only thing they saw that he was useful for was to keep the blood pure. They had even begun to see who they could compromise him with in order to obtain strong offspring, regardless of the opinion of those involved. That's how they all were, beings full of greed and power. Another fact is that his parents never revealed to anyone about the seal that limited his power. Despite what their son was going through, it was better that it be used. As for training, his mother taught them to use the power of destruction inherited from her. Issei, if he could use a miserable portion, he always said it was useless, but his mother comforted him and encouraged him to continue. Serafall handled it at a decent level but always preferred to go out and play. His father sometimes instructed them in the fighting style when he was at home. Issei learned what he could and Serafall preferred to play. Sometimes he got together with his friend from the Astaroth clan. After all, he was still a 3-year-old child. Issei is 5 years old, since he can remember has not left the Gremory territory. Not that he cannot, but when he goes out people look at him badly and he receives mockery and rejection. To avoid those events, he prefers to spend time in the Gremory mansion isolated from others, where no one sees him as useless as he is called outside. Sometimes he plays with his younger brother because he does not see him that way, rather Serzex admires his older brother, and does not understand why people do not want to be around him. In his words, his brother is great. As Issei grew, his power within him also began to become volatile and more aggressive, although that was unknown to everyone, and if that power were expelled suddenly it would not be pretty at all. Currently it is retained by the seal placed on the day of his birth, but only a strong emotion is enough to release it and unleash what has been kept hidden for all these years. His personality was that you always saw him happy despite his situation. You could always find him with a smile adorning his face. He played with his brother when he was at home. Sometimes Serzex invited him to play with his friend Ajuka Astaroth, but he always rejected him because he didn't want to be rejected by others or for them to think badly of his brother and his friend because of him. He preferred to stay and read his books. She also spent time with her parents when they had time. She liked to receive her mother's love and affection, and Vanillana gladly accepted. Sometimes the help of several maids and her husband was needed to release her children. Sometimes it was too much maternal love for the Gremory brothers. She also liked her mother to sing to her before going to sleep. Every night you could see Vanillana singing to her son. It made him feel calm, relaxed, safe. During this time Vanillana developed a weakness for her children. They were so adorable in her words, they were her adoration, and poor him for hurting them because they awakened an uncontrollable beast. Once some high-class demons insulted her son Issei and made him cry. Let's just say that day it took several guards, people, and a lot of effort to calm the furious demon down and keep her from committing murder. Even so, despite the inconveniences, everyone was happy. Issei, when he wasn't playing with his brother or being mortally trapped in his mother's arms, developed an interest in reading. He liked to learn new things. He read about the different races and mythologies that existed, their customs, history. But the one that caught his attention the most was the race of the dragons. Beings created from large masses of energy, capable of acting freely and selfishly. Despite this, dragons have a high level of intelligence. They are creatures that represent power. Therefore, in all eras, dragons are admired, respected, and feared by all. They are the only creatures that, as a race, are not on the side of any of the factions. For Issei, they were great, powerful, and free beings, respected. It was everything he would ever want to be, and since he knew and read about them, he has wanted to meet one. Although first he would have to go through his mother, who he doesn't think she will accept. Maybe one day he can do it. It's worth dreaming. Present. Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. In the halls of the mansion, a beautiful brunette is seen walking through the halls of the residence. She had been looking for someone in particular for quite some time. Vanillana did not change much during this time despite having had 2 children. She still had an enviable figure and maintained her beauty, to the envy of many. After searching throughout the house, she stopped at a window and approached to look outside and spotted a child near a tree. Resuming her journey, she went to the balcony in the backyard, and there she saw him more clearly, the person she was looking for, sitting under a tree, with a book in hand. Upon seeing him, she let out a sigh. Recently, her friend Elena Citri, the matriarch of the Citri clan, called her. The clan is known for its natural resources present in its territory, as it has the largest amount of natural reserves among the few territories belonging to the upper class of demons. The Citri clan is also known for being one of the few territories that have made progress in the creation and development of medical facilities. Their progress is such that they have one of the most famous hospitals in the underworld. Both friends had not spoken to each other for quite some time, approximately since Vanillana had her first child. After a long talk, they agreed to meet today in the capital Lucifad, the capital of the underworld and the territory of the Maus, ruled by Lucifer, and the other Maus agreed to meet in that place since it also had establishments to their liking. Her son Serzex was in the Astaroth territory playing with his friend. Her husband was away attending to matters regarding the clan. Only her son Issei remained. She didn't like being separated from him. It was bad enough that he didn't have any friends. He was always alone. Sometimes she found him reading or playing alone when his brother wasn't there, and that broke her heart. More than once she tried to convince him to go with Serzex and Ajuka to play, but he always said no, although she knew it was because she didn't want them to think badly of Serzex and his friend for being with a useless person. She always hated it when they told her son that he wasn't to blame for anything. His power was great, and by having it sealed, he was judged as weak and useless for not showing talent. That's why she was looking for him. She was thinking of taking him with her, and she also found out that her friend had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Issei and the same age as her son Serzex. Maybe both children could get along well. With those thoughts she went to her son who was still absorbed in his reading. Once in front of his son, he tried to get his attention. Vanillana. Son, she called him, but there was no response. Sometimes her son would remain absorbed in his reading. Vanillana. Issei, son, called once again, managing to catch his attention. Issei. Mom. Leaving the book aside, he turned to see his mother. Do you need something? He tilted his head slightly. Kaiuawea, Vanillana screamed in her mind. Her son was extremely adorable. She had to control herself from jumping up and hugging him and possibly not letting go for a long time. Vanillana. You'll see, son. Vanillana's thoughts. Calm down, don't jump on him, be strong, woman. Breathing a little, she continued. Vanillana. I recently received an invitation from a friend to meet in the capital, and I was thinking of going, but I want you to come with me. Issei. No thanks, Mom, I better go. Vanillana. Issei. Cutting off his son, continued to speak. You must leave that insecurity behind, you must go out, make friends. Kneeling down to be at his son's height, placing one of his hands on his cheek, he continued, not all people think what you think. Please, son, do it for me. Yes, doing the most lethal technique for everyone, the puppy eyes. He knew that his son could not say no to him, but he also knew that when his son did them, she could not refuse anything either. Issei. It's okay, Mom, accepting resignedly. Sometimes his mother behaved like a child. I'll go with you. His mother was right, he couldn't continue like this, but he was unsure of going. At least he would be with his mother all the time, although for some strange reason he felt that they shouldn't go. Vanillana. Great, she said, getting up. Then go and get ready. We leave in 30 minutes. I'll go tell the guards to prepare the carriage. You'll see. It will be a lot of fun, and who knows, maybe you'll meet someone. Happy to convince her son, Vanillana happily left, jumping up and down, although as she walked away she couldn't help but put her hand on her heart. For some reason she felt that something was going to happen, but she decided to ignore it. She had to make sure that her son had a good time. Without knowing that today would be marked, because life is cruel, and you have to experience despair to be able to wake up. Some time later. On a rocky path you could see a carriage with the Gremory clan insignia being driven by 2 guards of said clan. They had already been on their way for quite a while. Inside we can see a woman with a beautiful dress and a child with semi-elegant clothes, sitting in front of each other. The child was looking out the window at the landscape. After all, he didn't go out much, and the woman looking at her son. Issei. Mom, look, in the distance you could see the capital. It's huge, said the boy. Vanillana. I see it, son. We will be there soon, and you will be able to better appreciate what is hidden inside, so sit back and enjoy the trip. She couldn't help but smile. Seeing her son excited, behaving like a child his age, made her happy. It wasn't something that was seen very often. Issei. Yes, Mom. The journey continued amid laughter, anecdotes, and jokes between mother and son, enjoying the moment together, unaware of the danger that lurked and would mark Vanillana's life forever. Guard. Lady Gremory, we are 30 minutes from our destination, the guard reported. Vanillana. Thanks very much. She fixed her gaze on her son, who was distracted looking at the landscape, and sad to tell him, she was anxious and happy. She had finally been able to take her son out, and she wanted him to have an unforgettable experience. Vanillana. Issei, darling, I'll be here soon. Boom. Ah. An explosion sent the carriage flying. Vanillana just had time to grab her son and hug him to cover him, while the carriage fell heavily and spun until it stopped. The guards who were driving said vehicle were found further behind the impact, embedded, dead, with some perforations in their bodies. Once the carriage stopped completely damaged, one of its doors was destroyed. The responsible Vanillana, who, using her power, went out with her son in her arms. She had blood running down her face. At some point, while she was covering her son with her body, she hit her head hard, which caused said wound. Issei did not have any injuries outside of a few scratches thanks to his mother. Once making sure that his son was okay, he moved a little away from the accident, placed his son on the ground and told him to stay there. Which he nodded. Seeing that his son understood, he approached the destroyed carriage a little and examined the situation, looking for what caused the accident in the first place and making sure that there was no danger. He did not know what happened. Suddenly he was talking to his son calmly, and the other way the carriage was out of control where he barely had time to protect his son. He tried to look for the guards with his eyes to see if they were okay. Maybe they managed to jump before the accident. After a few seconds he managed to visualize the guards. By the time he saw how they were and the state in which their bodies were, it was too late. Well, what do we have here? Mama, Issei said weakly. When Vanillana turned around to where her son was, her fear became apparent. two fallen angels had her son and one of them was holding a type of knife on her son's neck. Now she knew what caused the accident. "You better not try anything. I don't think you want to see your son die, or do you, ha ha ha," said the fallen one who held the knife, pressing it further into her son's neck, drawing a drop of blood. Vanillana. "No, please don't hurt him. I'll give you whatever you need, just don't hurt him," she said desperately. For a mother, her son is everything and she is willing to sacrifice anything, even her life. She didn't know how there were fallen angels in demon territory. It had to be a straggler group or infiltrators. That didn't matter. Her son was at their mercy. If she used her power, she could finish them off, but she wouldn't get to save her son in time, or she could even hit him too if the fallen used him as a shield. Her options were running out. The situation couldn't be worse, or how wrong she was. "I see, whatever we want, placing his hand on Vanillana's shoulder. She didn't feel when they positioned themselves behind her. She turned a little and there she saw him, the one who would cause the beginning of everything. She cursed herself for being so careless. Under her guard, there weren't two fallen, there were three, and the one behind her seemed to be the leader. "You know, I lost most of my men from my squad when we tried to attack the underworld, leaving only us. We haven't eaten or slept well, because we were running away from the demons. We also haven't been with a woman in a long time," approaching Vanillana's neck and hailing her scent. "You smell good, hee." Vanillana. "What do you want? We don't have anything that can help them in their situation," she answered. Fallen leader. I wouldn't be so sure. It's true that they don't carry food or treasures, and since we destroyed their transport it's of no use to us, but," he said, positioning himself in front of Vanillana, and continued, "why don't you show us what you're hiding under that dress, ha ha ha." Issei, who was being held by the two fallen, saw the intentions of the man who was in front of his mother. He had to save her. His father always told him that when he was not there he had to protect his mother and brother, his family. Breaking free from the fallen's grip on him, taking advantage of their distraction, he broke free and ran to his mother, intending to get that guy away. Issei. "Get away from my mother." Vanillana. "Son, no," she screamed worriedly. Just to be able to witness how his son was attacked by the man who was behind him a short while ago. Issei. Plath. Spitting blood, he fell to the ground due to a strong impact from the man in his stomach, who was in front of his mother and moved at a speed greater than Issei. Vanillana. No, she tried to get closer, but that man looked at her, as if saying, "Come closer and die." Then she stopped. She felt helpless, useless. Her son was hurt, and she couldn't do anything. Then she saw how that man got closer to her son. "Go on, brat, you have the guts to try something like that." Stepping on his head, he looked at Vanillana. "You better be obedient, or your son will die." Issei. No, run away, save yourself." Vanillana was between a rock and a hard place. If she didn't do what they said, her son would die. Tears began to flow from her eyes. She had no choice, she had no way out. Directing her gaze to the man, she said. Vanillana. "Okay, Sniff, I'll do what you want, Sniff, but don't hurt my son." "Interesting, you two hold the child and do it right this time." Fallen. "Yes, Bolt-sama." Issei. "No, don't go near her, Mom, run, Mom." Ah. Fallen. "Silence, child," patented to Issei in the stomach, and after that they lifted him up and placed him on his knees and held him. "You better enjoy the show, ha 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 ha. Bolt-sama would let us have some fun too after you're done," said one of them. Bolt. "Sure, once I'm done, you guys will continue." Approaching Vanillana, who was already frozen by the situation, once in front of her, he proceeded to tear her clothes. Vanillana. "No, stop, please stop," desperately trying to stop the man, but it was no use. The man stopped once he saw that her clothes were in pieces, showing a lot of her skin. Bolt. "Alright, we can make this easy, or I'll have to kill your son to get you to cooperate." She knew there was no way out. There was nothing left. They were far from the capital and there was no soul in sight that could help her. If she acted, her son would die. She didn't want that. She couldn't go on living. He's her baby, her child, her everything. Issei and Serzex were everything to her. Knowing what she had to do, she would be stained, humiliated, dirty. She just hoped that her husband would forgive her for letting someone else touch her. Tears were coming out, and out of her eyes she turned her gaze to her son, who was subdued by the two fallen. Vanillana. Issei, Sniff, my baby, I want you to close your eyes, Sniff, and not open them until I tell you, and I also want you to sing, Sniff, the song that I sing to you every night. I want you to do it as loud as you can, Sniff, and it doesn't matter, Sniff, what you hear, my boy. Don't open your eyes or stop singing. Do it for me, yes, smiling as she has done many times, but this time with tears coming out of her eyes, she said to her son. Issei. Sniff, No mom, run, save yourself, leave me mommy, please leave her, run away, don't touch her, please. Tears and tears fell. He wasn't stupid, he knew what these men wanted and what they would do to his mother. He felt useless, weak, if he had the necessary strength. But he was weak, useless, he was desperate, scared, furious. But above all worried, his mother was going to. Watching how that man approached his mother while she closed her eyes tightly and stripped her of her torn dress was breaking him more and more, and his emotions began to alter. Could he not do anything? Harassment. His mother would be raped, humiliated, useless. He was useless, he could not protect her. He failed his mother, and he failed his father. He saw how the man did not stop and snatched her completely damaged dress. Issei. No, mom, get away from her, don't touch her, damn it, I'll kill you, get away from her, damn it, ah. Fallen. Shut up. Hitting him, leaving him semi-conscious. Bolt. You guys better keep an eye on that kid, I don't want any interruptions. Everything was seen in slow motion. He saw how his mother was in her underwear, as the Fallen who were holding him looked at her with luxurious eyes as that Bolt guy approached his mother with intentions of raping her and began to touch her while she cried. Seeing her tears was his breaking point. His emotions, his sanity, his limit were at their peak. All this is something that a child should not experience. Seeing his mother being raped firsthand and not being able to do anything, at that moment something inside him began to break little by little, and his mind clouded and his eyes closed. Issei's mind. Darkness. I didn't know where I was. Lost. Darkness. That's what I saw, no light in sight. He found himself surrounded by darkness. Only. Without anyone. Without anything. Nothing broke anymore. It was the end. It would end like this. In the end. Failed. And he decided to slowly close his eyes, accepting more and more the idea of giving up. There was nothing left, failure. Issei. My body isn't moving, I failed. Issei. Sniff, I failed, I'm sorry. Sorry. Sniff. Mom. Mother. And being close to surrender, of letting the abyss cover him. Heard. Which became. Crying. He didn't know who he was. He opened his eyes and searched, but there was no one here. Only darkness, only loneliness. He was about to close his eyes permanently. Suddenly the image of his mother came to his head. He remembered what she told him. He remembered the security she gave him. Whenever he was wrong, felt sad, hurt or scared, his mother was there with him. She sat him on her lap and hugged him and told him that everything would be okay, that he didn't have to worry, that mom was with him. He remembered her love, the love she gave to him and Serzex every day. He remembered her concern for him, every time he was alone. He remembered her smile, that smile that brought joy to his life. And he also remembered her tears, your fear, her anguish for him. And the images of today's events arrived. The outing planned by her mother. The happiness he showed when he accepted. The carriage ride. The view of the landscape. The laughter and fun with his mother during the trip. The explosion. The accident. The fallen angels. It's true. She is in danger. Those men wanted to hurt her. And here he is doing nothing. No, he won't allow it. In that instant he understood that the world is not all joy and color. It is a terrible place, and no matter how tough one is or how one stays away from it, hidden from it, it is capable of finding you, beating you to your knees and having you permanently subdued. If you don't stop it, no one hits harder than life. He lived his whole life in isolation, unsure of himself. He let himself be carried away by what people said, and that harmed him greatly. If I had been different, acted differently, perhaps the situation would have been different. But I may not be able to change the past, but I can forge a new future. In this world, there is no place for the weak. It is true, there is no place for those who survive, those who prevail, those who win, those who protect. They are the strongest. No more. You will face them. No more insecurities, no more fear. It's time to change and stop being so pathetic. Flee. Cowards do that, and he won't be one. He's capable of anything. He will make those fallen pay. And the fury exploded. Issei. No. I will. Leave them. Crack. And the place began to break. Which symbolized liberation, the liberation of what was sealed on the day of his birth. Your potential. His strength. His power. Issei. I will kill them. Crack. Issei. I will make them pay. Crack. Issei. I. Crack. Current situation. Bolt. Don't worry, you'll enjoy it. Let's give your son a show he won't forget, ha 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 ha. Fallen. Ha 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 ha, come on Bolt-sama, take that damn demon, ha ha ha. Issei, who had his eyes closed for a while, his eyelids began to move and his mouth opened slightly and whispers began to come out of it. Whispers. The fallen who were holding him heard the boy speak, but even with their enhanced senses, they could not understand the incoherent things he was saying. Fallen. Jum, what are you trying to say, kid? Whispers. Issei. I killed them. I destroyed I. Turning their attention away from their boss to look at the boy, it was strange for some reason they felt they should walk away. One of them spoke mockingly. Fallen. What's wrong? The cat got your tongue. Don't you see that your dear mother is about to have a nice time? Speak clearly for once, brat, and don't interrupt anymore. Whispers. Issei. I. Or speaking a little louder, just as his eyes began to open. Fallen. What are you saying? I will destroy them. What is fear? Have you stopped to think? It is a mood disorder that causes anxiety in the face of danger or potential harm, whether a product of the imagination or reality. It can be said that fear is unpleasant for those who suffer from it. It is considered a basic survival mechanism that occurs in response to a specific stimulus, pain, or danger. The usual behavior of fear is to flee from what is feared. Well, that feeling is what 4 people are currently experiencing on the outskirts of Lusafad, although one of them will feel more concern and regret than fear. Pain makes people change, but it also makes them stronger. A strong wave of expansion came out of Issei's body as he uttered those words, and he was wrapped in a pillar, although more than a pillar it was like a gigantic flame, made up of the power of destruction in its purest state. It was attractive and terrifying to see the color it showed. Red, no, crimson, with black hues surrounding it. Those colors were attractive, but also terrifying. The fallen who had recently held Issei were expelled far away. They were taken by surprise. Once they recovered, they looked at their leader, perhaps to find an explanation for what had happened, but they saw that he was concentrating on looking elsewhere, just like the demon who was lying on the ground in only her underwear, who was recently going to make her toy. Both of them were looking at a specific point without moving or looking away. On their faces you could see a feeling, fear. They noticed that they were looking at the place where they were previously with that child before flying away, so they set their sights where they were before. But what they saw left them speechless, and like their leader and the demon, they shared the same feeling. Fear. Where they were recently holding the child, there was a type of commercy flame. Its light was attractive, but those black tones that surrounded it caused fear. It was as if it represented light and darkness in perfect harmony, 2 distinct elements, so different and yet so close. It was scary, and the strange thing is that if you looked closely it didn't generate heat. It was as if it had no temperature or feelings. But if it did something, it was beginning to destroy the ground it was on. It was as if everything it touched, everything it reached was destroyed in an instant, and that was terrifying. The thoughts of the 4 people standing in front of that flame were different. On the one hand, the fallen felt that they had to flee while they could, that they didn't have to be there. They felt that they made a mistake, and a serious one. It has been well said. Never play with fire, you could get burned. Because that would happen, they played, and very soon they would get burned. Bolt has always been a man who liked to see the weak and the defenseless suffer. Taking advantage of them, and seeing their faces full of anguish and despair was a feast for his being. Recently, he longed to see that feast when they tried to attack the underworld, getting defeated and almost annihilated, only having the option of fleeing to live another day. Only he and 2 of his soldiers managed to escape. He felt frustrated. He couldn't have his feast. He believed that everything was over, and to top it off, they had to return to the barracks to report their failure. But, as they were passing unnoticed through the paths of the underworld so as not to be tracked and get into trouble, they saw a carriage approaching, and it seemed that it was going towards the big city that they had recently seen behind, and they did not enter because they could be discovered. That drew a smile on Bolt's face. Maybe he couldn't get what he wanted in the attack, but he would get it from the approaching demons. He would make those who came suffer, and he would get his feast. He decided to make a surprise attack. His men were in charge of finishing off the guards who were driving said carriage, and he was in charge of blowing it up and after the attack. A woman and a child came out a little hurt from the destroyed transport. Seeing that woman made him want to stain her, break her, humiliate her, and if he used that child he would succeed. He noticed that they were mother and son. It couldn't be better. That child was his ticket to subdue the woman and do with her what he pleases. Then they attacked, subduing both the boy and the woman and threatening to kill the boy if the woman did not comply with his whims, which could go wrong. After all, once he was done he would kill them. His men were in charge of holding the boy while he thought of making that demon his. But suddenly everything got out of control. When he was about to have fun with that demon, a strong wave originated where his men and that child were, and seconds later a flame emerged. His men flew away, but they were unharmed. His vision was focused on the flame. His senses told him that he had to leave, that he had to flee, that they had woken up. They had broken something that they would regret for the rest of their lives. But his body did not move, it did not respond. Perhaps he had fear. Yes, fear. He was afraid. The sweat on his face became present and drops ran down his face. His hands trembled. What was this? Why was he afraid of that flame? Vanillana did not understand what was happening. She had recently accepted her fate as long as her son was okay. That man had proceeded to touch her body, and she just closed her eyes. She did not want to see. She hoped that all this would end soon and they would be left in peace. Then a current of air was present. She opened her eyes and what she saw left her horrified. Where her son was supposed to be there was a large flame. No. It wasn't a flame. Was her power, the power of destruction, that of the clan she comes from. That flame. Its color, red, no, commercy, with black tints. He saw the fallen holding his son away, their leader seeing that flame, but his son was not there. Where was he? Perhaps him. She looked at the flame. Perhaps, no, not her son, her baby, her treasure. The tears came out uncontrollably. I only had one thought, one question. Where is your baby? At that point, everyone witnessed how little by little that crimson flame began to go out, to the point where only the child, son, was seen in the same place, without moving and with his eyes closed. Who was lying with a serious face. Everything seemed normal except for the aura of destruction around her and her eyes. When she opened them, Vanillana covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Her eyes, her beautiful eyes, those that shared her color, those that transmitted joy and innocence, were gone, and in their place were crimson eyes. But that wasn't what horrified her, but his gaze, that cold gaze that only reflected one thing. Death. He didn't understand what happened, why his son was like that, why he gave off that amount of power, he supposedly. Vanillana was in shock. Once she analyzed what she thought, her power is supposed to be sealed. Her son should not be able to use it, he could only if. And she opened her eyes in horror, once she discovered what happened. The seal. It broke. That was Vanillana's conclusion. Issei once left his mind. He managed to free himself from the fallen. More than freeing them, he sent them flying, and in that instant he was surrounded by a kind of fire, or at least that's what it seemed. That fire came out of his being. All this time he was locked up, and today he was finally free, as it should be. He did no harm, not to him. He felt different, stronger, faster, more destructive, more powerful. With this he would make those men pay. It took him a few seconds to control the power that was coming out of his uncontrolled body. He remembered his mother's teachings. He always assumed that they would be useless because he could not manifest it, but now yes, the flame went out, leaving him in the same place with his eyes closed. Even though he had been able to control his power, it was still present around him. He would have to train well from now on to fully master it. He decided to open his eyes and turned his gaze to the fallen who were holding him back. He didn't know it, but his eyes had changed. That crimson that adorned them was a representation of change, of freedom, of power, a new level that he will have to master. But for now he only had one thing on his mind, to kill these men who caused pain, despair, and humiliation to his mother and him. He would have no mercy. No, he would not have it. They did not deserve it. He understood that there are people who do not deserve it, who are unnecessary in this world. He set his sights on the fallen, who had been holding him back a short while ago. They would be the first to fall, and he would leave the one who caused him the most pain for last. That bolt, just thinking about that name filled him with fury. He would make him pace slowly and painfully. That's why he would be the last. But first he would get rid of the obstacles. He took a step, and from one moment to the next the head of one of the fallen left his body. Blood was gushing out, and the person responsible a few steps in front of the inert body had the head in his hands, which vanished when he used his power. Vanillana could not believe what she was seeing. Her son had killed a person. In a second, the body of one of the fallen fell dead without his head, and her son was responsible, without any mercy and in the cruelest way. Her precious baby, the one she feared what people would think of him, the one who remained hidden, that good, obedient, loving child, was not there. In his place was a demon in every sense of the word, showing no mercy, ready to kill anything that stands in his way, and the worst thing is that he showed no signs of regret or doubt in doing so. The power that surrounded him was his own, that of his clan, the power of destruction, the one that had been sealed all this time. But it was different, seeing his son being surrounded by it. It was as if the power that had been sealed these years took on a certain personality and was affecting his son. Because his baby is not a murderer, he wouldn't kill anyone, right? He is not a murderer. It is not. It is not. This is a nightmare. I was dreaming. If that is what it is a dream, a nightmare. That's what Vanillana thought. She didn't want to accept reality. Vanillana. He's pure, sniff, innocent, sniff, happy. He's not a KK killer, sniff, he's not. She said in a whisper. But is he truly? But what happened next would remain etched in his mind, in his soul, like a nightmare, a damned nightmare. The second fallen one, seeing that his companion was killed by that child in a second, went against him. He would avenge his colleague. But he could not react in time when the child stretched out his hand in his direction, and from it came out a sphere of crimson energy with black flashes, which when it was close grew and engulfed him completely. He could not even scream. He was destroyed, reduced to nothing in seconds. Now the way was clear. Issei set his gaze on his next and final victim, and the one he would make suffer the most. He would not forgive him. He would not do it. The fury and hatred were so great that his judgment was clouded, and he only wanted one thing: to kill him. Bolt was experiencing what he had never felt before: fear of the child who was recently being held by his subordinates, and had just perished, and the one responsible for the act, that child, who showed no mercy and killed them in an atrocious manner. By the time he set his sights on the child again, horror and pure fear took over his being, because the child's gaze was fixed on him, transmitting to him that the next victim would be him. Terrified, he decided to flee. Taking out his wings, he took flight. With the intention of escaping, he no longer cared about fulfilling his whims. All he wanted was to run away and never see that child again. What a shame that that child did not think the same. He didn't get very far when he felt weight on his back, and when he turned around, it was too late. He only felt his wings being yanked off. Bolt. Ah! And he plummeted to the ground. He couldn't stop. The pain prevented him, and he hit the ground. The one in charge landed elegantly, holding a pair of fallen wings in his hands, which he soon after dispelled with his power and began to walk where Bolt fell. Vanillana was shocked. She could only watch as after her son killed the two fallen who followed that Bolt. He took flight. Surely he was terrified and decided to flee. But his eyes were fixed on Issei. An impulse, that alone was enough for him to reach him. She saw how her son positioned one leg a step forward and crouched a little, and then she only saw when he was on the back of that guy in the air and ripped off his wings, causing the fallen to fall and hit the ground, while her son descended elegantly. With the help of his power that somehow kept him in the air, it was as if he were flying, without the need to take out his wings. He watched him descend and then watched as he vanished, his wings in his hands, and headed to where the fallen leader had landed. Getting up with tremendous pain in his back, which was full of blood, his blood, Bolt turned his gaze to the boy who was approaching, with a calm step and a serious face, and that cold look. In a burst of rage he went against him. He would kill that child and then his mother. Right after raping her, he prepared a spear of light in his hand to bury it in the child. Bolt. I'll kill you, you fucking brat, and then I'll rape your mother, die damn it. Vanillana, who was watching, was worried about her son. He could get hurt. Vanillana. Son, take care. He couldn't finish because of what happened next. Once close, Bolt tried to embed his spear into the child. What happened next left him terrified. His spear was destroyed upon touching the child's body. Perhaps that crimson aura was responsible. He did not have time to think any more because of a strong impact on his stomach that drove the air and blood from his mouth, forcing him to hunch over while holding his stomach. Bolt. Ha, wah, what, ha ha ha. He couldn't speak properly. He was in pain. That blow was fatal for him. That child. He crossed his gaze with his, and horror, desperation was present. Those eyes, that child was. Issei. You know, Issei finally decided to speak. When your gaze changes from hope to despair, it's a real pleasure for me. Vanillana. Son, what do you? Issei. Let's end this once and for all, Bolt. I assure you that I will make sure that you are completely eliminated from this world. Bolt. Damn brat, you think you can beat me? I'm going to kill you, the great Bolt. Boom. Bolt was sent flying by a strong kick given by Issei. As he spoke, he managed to recompose himself, but he was not prepared when the boy positioned himself behind him. He could only turn around, and in doing so he received a flurry of blows all over his body. Bolt tried to defend himself, throwing a punch, but it was dodged by Issei, who then destroyed one of his arms with his power, and subsequently performed a backflip and kicked him in the jaw, drawing blood and knocking him down. Bolt got up as best he could, holding on to where his missing arm was supposed to be. With his body injured and his face covered in blood, he spoke to the boy. Bolt. You're a damn monster, terrified, he told him. Issei. You created this monster, I wonder if you can control it. Bolt launched himself at that child with his only arm, creating a spear, hoping to pierce him, not knowing that that action brought about his end. This was the end of his path. Being close to the child, he began to stab one after another, but he couldn't hit the brat. That infuriated him. That brat dodged easily and kept that cold face and look on him. Fed up with that, he raised his spear to give a mortal blow, but he was knocked down and disarmed. Issei, tired of all that hustle and bustle, decided to end this once and for all. He knocked down Bolt just as he raised his spear, positioned himself over him and began to massacre him with blows. 1, 2, 3, they came and came faster and faster, each time with more force. Bolt. Have mercy. He begged. Bang. Please. Bang. Mercy, he wanted mercy. He who denied it to his mother would never kill him. With each blow he gave, images of the moments he had lived before came to his mind. Being used to fulfill the whims of those fallen by his mother. Bang. Being immobilized by them. Bang. Watching her mother's clothes being destroyed. Bang. Her pleas for them to stop. Bang. Her tears as she accepted for her own good what the fallen wanted. Bang. Her screams. Bang. Her tears. Bang. These bastards made her cry. They wanted to hurt her, defile her, humiliate her. Bang. I wouldn't forgive them. Bang. I wouldn't do it. Bang. Never. Bang. And the one responsible for all this was under him. He would kill him with his own hands. He would never forgive him. I will not forgive you. I'll kill you. Blows after blows filled with anger, pure fury, were directed at Bolt's face, which could not do anything to defend itself, and neither did it have the strength to get it off. Little by little it was losing consciousness, but that did not matter to Issei. It continued hitting it, its face disfigured more and more. Its fists were full of blood. There came a point where Bolt's body stopped moving. It had already died. But Issei continued and continued. The blood began to spread on the ground, and the sounds of the flesh being beaten could be heard in the place. Vanillana was horrified. That wasn't her son, it wasn't, but she didn't have time to sit there doing nothing. She got up and ran to where her son was. Vanillana. Sniff, son, that's enough, he's dead, please stop, Issei. She begged him to stop once she got to her son. Die. Bang. Die. Bang. Die. Bang. Even after his mother's pleas, he didn't stop. He didn't want to. He had to pay for everything. He would kill him. He would kill him. He was so focused on his thoughts that he couldn't notice that the man he was hitting was already dead. Vanillana, seeing that her son was not listening to her, decided to stand behind him and proceeded to hug him with all her might, getting her son's attention and getting him to stop little by little. Vanillana. Yeah, Sniff, calm down, Sniff, Mom, it's here, I'm not in danger, you saved me, you hear me, Issei, you saved me. Seeing that her son had stopped completely, she managed to turn him around and cuddled him against her half-naked chest. Kill. You. Vanillana. Calm down, it's over, Sniff, it's over, Sniff, it's over, it's all over, Sniff, it's over, it's not your fault, Sniff, so calm down, you saved me, you saved my baby. Vanillana began to kiss his forehead and held him in her arms. While she spoke to him to bring him back to his senses, she knew that her son was like that because of her. Because he wanted to save her, she looked at her son, who was beginning to calm down. The power that surrounded him had disappeared when he began to hit that man. She could also see how his eyes returned to normal. Little by little her son calmed down. Now calm, he raised his gaze and crossed it with his mother. Issei. Mama, he said as he closed his eyes and fell asleep on his mother's chest. The exhaustion of being the first time he experienced something like that, added to the release of his sealed power, was exhausting. He was not used to it. He could handle it for a certain time. Maybe it was because of the situation that he could maintain it for a short period of time. Vanillana. Sleep. Mom is here. She looked at the dead bodies present, one without a head. One was destroyed and the other, that of the leader of the group, a few centimeters away from her with his face completely destroyed. It was a total massacre. Once her son fell asleep, She made a magic circle on his body and her clothes came back. Once she was dressed again, she picked up her son, cuddled him in her chest and went to the two bodies present, and using her power she made sure not to leave a trace of what happened. She destroyed all evidence that could be found and then took out her wings and flew back to her house. She could use a teleportation circle, but she wanted time to order her thoughts, for her body, her mind to calm down. After all, she was strong a little while ago so that her son would calm down. She couldn't fall apart there. That's why she decided to fly back home, so she could calm down. Now what mattered most to her was her son. The seal on his body had been broken and they could no longer keep it hidden. Sooner or later it would have to come to light, but he hoped it would last a little longer. Now his son's life would become complicated. And there was still what he experienced today. She just hoped there would be no repercussions for what had happened. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? She would have to tell her friend that they were not going. Later there would be time to meet up. Now what mattered was to see that her son was okay. Not knowing that today would be marked as the beginning of something big and a drastic change for the Gremory family. Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. Right at the entrance of the residence, Vanillana got off with her son, who was awake. During the trip he woke up. His mother told him to sleep, that they still had a long way to go to get home. But he refused and throughout the trip he did not speak and kept a serious face. Vanillana decided not to ask any more questions. She would leave him alone for this time. They had experienced many things today. Once they got off, they began to walk towards the door of the residence, and when they arrived it was opened by her husband, father, who was leaving, and they ran into each other by chance. Zeoctis. Son, you came back earlier than expected. I heard that they were going to the capital to see your friend, darling. Vanillana could only draw a rather tense smile, but her husband didn't notice it because he crouched down until he was at Issei's height. Zeoctis. And how are you, son? Have fun. Zeoctis was left speechless as his son ignored him and began to walk deeper into the residence, until he was out of sight. What he could see was that his son's face had a serious expression. Zeoctis turned his gaze to his wife and spoke to her. Zeoctis. Something happened, honey? He asked worriedly. After all, his son didn't act like that. Vanillana took a while to respond, making her husband suspicious that something had happened. Vanillana. For the moment, I don't want to talk about it, and please leave Issei alone for today. I'll go to our room, she answered. And she went into the residence, leaving her husband alone at the entrance. Zeoctis. Something tells me that nothing will be the same, little. Did Zeoctis know that his words would come true? He decided to go with his wife, hoping she would tell him what had happened. The clan's affairs could wait, his family came first. As night fell, Vanillana headed to her son Issei's room. She had recently been in Serzix's room where she tucked him in, read him a story and waited for him to fall asleep. Once at the door to Issei's room, she tried to open it only to see that she couldn't. It was locked. Perhaps her son. Knock knock. Vanillana. Issei, son, please open the door. Knock knock. Vanillana. Son, please, I know you're listening, please open up, I want to talk, what happened today was not your fault. Knock knock. He continued knocking, but the door never opened. On the other side of the door, Issei was sitting on the floor with his back leaning against the door, with his knees together, and his face on them. He didn't want to see anyone, he wanted to be alone, that's why he locked himself in. He wanted to analyze what had happened. He killed 3 men, they were bad, and if he didn't do it, he and his mother would have ended up badly. He was aware of it, but that doesn't take away the feeling he had. Fear. Afraid of himself, of what he had done, of his power, he didn't want to see anyone, especially his mother. He thought she would be scared. After all, he had seen how he killed those guys and in the worst way. And when his mother came to his room, he didn't have the courage to go out and see her. But he refused to listen to his mother. On Vanillana's side, she did the same as her son. She decided to sit on the floor and lean her back against the door since she saw that they wouldn't open it, and she closed her eyes. Vanillana began to hum one of the songs she sings to her children at night. Before sleeping, she continued humming for several minutes. On the other side, Issei listened to his mother. Vanillana finished humming and spoke to her son. Vanillana. Issei, I know you're listening to me. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm not angry with you and I'm not scared of you either. What happened today, what you did, there was no other way. I understand that. Maybe it could have been resolved in a different way without going to extremes, but it can't be changed now. Son, the past cannot be erased, edited, or changed. We can only accept it, overcome it, and move on. Vanillana, since they arrived at the residence, was in her room reflecting on what happened. Her husband did not insist on what happened. If she was not prepared, he would not bother her. The only thing he told Xioctus was that the seal had been broken. He only mentioned that. She was reflecting all that time. She could not talk to her son while they were heading back to her house. That is why she decided to do it at night, where only the two of them were alone, calmer. She had to get those words out of her heart. She did not want her son to feel guilty. She understood. There was no other way. It was them or the fallen. Only one would come out well. Vanillana. You know, son, the day you were born, you showed enormous power, and your father and I decided to seal it. We didn't want you to be used by demons, so we placed a seal on you that would retain your power. He had already said it. There was no point in hiding it. Sooner or later he would find out, and it was better for him to find out from his parents than to find out on his own. After all, as you explain, your whole life you have nothing, and from one moment to the next you get everything. Vanillana. I understand if you're upset with us. After all, you've suffered because of us. Issei, on the other side, had already raised his head a long time ago, and his sight was on the balcony that his room had. The door was open and he had a view of the sky. What his mother said, he already assumed. Earlier, when they arrived, he went and locked himself in his room. He needed to think. First he had killed. He couldn't regret it, because he was always aware of his actions and it was already done. But that wasn't what kept his thoughts busy. It was the power that was unleashed. Rather, he woke up. He realized that it was always with him, but he couldn't use it, because that was what he wondered. He was a smart kid and the only thing that came to him was that it was sealed. But since when? The only time he doesn't remember is when he was a baby, and the only ones who were with him all the time were his parents. Only they could place it. He came to that conclusion, but he didn't get angry. His parents had to have a reason, and now that his mother said it, he was able to resolve his doubts. Vanillana. Son, you can forgive me for what I've done to you. Silence. Vanillana. Issei, can you please answer? Silence. Vanillana. Son, please. Issei. I'm not upset and I don't have to forgive you. You haven't done anything wrong, Mom. Vanillana drew a smile on her face. Listening to her son, she thought he would be upset to find out, but when she heard his words, they were a great relief for her. Vanillana. Son. Silence. He assumed he wouldn't speak anymore. Vanillana. It's quite late, she said as she stood up. Will you let me in to say goodnight? Silence. Vanillana. Okay, I'll let you rest. Good night, my precious baby, remember that. Mom loves you very much and will always be there for you. Vanillana. Rest, darling. He began to walk away, until he was lost from sight. Today was an exhausting day, full of surprises and truths. Issei, who was lying on the floor of his room, got up once his mother left, and went to the balcony of his room and looked at the artificial sky of the underworld. He stayed there watching it. He didn't know what to do about his situation, what to do from now on. What should I do? I didn't want something similar to what happened earlier to happen again. But what could he do? I wanted an answer. A solution to your doubts. You wanted to do something, but what should I do? Staring at the night sky, caught in his thoughts, he was brought out of them as a giant rip of sorts formed in the sky, and something began to emerge from it. It was a huge western red dragon with a horn on its snout and a pair of wings. He remembered reading and hearing about such a dragon. Was the Great Red, also known as the Dragon of the Apocalypse, the true Red Dragon God Emperor, the true dragon, and the Dragon of Dragons, DXD. The dragon engraved in the Book of Apocalypse. The dragon and most powerful being in existence in the world, who resides in the dimensional gap. It was incredible and terrifying. Seeing with his own eyes the most powerful being was something unimaginable. Seeing how his presence demonstrated power, superiority, fear, freedom, was great, and even more so for a 5-year-old child. In that while he watched him he came to a conclusion. He wanted that. He wanted to be like him, strong, superior, free, but above all, powerful to protect his family, to keep them safe and to prevent incidents like today's from happening again. He would protect them. No, he would protect everyone, the weak, the defenseless, those who need help. He will be there, and the bad guys, those who hurt, those who cause evil in this world, he will destroy them. Gremory. And to do so, he must change, no longer be the weak, useless, defenseless, fearful, naive child. Gremory. He will become someone strong, no, the strongest. Gremory. He will be feared by his enemies. Gremory. He will show them no mercy. Gremory. He will protect his family. Gremory. To everyone. Gremory. He will change this world. Gremory. And to do so, you must change, you must improve, you must become someone you are not, for the greater good. Gremory. There will be sacrifices he has to make, but no matter the cost, he will do it, and if he has to go alone, so be it. Gremory. His goal is greatness, and to achieve it, he must. Gremory. With a firm step, he ran to the balcony railing, climbed up on it and shouted, a promise, a conviction, a goal, a dream. The paths we choose, the actions we take, determine what kind of future lies ahead. Gremory. Issei. For a moment he hesitated. Images of his family passed through his mind. Perhaps his actions would hurt them, and even more so his mother. But he had already decided, he will protect them, no matter the cost. He fixed his sight on Great Red that was calmly flying through the skies. Gremory. Issei. I will become stronger. I will be the strongest of all. He said, looking at the imposing dragon. Gremory. Issei. I will surpass you. You heard me, Great Red. I will be stronger than you. I will protect my family, everyone. I will make those who cause harm pay. I will defend the weak. I will strive hard. I will train hard. I will be respected, free, and one day I will surpass you. I will beat you. You heard me, Great Red. Get ready, because I will be the strongest. Gremory. Ha ha ha. Great Red. I will be number one. Gremory. And for an instant, he could see how the great dragon laid eyes on him. That look it gave him was as if it were saying, go ahead, brat. Roaring. The great dragon roared and a gap opened in the sky again, heading towards the dimensional rift, and it entered into it, disappearing from sight. Issei, who observed everything, turned around, with a serious face and a look full of determination, and began to enter his room. He already had his answer. On that night, his promise, his dream, his goal remained, and he would not give up until he achieved it. He turned his face slightly and looked at the sky again, specifically where Great Red had previously been, and for a brief moment his eyes turned red. Issei. This is where my path begins. My destiny. My story. Believe in yourself, have dreams, and have the confidence to make them come true. Gremory. 3 days after the incident, nothing was the same again. Issei did not leave his room during those days. His parents tried to enter or make him leave. The only thing they got were screams to leave him alone. They could only resignedly withdraw and maintaining the hope that he would come out. Vanillana's heart was in pieces. She thought everything was fine. She still remembers the little chat she had with her son 3 days ago at night. Since then she has been blaming herself. Damn it, she should have insisted more. She should have stayed longer. She didn't know what was happening. She thought everything was fine. How wrong she was. Damn, if they hadn't gone on that trip, if they hadn't left. It would be different. Her son would not be like this. In these 3 days, in the morning, afternoon, and night, she went to her son's room that was closed. She carried a plate with food. The maids could do it. But no, she reported that she would be the one to carry his food. She stared at the door that separated her from her son. She sat on the floor like that night and spoke to her son through the door, hoping that he would come out or answer, but the only thing she received was a word that broke her heart. Long was what she told him, and then she didn't speak anymore. She told him to at least eat, that he could do it in his room if he didn't want to go out, that if he wanted to he would do it alone, but that he should at least eat. But she got the same result. Long. And then nothing. Vanillana always left crying. She couldn't stand this situation and she was breaking down more and more. Her husband consoled her, and sometimes he went and tried to get their son out. But it had the same result. They could force their way in and that was it. But they didn't want to. They didn't want to make things worse with their son, more than they already were. Serzex also went. He told him to play. He spoke to him through the door. Sometimes he went with his mother. But nothing. It was the same result. Issei in these 3 days decided to be alone. He didn't want to see anyone. It hurt him to treat his mother, father, and brother badly when they came with good intentions, but he had to. He had already made a decision, for the good of his family. There was no turning back. He thought about what he was going to do. He would not rest until he achieved his goal, no matter if he had to abandon his children or move away from his family, no matter if he sank deeper and deeper into darkness. In the end it would be for their good. That was what he believed. No matter what happens to him, in order to protect the people he loves, he will face anything. To protect them he will have to make great sacrifices. One will be to get away from them and the other will be to make them hate him. He will travel this dark path until he reaches his goal. He only hopes that in the end they will forgive him for everything he caused them. In these 3 days, he decided that he would train to be stronger. Leaving everything else aside, he will abandon his insecurities and fears because the path he will take will not need them. He will protect his family. He takes that into account, but he will have to get away from her, so that she is safe. His path from now on will be full of dangers, and the last thing he wants is to involve her in them. He will be alone. But it is better that way. That happy, innocent, weak, useless child died that night, where he shouted his goal, made his promise. That night marked the birth of the new Issei. Currently, it was a new day at the Gremory mansion, residence of the leading members of said clan and their children. We found ourselves in a specific room, which was closed for 3 days. But today its doors finally opened, revealing a boy with brown hair and violet eyes coming out with a serious face and look, who began to walk, going through the halls of the mansion, where later a beautiful woman could be seen, with brown hair and beautiful violet eyes, just like the child's, who came with a tray with food, who when she saw the child, dropped said tray, which ended up on the floor. Vanillana. Son, she mentioned surprised. Vanillana didn't last a second and ran to hug her son. She couldn't help but cry from the joy she felt at seeing him again. It was a martyrdom for her these 3 days without him, without his smile, without his presence, without his company. But at last he was out, at last everything would return to normal. Upon reaching her son, she bent down and wrapped him in her arms. How strange this is. But she began to notice something different, and that's when she realized. Usually whenever she hugged him he reciprocated. But now he didn't. In fact, she began to feel a certain coldness coming from him. He stepped back a little and looked at his son's face, and what he saw he didn't like. He didn't like it at all. That look he had, full of coldness. Where was the happy look, the smile on his face? Where was his baby? Vanillana. Hi son, are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you like this? Do you have something? Do you feel okay? She began to ask worriedly. Her son was not like that. Issei. Yes, I'm fine, he answered seriously and coldly. Vanillana. No, you're not, what's up? Issei. Mind your own business and leave me alone, his son replied and then began to leave. Shock. That was how Vanillana, her son, was feeling. She had never raised her voice to him, much less said something like that to him. Something was wrong and she would find out. Coming out of shock, she turned around and spoke to her son. Vanillana. Issei. But her son continued walking with his back to him. Son, but nothing. She was losing patience and getting more and more worried. Issei Gremory stopped this instant. She had never yelled at her children, but she can't take it anymore. She can't handle this anymore. At that very moment her husband came from Issei's room with Serafall in his arms. Both went with the hope of taking him out and playing. But when they arrived they saw that it was open and Issei was not there. So they went to look for him, until they heard Vanillana scream and went to see what was happening. Great was their surprise to see Issei with his back turned and his mother. Wife a few steps away from them looking in the direction of Issei. Apparently the scream she gave was for him. Vanillana. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This whole situation. I can't stand it anymore. I'm worried, desperate. You lock yourself up for 3 days, you don't eat and now you go out, you act cold. She couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't bear it. This whole situation made her feel bad, and her emotions exploded. Vanillana. Sniff, please, please, her tears were running, she couldn't help it. Her son was not the same. Something was happening. Whoever acted and behaved like that was destroying her. Her treasure, her baby, her child, she wanted him back. Zeoctis watched with Serafall the scene that was developing right in front of him. He didn't understand what was happening, why his wife was yelling at Issei and why his son was turning his back on him without doing anything. Even several maids came to the scene because of the screams. Vanillana. Please, Sniff, please tell me, what's wrong, what's happening to you, please Issei. She wanted an answer, but what she received for her son, plus that look he gave her, ended up breaking her world, surprised her father and brother, and caused a chill to the maids, more for the look he showed. Issei turned his head slightly towards his mother, revealing half of his face, which reflected seriousness and had a cold look, and answered his mother. Issei. It's simply called growing up, he answered seriously and coldly. Something that would be very good for you to do. Stop meddling in my life and don't make me waste my time again with this bunch of nonsense, he replied to his mother. After answering and shocking his parents, brother and maids who were hanging around, he resumed his way. Without turning around, he was done. He had already decided he will not involve them in his path. If he has to push them away, hurt them and earn their hatred, so be it, they would be better off this way. If they are safe, He will be fine with it, even if he has to be alone in this darkness. Issei. Stop. Issei. Come back. Issei. Vanillana just watched as her son continued on his way without stopping, so she decided to go for him. But as she walked a few steps, she tripped over the tray she had just been carrying, falling to the floor. Lying in the hallway of the house, she raised her tear-stained face and raised her hand in the direction of her son, as if trying to reach him, trying to stop him from leaving. Vanillana. Issei, sniff, no. Sniff, please. Don't go, come back, Issei. Come back. No matter how much she begged, no matter how much she screamed, her son didn't answer, he didn't come back. And deep inside her something told her that he would never do it again, that if she didn't do something right now she would lose him. She tried to move, to get up, but her body didn't respond, she just stayed there, watching as her son got further and further away. Issei. 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 And was lost from sight when he turned at an intersection in the hallway. Xioctus, who witnessed how the situation ended, quickly went to his wife with Serafall in his arms. Once Issei left the place, his wife broke down and began to cry inconsolably. When he arrived, he tried to calm her down, even Serafall tried, but apparently she was gone, she only repeated the name of her eldest son. Xioctus. Honey, are you okay? Speak to me, please, he said while holding her. Serafall. Mom, come on, come back, Mom, he said while shaking her a little. Xioctus. Come on dear, come to your senses, react, he said worried about his wife, who was not reacting. Issei. 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 Come back. Vanillana fainted after that. This whole situation, all these events, were too much for the Gremory matriarch. Issei, who was turning the corner in the hallway, with his back leaning against the wall and his face down, and his gaze being covered by his hair, if someone had passed by at that moment, they would have seen a tear run down his cheek until it reached his chin, falling and disappearing when it reached the floor. Issei. I'm sorry. Mom. And he resumed his journey. He had already decided, he had already chosen, and he could not go back, not now. No matter the cost, the sacrifices, he would do it, without involving anyone. It was his path, his decision, and he would do it, alone. From that day on, nothing was done the same again. Vanillana, after waking up from that emotional fall, looked for Issei, and when she found him, she spoke to him more calmly, even more lovingly, but the only thing she got was the cold look of her son, that look that told her, do not bother, and she left crying. Xioctus confronted his son for what he was doing to his mother, only receiving a response. Leave me alone. And he left the place, leaving his father alone. He did not understand what happened to his son. After returning from that trip with his mother, nothing happened again, and every time he asked his wife if something had happened on the trip, she remained silent and left. Because for Vanillana it was something she did not want to talk about, she did not want to remember, only forget. Serafall also tried to get closer to his brother, inviting him to play with him or asking him to spend time as brothers, but only received cold rejection from him. Issei the following days only had one thing: train. He had to completely master his power and even take it to a new level. To be the strongest, fastest, most agile, he woke up early and trained until nightfall. When he didn't train, he would read books about existing mythologies, their history, their magic, their laws, their weaknesses. It became his daily routine. His family tried to get him to stop, because sometimes he hurt himself a lot, he overexerted himself and didn't rest properly, but it was useless. His son, brother, didn't listen to them and continued. Vanillana and Xioctus tried another point of approach. As they saw that their son only trained, they decided to use that to get closer. They tried to train with their son, maybe that way they could talk better with him, but they only earned his rejection. He didn't want their help, he wanted to do it alone. Another fact is that Issei did not keep his power hidden. He showed it, and Vanillana and Xioctus asked him to hide it, but he did not listen. He would not hide what he was, what he decided to be. He would show the world that nobody messes with him. A few days later, Issei began to leave the Gremory territory. He needed to become stronger, learn more, and he wouldn't do that at home, so he began to explore different parts of the underworld. Whether in the capital, or in other territories, people who saw him and felt his power stayed away from him. That cold face and look did not assure them anything good. Sometimes some arrogant demons crossed his path. They ended up almost dead and the responsible. A brown boy with violet eyes who did not care what happened to them, the demons saw as the firstborn of the Gremory clan, who before was nobody and they despised him. Now he was scary and showed great power. Now instead of humiliating him, despising him, Little by little he was gaining their fear and respect, because wherever that child went, it was as if he was telling everyone, "Nobody messes with me." Thanks to his constant training, his power developed and grew more and more, but not only his power, his body also began to strengthen, gradually gaining resistance. He had a dream to fulfill. And to accomplish this, he needed to be strong, fast, agile, tactical, intelligent. He could not only rely on his power, he had to improve in whatever he could and was within his reach. He began to fight with beasts, monsters, that he found in his expeditions in the underworld, or arrogant demons that crossed his path. He faced them to gain experience. It helped in his physical training. Although he needed someone powerful to instruct him in physical combat, to push him to the limit, he needed to find someone quickly. But he didn't know who. Since he left his room, he only did one thing: train. He had to achieve his goal, and to achieve it, he couldn't waste time on nonsense. He no longer spent time with his parents. His brother Serafall, when he told him to play, he rejected him and told him not to bother him and to stop being a child and mature once and for all. Serafall sadly retired and went to his parents. He only had one thought: his brother was gone. As the days went by, Issei developed a rebellious, serious, aggressive, grumpy personality, and he began to isolate himself from everyone. He wanted to be alone. He didn't want anyone near him. He rejected the affection of his parents and their closeness. He was increasingly lost in the darkness, in loneliness. But it was his decision, his path. That's how he wanted it. Little by little he began to forget who he was before and began to get used to it, to accept his new being. Vanillana felt bad about all this. The drastic change in her eldest son would be a reminder of that cursed day for her long life. There was no way to bring him back. They had already lost him. Neither she, Zeoctis, or Serafall managed to get anything out of the old Issei. No matter what they did, nothing worked. They couldn't get close, get into their brother's life, since he wouldn't let them. Vanillana wondered if there was anyone who could achieve what they couldn't. To be able to remain and stay in your child's life, to take him out of his loneliness, to accompany him in his darkness. To be that light that guides him and accompanies him wherever he goes. Vanillana asked herself that every day. She had already accepted it. Her son would not return. But now her only wish was for someone to achieve what they could not, to stay, to care for, to guide her son, to be the light that accompanies him and illuminates his path. Vanillana. There really must be someone like that. Time went by and nothing was ever the same again for the Gremory family. Little by little they were molding themselves to the drastic change that occurred in their home, getting used to their son's new attitude and his way of being, which was hard for Vanillana, her husband and youngest son, but they managed to cope with it and continue. And today, 5 months after the incident and Issei's total change, finally the answer to Vanillana's constant questions had arrived. Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. At the entrance of the Gremory residence, you can see a carriage arriving. When it stops, you see a beautiful woman with black hair and purple eyes get off along with a girl with the same hair and eyes. Both of them were wearing beautiful dresses, and right in front of them, a beautiful brunette was waiting for them. Elena. It's been a while since I've been here, she said as she looked around. Vanillana. I know, how have you been, Elena? She asked. Elena. Very well, Vanillana, thanks for accepting our visit, she replied to her friend. A few days ago, she received a message from Matriarch Citri, asking if she could visit her, since they couldn't meet some time ago. Vanillana accepted. She needed someone to talk to. The whole Issei thing had been bothering her. She needed a break. Vanillana. No, I owed you, but I'm glad you came. Hey, don't introduce me to your date, she asked, looking at the girl, who was next to her friend. Elena. Sorry, I had forgotten. This is my daughter, Serafall Citri. Say hello, princess, she replied, while putting her daughter in front of her. The girl was very beautiful, and Vanillana thought that when she grew up she would be even more beautiful. She had long, black hair tied in 2 ponytails on each side, using 2 fuchsia-colored ribbons, and her eyes were a purple hue, almost the same as hers and her son's. Serafall. Hello, nice to meet you, she said happily and very enthusiastically. Serafall. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said the same way. Vanillana. The pleasure is mine. You are a very happy and lively girl, unlike someone I know, she thought. In that instant the image of Issei passed through her mind. He doesn't know why, but he stared at the girl. For some reason, he felt that the answer to his questions was right in front of him. Could she be? Vanillana. Wow, you are a very beautiful girl, he said, praising her. Serafall. Thanks. Elena. And your children, Vanillana? I found out that you have 2, she asked. Vanillana. Well, Serafall, my youngest son, is not there. he is accompanying his father in some duties, and Issei, my oldest son, is inside. Elena. Oh, I see, I hope I can meet you soon. Vanillana. Yes, of course, although I don't know how Issei will react, he thought that last thing. Vanillana. Let's go inside, let's not stay out here. And so the three women began to enter the residence. As they walked, they chatted. Vanillana asked the maids to prepare tea and cookies and take them to the balcony in the backyard. After the instructions, they continued on their way to the back outskirts of the residence to have a pleasant meeting. On their way through the hallways, when turning a corner, Serafall, who was a little ahead, distracted. When turning, she collided with something, or rather someone, both falling to the ground, in a somewhat compromising pose. Serafall. Ouch, but what happened? She was speechless when she saw what, or rather who, she collided with, and who she was on top of. It was a boy, a little bigger than her. He had brown hair. There were a few books lying around them, and when the boy opened his eyes, she was amazed. They were violet, similar to hers. They also showed seriousness and coldness. But that didn't matter to her. It made him look tough. When she saw him, while he was very handsome and a small blush formed on her face, she was stunned. Was this what they called love at first sight? She was so caught up in her thoughts that she didn't notice the complaints of the boy beneath her. Issei doesn't know how he got into this mess. He calmly headed towards the patio of his house to read quietly and continue his training, but he forgot one of his books, so he turned back, and in the hallways, when turning, he hit something, or rather someone, who fell into his lap, ending up both on the floor. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl sitting on his abdomen, who stared at him without looking away. Issei. Hey, get out of the way, he said seriously. Serafall stunned. Issei. Hey deaf, get out of here, he said with less and less patience. Serafall stunned. Issei. Hey silly, get out of the way, he said again, losing his patience. Then he saw his mother arrive and another woman he didn't know, but looking closely, she had a certain resemblance to the silly girl who was on top of him. Vanillana and Elena were talking happily when they heard Serafall's complaint. When they got to her, they saw quite a surprise. Elena. Sarah, you okay? Her words died when she saw how her daughter was. Vanillana. Son, what? She was speechless. Serafall. Hey mom. She had finally come out of her trance when she heard more voices and saw her mother first, who had comical tears running down her face, not to mention that she was still sitting on Issei's crotch. Elena. Sniff, I didn't know you were already that age, she said to her daughter. Serafall. What are you talking about? She asked, confused. Elena. I know you're trying new things, but wait a little until you're older to do those things, she said while covering her blushing face. Serafall. Wait, what? She fell silent once she saw how it was, and who it was on. Then she finally understood what her mother was saying. Puff, her face exploded in a huge blush. Serafall. Mom is not what you think, Kaya. Issei. Get off of me, he yelled as he threw the girl aside and stood up and picked up his books. Serafall. Ouch, hey, be more gentle, you don't know how to treat a woman, she reproached and stood up. Issei. Shut up, he yelled at her, and then proceeded to leave and continue on his way again. Vanillana. Son, come and apologies. Issei. Don't bother me, he shouted as he left. Vanillana. Phew, sigh, are you okay, Serafall? I'm so sorry about my son, she said to the girl. Elena. So that's your oldest son, she said, already composed. It's something. She was speechless. She didn't know how to say it without causing problems with her friend. Vanillana. I know, you don't have to say it, it's a bit complicated, but it's good, she said as she took a hand and placed it on her forehead. Elena. Daughter, are you okay? I'm asking if she had hurt herself. Serafall. Cute, she whispered. Elena. You said something? I can't hear. What are you saying, daughter? Serafall. Nothing, I'm fine, let's move on, she mentioned while walking. Serafall's thoughts. Kaya, I like his purple eyes, super cute, was what she thought when she saw Issei retreat. She didn't care what he said to her. Once they reached the balcony, they sat at a table that was there and prepared to drink the tea that had already been brought. They sat down and prepared to continue their chat, and while they were drinking tea, they could see the same boy from a little while ago, leaning against a tree reading, and he was alone. Elena. Why isn't your son coming? He's shy, she asked, looking at the boy. Vanillana. No, it's not that, he prefers to be alone and doesn't like to interact with people, she answered her friend while also looking at Issei. Serafall. But being alone is not good, she said while tilting her head a little, making her look very adorable. Vanillana? I know, darling, but he doesn't listen to anyone and he gets further and further away from us. I don't know what to do. Every time I see him, he's further and further out of my reach, he said sadly. Elena. It must be difficult for you, she mentioned, worried about her friend. Vanillana. It is, she said sadly. Serafall, who heard everything, didn't like it. Why someone wants to be alone, she didn't understand it. What she did understand is that she doesn't want him to be. For some reason she didn't want to see him like that, alone, submerged in darkness. Then a thought passed through her head. If he wanted to be in the darkness, so be it, but she would be the light that guided him through it. It is said that there are two types of people. On the one hand, there are those who radiate their own light, those who illuminate their own lives and those of others. On the other hand, there are those who need that light. Those who live in their own darkness and need someone else's light to be able to shine. She will be that, his light, the one who accompanies him, the one who is with him and does not let him fall. She will not abandon him. She will remain by his side, whether he likes it or not. After all, sometimes she can be a very stubborn girl with what she wants. With that thought, Serafall got up from where she was. Great determination could be seen in her beautiful purple eyes, and she began to walk to where Issei was, under the watchful eye of her mother and Vanillana. Vanillana, for some strange reason, while watching little Serafall leave, moved her gaze and looked at her son who was surrounded by darkness, and then turned her gaze to the girl who was surrounded by light. Something strange for demons, blinking a couple of times, coming out of her imagination, her illusion. She lowered her face and looked at her reflection in her cup of tea that she held in her hands. Vanillana. I see, she said in a whisper as she closed her eyes. You are the key, Serafall, she whispered. The long-awaited answer to her constant questions had arrived. She knew it. That girl was the light that will accompany your child. The light that was missing in his new life. The perfect companion of darkness. She raised her face, opened her eyes, which began to get shiny, a sign of the tears that wanted to come out. But no, she would be strong. A smile appeared on her face and she watched what would happen. Vanillana. Good luck, she said in a whisper, as she watched, just like her friend. And suddenly a person with a lot of light arrives. Issei was under a tree reading. He wasn't training today, but he wanted to read a little, learn more. He was alone, but he wanted it that way. Sometimes he wants someone by his side, but no one can be in his darkness. Without fear, without running, without suffering, he will be alone. After all, it's what you chose, it's what you decided. Only there is loneliness and darkness on his path. True. Yahoo Issei. That stays there next to you. He looked up from his book and there in front of him he saw a girl with black hair and eyes similar to his own. That girl was smiling at him. He also remembered that he had recently bumped into her. Issei. You lost or something? He asked with the same serious and cold attitude as him. No, I saw you alone and decided to come, she replied. Issei. I like being alone, so go, he replied seriously. What's your name? Ignoring what he said. Issei. Go away, he said seriously. My name is Serafall Citri, and you, he said while ignoring the boy's words. No matter how dark you are. Issei. Issei Gremory, now go, he said seriously and already somewhat irritated. Serafall. I can feel. At that moment where Serafall was going to speak, a red-haired boy and a green-haired boy appeared. It was Serzex who came with his friend Ajuka Astaroth. He recently returned with his father, and on the way they met their friend and invited him to his house to play. Once they arrived, he looked for his brother to invite him to play with them. Maybe today he would say yes. He always had faith that his brother would come back to play with him. Sometimes he felt alone, and when he sought the company of his older brother, he would yell at him to go away. Since then he has not given up, and now that he returned with his friend, he wanted his brother to play with them. When they found him and saw that he was with a girl his age, they also decided to invite her. Ajuka. Hello Issei. Serzex. Oni-san, come play with us and you can come too, he said looking at the girl. Serafall. My name is Serafall and I would love to play with you, she replied happily. Serzex. Great, I am Issei Gremory, Issei Oni-san's younger brother, and this is Ajuka Astaroth. A pleasure Serafall, he answered happily. Serafall. Likewise, she replied. Issei, who had been listening to their silly talk from his point of view, his patience was at the limit. He wanted to be alone and they wouldn't let him. Serzex. Oni-san, we? Issei. I told you not to bother me with your stupidities. Go away and don't bother me again, he said, fed up with everything. Serafall. Sorry, he said it sadly, we're leaving now, starting to walk with his friend away from where his brother was, but he noticed that the girl stayed. Serafall. Serafall, you're not coming, he asked doubtfully. Serafall. No, I changed my mind, I prefer to stay here, thanks for the invitation. Seeing that the girl decided to stay, they left, although a thought crossed Serafall's mind. Serafall's thought. Good luck with my brother Serafall. Serafall stared at Issei, who she thought had left when she yelled at her brother, but noticed that he was still there. He was darkness. Issei. Are you still here? He said seriously and somewhat confused. Serafall. I never left, she replied with a smile on her beautiful face. She was light. Issei. You didn't want to play with them, he said seriously and confused. Generally people tend to walk away when they see him upset. Why did you stay? He asked. Serafall shook her head at the first question and then smiled and answered the last. Serafall. In case you needed me, she said as she sat in front of Issei. I'm not going to give up. Issei. I want to be alone, so you better go play with them instead of wasting time with someone like me, he told her while his gaze remained on his book, but inside, he didn't understand why that girl was still with him. After her constant rejection and coldness, she was still there. Serafall shook her head again, and spoke to him. Serafall. I want to be here with you, she said kindly. I don't care if you say no. Issei. Go away, he said as he tried to read his book again. Serafall. No, she replied as she got closer and closer. Issei was confused. For the first time since he changed, a person wanted to be with him. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He understood that his family wanted to get closer, but generally when people see him, they move away, because he scares them, because this girl doesn't. Or even if you reject me. Issei. I don't scare you, he asked her without losing his serious expression and attitude. He put his book aside and looked at her, violet with purple, fixed on each other. Serafall. No, she replied with a smile as she stared at him. For both of them, it was as if everything had stopped, and it was just the two of them. Issei. You're strange, he told her seriously, while looking at her. Serafall. Hee, I've been told that many times, she replied with a small laugh and then said, but you are too. Issei. I guess you're right, he answered seriously. The only thing I won't give up. Serafall. Can I stay? She asked. Issei. Do whatever you want, he answered seriously while he picked up his book and tried to read it again. Serafall. Then I'll stay with you, she said as she sat next to him, shoulder to shoulder. They were together, and for Issei it was a pleasant feeling. He didn't understand why it felt good, being by his side. It's that you're alone. Serafall. What are you reading? She asked curiously, as she looked at his face. Issei. A book, he said seriously, without taking his eyes off him. Serafall. I know that, I mean, what is the book about? She asked curiously. Issei. About magic, he answered seriously. Serafall. What kind of magic? She asked again. She had really been interested in the subject. Issei. Elemental, mainly, darkness, and power of destruction, he said equally serious but with a tiny bit of happiness. It was the first time he saw someone so comfortable with their current self. You are the light I needed. Serafall. Interesting, you know a lot of magic, she asked, both fascinated and curious. Issei. Only the ones I like, he told her seriously as he stopped looking at his book and focused his gaze on Serafall. Seeing her brought him a certain peace. Serafall. Like what? She asked him, staring at him. Either of them took their eyes off the other. If someone passed by, they would say they were a young couple in love. For both of them, seeing the other, being close to him, having his company, was relaxing, and more so for Issei, who in the future would represent destruction itself, and Serafall would be in charge of keeping that destruction under control. Without them knowing it, their meeting was already destined to happen, and with the help of this beautiful demon, the arrival of many more would come to Issei's life, to improve it and help him get out of the darkness that dwells within him. Because the gears had already begun to turn and their very close encounters were. For my dark loneliness. Issei. There aren't many, I choose the ones that suit me best, the ones with a destructive tendency, he said seriously, looking at her. Serafall. I can use water and ice magic, she told him without taking her eyes off him. Issei. Good for you, he answered seriously. In this time that they have been talking, his character and serious face did not change. I was cold. Serafall. Would you help me train? I think that together we could discover many things and become very strong, I asked her, and she proposed. Issei, are you sure you will be really comfortable by my side? I asked him seriously. Serafall. I will never leave him, she replied with a smile on her beautiful face. Because of the darkness and suffering that surrounded me, until you came along. Issei. My path will be full of dangers, do you still want to accompany me? I asked him seriously. Serafall. Of course, what girl doesn't like a little danger, she said as she brought her face closer to Issei, coming within inches of touching each other, both staring at each other. Stop making excuses and accept it. I won't leave your side, even if you asked me to. I'll follow you wherever you go, she said. They could feel their breathing, but neither of them moved away. Issei. You really are strange, he told her seriously without moving away. And in the light of your eyes. Serafall. We both are, she said while winking at him and stepping back a little. I can be your friend, she said while holding out her hand. Issei. As you wish, he said seriously, as they shook hands. Serafall. Great, he said it once they separated their hands. I found the light I needed. And while Issei and Serafall were talking, far away from them they were watched by Vanillana and Elena, who were having tea. Vanillana. Phew, sigh. Elena. Something's wrong, she asked at her friend's reaction. Vanillana's thought. I leave it to you, Serafall, you really were what was missing in his life, his light. Vanillana. It's nothing, she replied. Elena. Can you imagine those two ending up together? Fufufu, she said to her friend. Vanillana. Fufu, anything can happen, Elena, she said smiling. Vanillana rested her face on her hands and continued watching the interaction between her son and her friend's daughter that was taking place far away from them, and had one last thought. Maybe you can bring out the real Issei. Serafall. Returning to Issei and Serafall, they were still sitting next to each other. Both were reading the same book, and in an instant Serafall took her eyes off the reading and secretly looked at Issei and formed a smile on her face while having a single thought. Serafall's thought. You will never be alone again, because I will be there with you. You will never get lost in the storms again, because I will be the beacon of light that guides you and takes you out of them. You no longer have to walk the paths in the dark, because I will be lighting your way. You are darkness, and I will be your light. Life at the Gremory residence was improving a little. The days passed and Serafall was true to her word. She never separated from Issei, from the day they met. The following days she visited him and kept him company. Even Issei shortly after began to visit Serafall at her home. Little by little a great friendship arose between them, to the point of becoming inseparable. Thanks to Serafall, a bridge was created so that other people could pass through and come into Issei's life, as in the case of his parents. As long as Serafall was around, Issei spent time with them, not all of it, but a little. He stopped rejecting the affection his mother gave him. He didn't reciprocate, but he did accept it, with his brother. He joined in playing at Serafall's request, and sometimes also with Serzex's friend. His behavior and attitude didn't change, but it did improve a little. Vanillana couldn't be more proud and happy of what Serafall did to her son. Maybe he wouldn't perish much, but compared to them, who couldn't achieve anything, it was an achievement. She was already calm. She knew that Serafall wouldn't abandon her son, and while she was there, her son would improve little by little, and maybe in the future he would do what he did before. Only time will tell. She had also seen how her son's attitude became less cold and serious when Serafall was near him. Vanillana knew it. Serafall was the bridge that kept all of that possible. She was the only one who could keep Issei in control. For Issei, his new friend was strange. Although he was too, he didn't know why around her he lowered his defenses and acted a little different. But the truth is that he didn't dislike it. He continued acting the same. He had already gotten used to and accepted his new being. But he no longer had to walk his path alone, because now he had a friend, one who would always accompany him. Sometimes they trained together, learning and improving their magic, and sometimes Serzex and Ajuka joined their training. Little by little the group of friends was formed and grew both in power and maturity, and all thanks to the arrival of an outgoing black-haired girl, their lives began to improve. When it came to going out to explore or train, everyone without exception followed Issei. He seemed like the most suitable and brilliant to lead them. That's what Serzex and Ajuka thought, and Serafall never doubted. She always went by his side, like his faithful adventure companion, his best friend. She didn't want to see the lonely Issei sunk in darkness again. That's why she stayed by his side and bothered him, amused him, entertained him with her occurrences. Although on several occasions she ended up with him chasing her to make him angry, it was fun in a way for them. After all, she was the light that kept Issei's darkness in control. Vanillana, Zioctis and Serzex couldn't be more grateful to Serafall for all her effort and dedication that she had with her son. Brother, she had known Issei for a short time, but she had achieved what they hadn't, staying in his life. Serafall had become the light in Issei's life, but everything good always has its negative side. Zioctis and Serzex, but mainly Vanillana, knew that for their son, brother, Serafall became more and more important to him. As their time together passed, she became more and more involved in his life, and it could be said that she brought out the best in him, but she could also bring out the worst if something happened to him. Vanillana had understood it, as her son was behaving differently every time Serafall was near her. She could control him and calm him down when the situation warranted it, but she was also becoming the untouchable nerve in her son's body. Vanillana knew it better than anyone. Her son lost his mind when he got too angry, fury clouded his judgment, and he acted brutally. After all, she had already seen it. She just wished that nothing would happen, because, poor thing, the imbecile who dares to touch Serafall or hurt her, since they would be crying out for death. Vanillana knew that as time passed and they grew up, there would come a point where Serafall would become untouchable, and whoever tried anything would only get one fate: death. Vanillana and Zioctis also appreciated how Issei and Serzex were getting stronger and stronger. In itself, it was not strange to see Issei constantly training, and sometimes Serafall accompanied him. But what surprised Vanillana and Zioctis was that little by little Serzex was included in his training. At his request, he did not want to be a hindrance to his older brother, and wanted to be as strong as him and for him to be proud of him. At first, Issei rejected the idea that his brother would train with him, but soon after he could not do anything when Serafall ordered him to accept. He did not know why he could not say no to that girl, and always ended up accepting what she told him. After Serzex began training with Issei and Serafall, another one joined, being Ajuka Astaroth, who was invited by Serzex, much to Serafall's joy of having more friends and Issei's annoyance. But as the days went by, the four began to forge a bond of friendship between them and began to get along with everyone. Even Issei began to accept his approach as long as Serafall was with him. The power and strength of the four children was growing in their own way. As in the case of Serzex and Ajuka, who showed great potential, Serafall, I don't know what behind her, who had great mastery of water manipulation and had the ability to create ice from water. Issei was the strongest of the four. His power was at a different level than them, and each one knew it. For that reason, they believed that Issei was the most suitable to be the leader of the group, and without knowing it, in the future they would be a great force to fear for many. Currently, Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. Today at the Gremory residence, 3 boys and a girl could be seen leaving the mansion, and at the entrance of the home a carriage was waiting for them, which had instructions to take them to the capital of the underworld. Recently Serafall had come to visit Issei and invited him to accompany her to the capital of the underworld on some errands from her mother. At first Issei was going to reject her, but an unpleasant memory came to his mind. Then he decided to go to make sure that nothing happened to his friend, and when they were about to leave they ran into Serzex and Ajuka at the entrance, and Serafall also invited them to accompany them, which they accepted, and so the 4 children began their journey to the capital. In the course, inside the carriage were Serzex and Ajuka sitting together, and in front of them Issei and Serafall. They were chatting very animatedly, all except Issei, who had his eyes closed paying attention to his surroundings. It didn't hurt to be cautious. Serzex: "Thanks for inviting us, Serafall. The truth is I would be very bored at home doing nothing," he said to her. Serafall: "Don't thank us, we are friends and the more the better, so we can explore the capital better. It will be a lot of fun," she said excitedly. Ajuka: "Yes, it will be fun, but I think you preferred to come alone with Issei, aren't you?" He said it with a mocking tone. Something that amused Serzex and Ajuka was teasing and embarrassing Serafall. After all, they knew that she was interested in Issei, who had no idea about it. Serafall: "What are you saying?" she said, blushing, as if she wanted to spend time with this idiot, she said, looking to the side. Serzex: "Wow, I didn't know you were at Sundari, Serafall, but whatever you say, your face gives you away. What do you think, Oni-san?" Issei: "Shut up," he said with his eyes still closed, and his face serious. Serafall: "Hey, be more gentle, you big idiot," she said while hitting him on the head. Issei: "Ouch, what's your problem, shorty?" he said, rubbing his head, and thanks to the blow he had opened his eyes. Serafall: "You're a huge idiot and such a dwarf. I know I'm still a child, but one day I'll grow up." Issei: "Seriously?" He said it seriously and surprised. Thanks to that comment he earned another blow from her. Serafall: 2. You'll see, one day I'll grow up and become very beautiful and I'll have a spectacular figure, and you'll come crawling before me, she said smiling and then turned her gaze to Issei, who had closed his eyes and apparently hadn't paid attention to what she said. Serafall. Don't worry Serafall, I know you'll be able to make Oni-san fall in love with you one day, ha ha ha, he said smiling. Ajuka. Exactly, and if nothing works, you can always hit him until he understands, ha ha ha, he said while laughing. Serafall. Moo, stop bothering me, she said with a rather adorable pout and blushing. Although in his mind he only had one thought. Serafall's thought. Hee, one day you will be mine Issei Gremory, I swear, even if I have to hit you until you understand my feelings, you big idiot. Meanwhile Issei for some reason felt a small chill in his body, then he opened his eyes again and saw the capital through the window. They would arrive very soon, he just hoped that this would end quickly, he had to get back to training. Capital Lusafad. Upon reaching the capital, the four of them set off on their way, with a blushing Serafall and a serious Issei holding hands. The reason was simple. They didn't want to get lost, and with how distracting Serafall was at times, Issei decided to take her by the hand so she wouldn't get lost. At her side were Serafall and Ajuka, trying to hide their laughter, and from time to time they made a comment or two that increased Serafall's blush and embarrassment. Plus, the glances that duo received didn't help at all. They were touring different establishments in the capital. They had already obtained what they came to look for, but they stayed to see what was in the different places. For Serafall it was as if it were a date, and holding hands did not help her cheeks to leave that red tone, although she knew that only she had those thoughts since probably Issei does not think the same and he was not far away, because Issei only thought about when they would leave to continue with their training. There was also the matter that they were not really alone. As they walked through the roads of the capital, they noticed that further ahead, in the central plaza of the capital, there was a crowd of people gathered. Apparently they were watching something specific. Serafall out of curiosity went to see what was happening and consequently dragged Issei, Serafall and Ajuka with her. Once they arrived and managed to get through the people. Although not so much for Issei since some demons recognized him and moved aside letting him pass freely. That cold look did not promise anything good for them. Once they reached the front, what they saw surprised them, more to Serafall, Serafall and Ajuka than to Issei. In front of them were 5 children, 2 men and 3 women, all shared the same silver hair color, and what was causing so much commotion was that of the 3 girls present. 2 were on the ground lying down, while one of the boys yelled and kicked at them, and the other boy and girl were just there watching without doing anything. Brother, please stop, they already understood, you don't have to treat them like that, she implored her brother. I didn't ask for your opinion, Yui, he replied to her. Reservim-sama, I also think that you have already understood your place, he said, keeping a serious face. Reservim. Maybe, but I have to make sure that you understand well who you serve and your obligations. You heard me, Mirajin, Grafia, you are just servants, you must obey the future leader of the demons, ha ha ha, he said arrogantly. The one speaking was Reservim Lucifer, the firstborn of Lucifer Morningstar and Lilith, Adam's ex-wife and mother of all demons. His hair was dark silver and his eyes were hazel. Reservim was a particular demon with a very relaxed personality, being cynical and joking in his way of speaking. Another trait in his personality is that he is vicious and brutal, and always acts with an air of superiority because he is, in his eyes, a true demon. He also believed that demons are beings that have to be evil, wicked, brutal, evil, scum, wrong, beastly and depraved, and that it is their role to kill every person they don't like. Reservim followed this ideology to the extreme. The girl standing behind him was his younger sister, Yu Lucifer. Like her brother, her hair was silver and her eyes were hazel. Unlike her older brother, she has a very happy and bubbly personality, which often makes her seem childish. As such, she is very open with her thoughts, almost always expressing her feelings vocally and physically. For the most part, Yu is usually excited and joyful, remaining cheerful even in the most tense and dangerous circumstances. Furthermore, she rarely holds grudges or thinks ill will of others. The boy beside Yu was Euclid Lucifuge, the younger brother of Grafia Lucifuge and Mirajin Lucifuge. He is a calm and collective person with a ruthless and manipulative side. He also respects the law of the Lucifuge clan by obeying the Lucifer bloodline and being loyal to Reservim Lucifer. He also shares ideals with Reservim on what a devil should be, believing that it is his job to be evil, manipulative, brutal and ruthless. He is also completely obsessed with his older sisters Mirajin and Grafia Lucifuge, but for the former there is his loyalty to Reservim, and then them. The 2 girls who are lying on the ground and the reason for all this commotion are Mirajin and Grafia Lucifuge, with Mirajin being the older sister, followed by Graphia and finally Euclid. Mira Jean and Graphia were very beautiful girls. They had silver hair and blue eyes. Both were calm and reserved, as well as very strict. They and their younger brother come from the Lucifuge house, a pure-blood family of demons that serves the house of Lucifer. And why were they on the floor, being insulted and beaten by Resivim? Easy, before it all happened, the 5 of them were eating quietly and in a moment of carelessness. Graphia accidentally spilled some of her juice and it fell on Resivim, dirtying him, which he didn't like at all, and he didn't care about the second Lucifuge's apology and gave her a hard slap, throwing her to the floor. Mira Jean got up furious and pushed Resivim. Something she didn't like was her brothers being hurt, and after a few seconds she also received a slap that unbalanced her and ended up with her sister on the floor. But the one who hit her was her younger brother. She couldn't believe it. Perhaps that boy is more important than her own sisters. And after that, Resivim kicked and insulted them. They just stood there hugging each other, receiving everything. If they acted, their clan, their family, would be harmed for going against Lucifer's firstborn. Mira Jean protected her sister with her body. She preferred to be the one hurt instead of her sister. Graphia. Please stop it. I said I was sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Please don't hurt Winnie-san anymore, she implored him, who was being surrounded by her sister's arms. Euclid. You disrespected Resivim-sama. You deserve punishment for it, so accept it, he said to his sister seriously. Graphia. How can you say that we are not brothers? You should stop this. Winnie-san is injured. You don't care about us, she said to her younger brother. Euclid. I care about you, but no one disrespects Resivim-sama and comes away unscathed, not even you, he replied to his sister. Graphia. Then I'm very sorry, it won't happen again, but please don't hurt us anymore, she asked the child. Resivim. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? I decide when it will be enough, he said smiling and arrogantly. Mira Jean. You're acting like a baby, just because of a stain on your clothes. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? She replied after being silent all this time while holding her sister in her arms. Mira Jean couldn't be more disappointed in her brother, valuing his master more than his blood, letting them suffer and doing nothing, and the worst thing, it wasn't just him. The people around him didn't do anything either, they just watched. Were all demons like this? Disgusting, haughty, arrogant, beings without a trace of kindness. There was no one to help them, to save them, to protect them. Resivim. You'll see, I'll teach them that they must respect me, he said, addressing the Lucifuge sisters, who closed their eyes. They must respect me, the next leader of the others. Boom. Just as Resivim had approached and was going to hit Mira Jean, he received a punch in his face that sent him flying and subsequently crashing into a nearby establishment. Boom. Crash. Crash. Issei, who was watching what was happening, along with Serafall, Surzex and Ajuka, when he first set his sights on the 2 children, only had one thought. They are idiots. Arrogant people. Who think they are the best in the world, those people are scum. He could feel from the aura and energy they expelled that they were a group of siblings. The arrogant boy who insulted the girls lying on the floor shared the same energy, essence, as the girl who was behind that idiot. You don't have to be smart to know that they are family, siblings probably. That girl, when she saw her, only thought of one thing. Useless. She was useless. She asked her brother to stop, as if the words would ever fuse. It is better to act than to waste time talking a lot of nonsense that will later be ignored. She could have acted and stopped her brother. But no, she stayed behind without doing anything. That is why for Issei, she was useless. The girls lying on the floor shared the same energy, and the last boy who was next to the useless girl also had the same. He assumed that it was a trio of brothers. That boy was also scum. What kind of brother sits still and accepts that they hurt his family? His blood. Only scum do that, and he was one. He watched as the silver-haired girls on the floor received kicks from that arrogant boy, and as the one who seemed to be the oldest of them protected her sister so that she would not get hurt. That was admirable. He protected her even knowing that she would get hurt. He would have done the same. Those damn people filled him with anger. He cared little who they were. He swore to defend the weak, those who needed help. He had sworn it that night where he shouted his dream, his goal. He looked away from the children and began to look around and saw how none of the people present did anything to help them or even had the intention of doing so. They were just a bunch of idiots. If no one would do anything, then he would do it, and he didn't care who they were. He would teach them a lesson and a reminder. With a firm step, he began to walk towards where those children were, leaving behind his friends and brother, who only watched as Issei went to those children. They did not stop him. because they knew they couldn't, not even Serafall. Sometimes she could stop him, but other times she couldn't. Usually when he got something in his head and couldn't get it out until he did it, he didn't listen to anyone. She had already learned to differentiate when she could and couldn't intervene. Seeing how that arrogant boy treated the girls on the ground and how Issei headed to them, the trio of friends assumed that nothing nice would happen next. The demons present saw how the son of their leader treated those girls, and the truth was that they did not care what happened to them. After all, if the son of their leader was attacking them, it was because they deserved it, and although they would help, it would be going against the son of Lucifer, and therefore their leader. It was better to leave it like that. No one would be stupid enough to act and go against the Lucifer clan. But everyone could see how a child was approaching the commotion caused by the group of silver-haired children. Some recognized the child and took a few steps back and began to get nervous, since they knew the reputation that child had forged, and it was not good at all, while the others who did not know him only watched with curiosity what would happen. Issei, being close, saw how the boy who insulted the girls was going to hit one of them. He saw how they closed their eyes and the older one protected her sister. He couldn't stand it anymore. He moved at great speed and positioned himself in front of the girls and threw a punch in the face of that boy, which sent him flying and subsequently crashing into an establishment in the square. Boom. Euclid. Resivim-sama, he said as he rushed to where his master had hit. Mira Jean, when she was about to be hit by Resivim, closed her beautiful eyes and sheltered her sister in her arms and waited for the impact to come. But it never came. She decided to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a boy with his back to her, with brown hair, and apparently he was her age. The boy had his arms stretched out, as if he had hit something, and that was when she observed more closely. A few meters away from them, Resivim was in a pile of rubble and Euclid was pulling him out. Perhaps that boy saved her. That boy turned his face a little, and managed to appreciate his violet eyes, which transmitted seriousness and coldness. But that did not matter much to her. That boy had saved them, he had protected them. Who? It was the question that was running through his mind. He had to get it out of his thoughts, when the boy spoke to him. Issei, are you okay? He asked the girls, keeping his face serious and his gaze cold. Mira Jean. Yes, we're fine, thanks for helping us, but you didn't have to do it. Now you're going to get into trouble, and all because of us, she told him, worried. He had helped them and she couldn't be more grateful, but he had also hit Lucifer's son. Issei. I don't care, stay there, he answered her, and then began to walk where the scum was. Mira Jean just watched, just like Graphia, who remained silent, as that boy began to walk where Resivim and Euclid were, passing by Yui, who was frozen in place, just like all the people present. And how could they not be? After all, they saw how the son of their leader was hit and sent flying. The entire plaza had gone silent. Yui was frozen. She didn't know what had happened. Her brother was about to hit Mira Jean, and suddenly he flew out and passed by her side and then crashed into the store behind her. And the one responsible was standing in front of her. It was a boy the same age as her brother and Mira Jean. He had brown hair and violet eyes, which showed coldness. She saw how he exchanged a few words with the older Lucifuge and then began to walk. That look he had did not promise anything good. She couldn't move. She felt that if she did even a little, it would be her end. That presence that imposed was scary. It's as if a beast was present. When he passed by her side, he looked at her for a few seconds. Those eyes, that look, would remain engraved in his mind. He continued on his way, and only when he moved away a little, he could turn his face and witness something terrifying. Resivim, once out of the rubble with the help of his loyal servant Euclid, searched for the culprit of this, and it didn't take long to find him, since he was coming towards them. Resivim. Damn kid, how dare you hit me? I am the heir of the Lucifer clan, you filthy low-class demon. You will pay for this, he said as he took a few steps, but his servant stopped him. Euclid. Resivim-sama, let me take care of it. I will show you that no one treats his highness like that, he said angrily. No one hurt his master. Resivim. Very well, I'll leave it to you. Don't kill him. I'll take care of that, he said in an arrogant voice. Euclid. Thanks, Resivim-sama, he said as he bowed and then began to walk away. Euclid began to walk towards the boy who had hit his teacher. In his hands he began to prepare his magic, with the intention of scaring that boy. But he did not wait for his response. He could only watch as that boy moved at great speed, and positioned himself a few steps in front of him. He could only see a crimson flash, and then feel a powerful blow to his stomach, knocking the air out of him and spitting blood. Euclid. Damn, he couldn't finish because of the blow he received. Boom. Issei unleashed another punch, but this time in his face. He didn't mess around. He always attacked to kill and didn't waste his time on stupidities. Many beings had the habit of underestimating their opponent. No, he acted immediately. The punch he unleashed knocked Euclid down, and when he was on the ground immobilized, he approached and put all his strength into his right leg and then slammed it into Euclid's right leg, breaking it and earning a scream from him. Euclid. Ah, damn it. He couldn't speak, since Issei hadn't removed his foot and was applying pressure. Issei. Bastard, you let your sisters get hurt. People like you disgust me, he told her coldly and with his serious face. Ah, he screamed in pain. Merijin and Grafia were shocked. Their bodies did not move. They could only watch as the boy who saved them was now hurting his younger brother. But they managed to come out of their stupor when a red-haired boy, accompanied by a green-haired boy and a black-haired girl, approached them. Serafall. You guys okay? He said when he arrived and offered his hand to help them up. Grafia. Yes, thanks, she said as she took his hand and stood up, facing the red-haired boy, earning both of them a blush. Merijin. We're fine, thanks to that kid over there, she said once she stood up, thanks to the help of the black-haired girl and the green-haired boy. Serafall. He's my older brother, he said once he had released Grafia's hand and positioned himself next to his friends. Grafia. Brother, she asked, standing next to her sister. Serafall. Yes, I am Issei Gremory and my brother who is over there is Issei Gremory and they are our friends Serafall Citri and Ajuka Astaroth said introducing them, which they solved. Merijin. I am Merijin Lucifuge and she is Grafia, my sister, she said while introducing themselves. We have to stop your brother, he is hurting ours, she mentioned worriedly. Serafall. I'm sorry, but we can't, he won't listen to us, it would be best to wait. Don't worry, your brother won't die. But I don't promise that he won't be hurt again. I'm sorry, he replied regretfully. He knew that his brother wouldn't stop and trying would be a waste of time. He could ask Serafall to do it, but if she hadn't acted until now, it was for a reason. He could only trust her. Merijin. I see, she said it sadly. Serafall. Relax, as long as that idiot doesn't step out of line, your brother will be fine, she told him, hoping to ease the tension. Merijin. I will believe in you. At least our brother will learn a lesson, she said resignedly. Grafia. Wani-san, she mentioned worriedly. Merijin. Calm down, it will be okay, let's just see what happens, she said smiling with a smile, somewhat tense but her sister didn't notice. Grafia. Yes, Wani-san, she replied. The 5 children fixed their gaze on where Issei, Euclid and Resivim were. They could only watch what was happening. Issei, who was still stepping on Euclid and noticing that he fainted, probably from the pain, left him lying there and began to walk towards the arrogant idiot. Resivim couldn't believe what he was seeing, how that child beat his servant. Euclid was strong and was defeated by 2 blows. He would teach that child that no one messes with him. Smiling arrogantly, he walked towards the child who was looking at him coldly. Resivim. You low class, how dare you? I am the son of Lucifer, he said while standing in front of the child. Issei. Ah yes, look, interesting. He said it in a serious and carefree manner. He cared little about who he was. Resivim. What do you think will happen if you oppose me? He said arrogantly and in a haughty voice. Issei. I'm not interested. The only thing I'm interested in is that you apologize to those girls for being a complete imbecile, he told her with his serious and carefree tone and his cold gaze. Resivim. You've had enough of me. I'll make you pay for everything, he said angrily and then began to run towards that child. Issei. Too much pride, he said while closing his eyes. Resivim. Don't think so big, you're a fucking low class, he spat out blood. Boom. Issei, who was tired of this and that idiot, moved quickly and connected a strong knee to his stomach and then with his elbow he hit him in the head, knocking him down. Issei. You just don't know when to shut up, idiot, he said to the boy who was on the floor. He's sorry for what you did to them. Boom. Boom. Issei began to kick Resivim's body, who was covering his face. The people present there were scared. That child showed no mercy and was hitting the son of his leader without caring who he was. Many of the demons present knew who that child was and could only curse the fate of their victims. While all the commotion was happening, very close by their 4 adults were heading there, and as they advanced the people who saw them knelt before their presence. Serafall, Merijin, Grafia, Serafall and Ajuka who had stayed out of everything and only watched what their brother was doing. For the trio who already knew Issei, it was somewhat normal for them to see him act like that. For the Lucifuge sisters it was brutal to see him, although for the eldest in a certain way that rudeness, seriousness and dominance that Issei demonstrated, she liked it. and a small blush adorned her face as she watched him. On the other hand, Graphia only thought he was a brute. Yui was amazed by what happened. First Euclid was easily defeated and hurt, and then his brother was completely subdued and injured, and both fell before the same boy. That boy who didn't care about anything, maintained a cold, stern and carefree attitude. That boy imposed respect, fear, authority, everything she didn't. Sometimes she was afraid to act and go against her family's ideals and actions, but seeing that boy, acting freely and without worrying about anything, made her admire him. I wish she were like that, as brave as him. Issei, already irritated by the situation, had stopped kicking Resivim, but had positioned his foot on his head and began to smash it against the pavement. Issei, apologize to the girls you hurt, you idiot, he said to the boy. Crack. The floor began to crack due to the pressure exerted on it. Resivim. Damn, you don't know who I am. I couldn't believe it, how he was being subdued, and the worst thing is that child did it easily. Crack. Issei. Apologize or die, he said seriously and increasing the pressure exerted on his head. Resivim. You'll pay for this, you dirty bastard. Ah, he shouted, he was too proud to admit that he lost. Crack. Issei. Excuse me, I'm starting to get tired, he said to the boy. Resivim. I couldn't hold it in any longer. What's going on here, said a loud voice. At that moment everyone turned their faces, except Issei who was focused on the child. They all looked at the place where that voice came from and froze. They were their leaders. The 4 great demon kings, the rulers of the underworld. Lucifer, Morning Star, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus, had made their presence felt in the plaza, who began to observe the place, although one of them had his gaze fixed on a point, more specifically, on the brown-haired child who had his foot on a silver-haired child. Issei, who was crushing the fool's head, felt as if someone was staring at him. He looked up and it didn't take long for him to find the person responsible. First he saw 4 people in the crowd who stood out, but that didn't matter to him. His gaze was fixed on the one who caught the most attention and who was staring at him. It was a tall man with black hair and red eyes. His clothes represented royalty. That man looked at him with a serious face, and he also looked at him the same. The people present were speechless at the arrival of their leaders. They only had one thought: nothing good would come of this. The Maos, except Lucifer, began to observe the place, looking for the reason for the commotion, in that they saw the son of their leader on the floor being subdued and humiliated by a brown-haired boy with violet eyes. They were surprised and furious. How dare he treat his heir like that? In that they turned to see their leader and could notice not only them, but also everyone gathered in the square, how their leader and the brown-haired boy held their gaze on each other, without looking away or blinking. It was as if they were proving something to each other. Yui, Serafall, Mirajin, Graphia, Serzex and Ajuka were stunned. The arrival of the leaders had changed everything, but they weren't like that because of that, but because Issei and Lucifer stared at each other without looking at each other, and they could swear that their bodies were surrounded by a kind of crimson aura in Issei's case and purple in Lucifer's. Seeing them was as if they were trying to prove something to each other. But neither of them looked away. Red and violet clashed, and neither gave in to the other. It was their first encounter, but they both knew it wouldn't be the only one. Lucifer began to walk to where his son and the boy were, under the watchful eyes of everyone, who believed that he would do something to the boy. Once he arrived, he stood face to face with the boy, who was not fazed by his arrival and looked at him seriously and coldly. A while ago, when he arrived at the square and saw the child who was subduing his son, he analyzed him. After all, his son was strong and promising, and that someone beat him and did not show any damage was to be admired. Seeing him, he only thought of one thing: he is strong. Even if he hid it, he could feel his power, and it was great, even more than his son's, and that was still a child. Who was that child, is what he wondered. But as he thought, he also began to make plans to have that power at his disposal. Lucifer. Child, could you please free my son? He asked kindly. Issei. Not until he apologizes for what he did, he said seriously. Lucifer. You don't know who I'm, he said curiously. Issei. No, and I'm not interested, he said seriously and coldly. Lucifer. I am the Mao Lucifer, he said smiling. Issei. And do you want me to applaud you or what? I already told you. I don't care who you are, the only thing I want is to hear this idiot's apologies, he said seriously and finally putting a price on Resivim's head. Resivim. Ah, you bastard, he said in pain. Crack. Issei. If you're not going to apologize, you better shut your mouth, he said seriously and coldly. Lucifer. who watched everything, knew that this boy would not let his son go. He could take him away, but it was better to keep him on his side, so he decided something. Lucifer. Resivim, apologize right now, he said seriously and coldly to his son. Resivim. Be but Faher. He was going to protest but was cut off. Lucifer. I didn't ask you, I ordered you, he said in a commanding voice. Resivim. Yes, father, I'm sorry, he said resignedly and apologizing to Issei. Issei. It's not me, it's the girls you hurt, you idiot, he said, removing his foot from Resivim's head. Resivim stood up and was going to attack that boy, but a look from his father was enough to make him stop. Then, seeing that he had no choice, he walked to where the Lucifuge sisters were and apologized. Resivim. I'm very sorry, he said in a forced manner. Issei. Bow and apologize, he said from a distance, maintaining his seriousness and coldness. Resivim. What, that's not. He was going to protest again, but was cut off by his father. Lucifer. Do it, he told him seriously and coldly. This child really was promising and he would do everything possible to have him on his side. It would be a great advantage in this war, and he would not waste it. Resivim, seeing that he had no choice, with his pride in pieces, knelt in front of the Lucifuge. The entire square was silent, the people, the mouse. No one could believe that Lucifer agreed with all that, what he wanted to achieve with all this. Resivim. I'm very sorry, he said with his face down and his dignity in tatters. Inside him only resentment and anger grew towards the boy who caused him all this. Mira Jean and Graphia. We accept your apologies, they said in unison. They didn't want to get into trouble, and with their leaders there, they wanted to finish this quickly and go home. A lot had happened that day. Resivim, once he received the response from the Lucifuge sisters, turned around and walked like his father, but he could not take more than 2 steps when a sphere of crimson energy brushed his cheek, which continued until it crashed into a wall. Everyone looked for the person responsible, but it did not take long to find the person responsible, being the brown-haired boy, who had his arm raised in the direction of Resivim. Issei. If I find out that you hurt them again, I won't fail next time, he said seriously and coldly. Remember that your father won't always be there to save you. He was going to continue talking, but he felt someone grab his hand and turn to look, only to find Serafall by his side. Serafall. Enough, you're done here, so let's go, she said, then started walking, bringing Issei with her. She had previously told Serzex and Ajuka to go get the carriage to retreat before the situation got worse. They left saying goodbye to the Lucifuge sisters, and left her alone since she would be in charge of taking Issei, being the only one who pays attention to her. As they walked through the crowd, who stepped aside so as not to disturb the child, a voice stopped them in their tracks. Lucifer. Wait, before you go, I want to know your name, kid, he said seriously. Issei turned his face slightly and locked gazes with the Mao. Issei Gremory, he said seriously and coldly, and then resumed his path with Serafall at his side. Lucifer just watched as the boy slipped away and disappeared from sight. When he stopped asking to see him, his fellow Moes approached him. Beelzebub. Sir, if I may know, why did you allow your son to humiliate himself? He asked curiously. It was something they wanted to know. Lucifer. I did it to maintain a good relationship with that child, he said seriously. Leviathan. That child is strong, she said doubtfully. Lucifer. That child has great power. I want him on my side, and if to do so I have to humiliate my useless son, so be it. That child showed more potential than my son, he said smiling. At that, his son and daughter approached his position and stood by his side in silence. His son's servant had taken him away to heal him, and the Lucifuge sisters had retired to their home a while ago. Asmodeus. Sir, how do you plan to bring him to your side? He asked curiously about his master's plan. When Lucifer heard the question, he could only smile as his gaze fixed on his daughter. He had already thought of the best way to have him on his side, and his daughter was going to serve him wonderfully. He just had to set everything in motion. And if all goes well, he would have a great warrior in his ranks. Lucifer. Very soon, you will belong to me, Issei Gremory. Days after the incident in the capital of the underworld, where Issei was involved, that same day when he arrived home in the company of his friends, he received a great scolding from his mother, who found out what happened thanks to Serafall. His mother had put him in a room where there were only the two of them alone and began to talk to him about the seriousness of his actions. But Issei did not care. He had to continue with his training. He could not waste his time. So he left the room, leaving his mother talking to herself. Vanillana, who had not finished speaking, decided to chase him, but at the entrance of the door Serafall appeared, who saw everything from a safe distance, and once Issei left she decided to approach. Being close, she told Vanillana to leave it in her hands and proceeded to go where Issei was. Serafall was with Issei all day. She didn't reproach him for anything, nor did she mention the subject of the capital. If she knew something very well about him, it was that he didn't like to talk about his actions, and even less when they were asking him constant questions. If he decided to talk, it was because he wanted to, and if not, then she wouldn't bother him. Throughout the day she was by his side, accompanying him, and even stayed overnight at the Gremory residence where she slept with Issei, having his consent. If there was something that Issei hated and angered enough, it was having his personal space invaded without his permission. You had to have his consent to be able to approach him. With that in mind, Serafall asked his permission to sleep with him, and he let her do it. As long as she respected that order, he accepted what they asked of him. She stayed and spent the night with him, and she did everything to make him calm. She knew that, even if Issei didn't talk about the subject or didn't show interest, inside he was something else. She knew that he was probably thinking too much about what he did and would provoke his actions. That's why she stayed to calm her thoughts. After all, she had noticed that when she was near him, he calmed down. Even if he would deny it, she knew it very well. As for Vanillana and Xioctus, they were really worried about what could happen from now on. Their son was exposed to the leaders. Maybe he didn't care, but they did, and they were worried that they would take action against their son. But there was nothing they could do, and they just hoped that nothing bad would happen. The days following the incident, nothing happened, to the relief of Vanillana and Xioctus, who thought that everything was over. Until now. Current events, Gremory residence. At the entrance of the mansion, a rather luxurious and striking carriage could be seen making an appearance. Once it reached the entrance, its doors opened and a man with black hair and red eyes came out, wearing a rather elegant suit. Shortly after, two silver-haired girls got out, wearing beautiful dresses, both of them well-groomed, just like the older man. Lucifer. Listen carefully. I don't want you to do anything stupid. We came to negotiate, and I won't accept any mistakes from you. Understand? He said seriously and looking at the girls. Yui and Mirajine. Yes, sir, they said respectfully, although inside they were nervous and scared of what would happen today. The reason they are here is simple. It happened a few days ago. Flashback. Lucifer's castle. In the castle of the Mao Lucifer, a very important meeting was taking place, which would bring a benefit to his clan if everything went well. In the meeting room of the home, the patriarchs of the Lucifuge clan and their daughters were gathered. One of the counselors of the underworld was present, and the Mao Lucifer and his sons. All of them gathered to talk about a very important topic, which included all those present. Counselor. My lord could tell us why he requested our presence, he respectfully asked his leader. Lucifer. Well, I'll get straight to the point. I want to establish the union of my clan with one of the pillars of the underworld, through marriage, and I need your help for this, he said seriously, looking specifically at the counselor. Counselor. My lord, your bloodline is truly valuable and you wish to unite it with an underworld clan. Perhaps it is one belonging to the other Maos, and if I may know, who would be the one to marry? Perhaps it is your son, sir, he said, really doubtful. Their leader is not someone who takes this type of decision lightly. There must have been an ulterior motive for him to be requesting this. Lucifer. No, it is not any clan belonging to any of the Maos. I want to establish a union with the Gremory clan, and the one who gets married will be my daughter, he said seriously and with confidence in his words. Counselor. The Gremory clan, not that I am questioning your actions, sir, but why did you choose that clan, considering that there are many more and that they could ensure a much more powerful bloodline through union? If I may know, my lord, he said respectfully. Lucifer. Why did I choose the Gremory? Simple. It's because that clan currently has an incredible power at its disposal, and the one who possesses it is none other than the next heir of said clan. I want to have that power at my disposal. That's why I want to unite both clans, and my daughter will do it. Right, he said seriously and in a commanding voice, and then looked at his daughter. Yui. Yes, father, I will do it with great pleasure, she said seriously and resigned to the decision made by her father. After all, she could not refuse, and even if she wanted to, she did not have the strength or the courage to try. She was afraid to go find her family, and even more so her father. She was not brave. She was not like that brown-haired boy. He was brave and strong. He was everything she was not. The memory of the moment, when her father had told them the decision he had made, came to her mind. Flashback. Days ago, more specifically, the day of the incident. When she arrived home in the company of her father and brother, she believed that everything was over. How wrong she was. Hours after her arrival, her father summoned her and her brother to his study. Once they were present, and in front of her father, he mentioned to them what would happen from now on. Lucifer. I was waiting for you. You better take 100. We have to talk very seriously, he said seriously while sitting in front of his children. Resivim. Father, if it's because of what happened today, I assure you. He couldn't finish because his father cut him off while he was speaking. Lucifer. Resivim, enough, I told you to take a seat, he said seriously and raising his voice. Both brothers obeyed their father and stood in front of their father and remained silent. Neither of them spoke. They knew that they could only speak if their father told them. Lucifer. Very well, I am not interested in what happened today. That is not what I wanted to talk to you about. Rather, I am going to inform you of what will happen next, he said seriously and staring at his children. Yui. What do you mean, father? She decided to speak and asked her father. Something was telling her that it was not good news, especially for her. Lucifer. Yui, listen carefully. I've been thinking about it, and I've decided that you will marry the child from the incident this morning. Issei Gremory, if I'm not mistaken that was his name. He will be your fiance, he said smiling wickedly. Resivim. You can't be serious, he said, standing up furiously and facing his father. That damn child is not worthy of being with my sister, much less associating with the Lucifer clan. I flatly refuse this, father, he said furiously. He wouldn't allow it. That damn boy, who humiliated him in front of the entire square, who would be part of his family, was unacceptable. He didn't know what his father was thinking with all this or what he would gain by doing this. But that didn't matter to him. He didn't want the boy around. He hated him for what he did to him, and now his father tells them that he wants to unite his clan with that damn boy. Never. He will not accept it. Yui. Father, you can't be serious. You can't do this to me, she said as tears began to form in her beautiful eyes. I don't want to do this. Please reconsider your decision, she said, pleading with her father. She didn't want to do it. It's not that she had anything against that boy. Rather, she admired his strength and bravery for what he had done. She was against it, because her father was stealing her freedom and he was not considering her feelings when making this decision. She has always known that the clans of the underworld perform unions with each other to preserve pure blood and breed new demons with greater potential. She hated that. They only saw women as an incubator or form of negotiation and nothing more. They had no right or opinion in the matter, and her father wanted to use her like that, just for his benefit. Lucifer. You will do what I say and I don't want to hear any buts. I want to have that child at my disposal and Yui will help me whether you want it or not. After all, I am the one in charge here and I don't care if I have to offer him to have him close. You will do what I say or you will have a fate worse than death, and you Resivim will do nothing to ruin my plans. I remind you that that child shows more potential than you have or will have. I want him on my side and this is the best way to get him without raising suspicions, he said seriously and coldly to his children. Resivim. But father, no. Yui. Dad, no. Please, no. Both brothers were cut off by their father as they were talking, who was already losing his patience with them. Lucifer. Silence, my word is the law and I do not want failures. You will do what I say or you will suffer the consequences of your actions. It is clear, he said coldly and with a commanding voice to his children. Resivim and Yui. Yes, father, they said with their faces lowered. There was no escape now. The decision was made and they could not go find their father. Lucifer. Very well, I will begin the preparations, and Yui, listen to me very well. It is in your hands to achieve my goal. Fail and you will suffer. Understood, he said seriously and coldly, which was directed towards his daughter. Yui. I understand, father. I will do my best, she said seriously and resignedly without raising her gaze. Lucifer. Very well, with everything now clear, you can go and don't bother me because I have work to do, he said seriously, ending the conversation. Both brothers left their father's office and each went in different directions. They had things to think about. Today's news was not pleasant for any of them. Yui went to her room, locked herself in it, and lay down on her bed and cried like she had never done before. All while in her mind she analyzed the news given by her father. She was being forced to take a man as a husband, and all because of her father's ambitions. She didn't care about ruining her future in order to achieve her goals. She was barely a child and she was already experiencing the injustice and cruelty of this world. She could only wait for that Issei Gremory guy to treat her well once they were married. Resivim was in his room, sitting on his bed. While he clenched his fists tightly, he was furious. The news given by his father did not please him at all. But he could not do anything. It would mean going against his father, and he was not prepared for that. He could only swallow the bitterness caused by the news and move on. End flashbacks. Returning to the meeting. Patriarch Lucifer. My lord, having clarified that matter, could you tell us the reason why you summoned us? He asked respectfully as he looked at his leader. Lucifer. Well, at first I decided to just compromise my daughter and obtain through the union of both a new line of demon blood, but I said to myself, why only one and no more? Lucifer. Issei Gremory hides incredible potential, and it would be a waste not to take advantage of it and bring out more demons of his size. That's why I decided that he would not only get engaged to my daughter, but also to yours, he said, smiling while looking at the Lucifuge patriarchs. Matriarch Lucifuge. If I may know, why did you choose us and not someone else, like the other Maos for example? She asked doubtfully. Lucifer. Simple. I don't want anyone else to get that child, and you have shown great loyalty to my clan. That's why I chose you. What do you say? Wouldn't you like to increase the power of your clan? He said while smiling wickedly. Patriarch Lucifuge. What you are saying is certainly of great interest, my lord. Very well. Let us also establish the union of the Gremory clan with the Lucifuge clan, he said, smiling wickedly. Meragine. Father, mother, Lucifer-sama, please allow me to be in charge of said union, she said, getting up from her place and kneeling in front of them. Apparently she wanted to be the one engaged to the Gremory heir. But the truth is that the reality was different. As soon as they had arrived at the Mao Lucifer's castle, Meragine had a bad feeling, and it was not until now that she understood why. Her parents had been convinced by Lucifer, and one of them or both would be given as fiancés to the Gremory heir in order to breed more powerful demons. They were practically only incubators and nothing more for them. She did not want her little sister Graphia to suffer something like that. She knew that they could not refuse unless, now that her parents had agreed, the only option to save the other was for one to accept. So she preferred to be the one who would take responsibility. He wouldn't let his sister suffer from their parents' unfair decisions. He just hoped that Issei Gremory would be good to her. Patriarch Lucifuge. Very well, you are the eldest after all. I think you could get along better with that boy, and once you have him in your hand we will have him on our side, he said, smiling wickedly looking at his daughter. Lucifer. Very well, then counselor, you could make the contracts for the union of the clans. I will be in charge of going in person to the Gremory territory and making the proposal to the Gremory leaders. Counselor. As you order, sir, you will have them in a few days. With your permission I will withdraw, he said respectfully, and then withdrew using a magic circle. Patriarch Lucifuge. We are also leaving. I would appreciate it if you would inform us when you go to visit the Gremory, so that Meragine can also go and present herself to her future fiancé, he said respectfully and bowed to his leader. Lucifer. Once I have the contracts, I'll let you know. You can leave, he told her. And so the members of the Lucifuge clan withdrew, leaving only Lucifer and his children in that room, which his children abandoned shortly after, leaving him alone. Lucifer. Ha ha ha, very soon that power will be mine, he said, smiling devilishly as he continued, Father, be ready for me. Back to the present. Once the three of them got off the transport, they began to walk towards the doors of the residence, and when they arrived the man knocked several times and waited for someone to open the door. They didn't have to wait long when the door was opened by a beautiful brunette woman, who was passing by and heard someone knocking, so she went to see who it was. Lucifer. Good morning, Lady Gremory. Vanillana. Mao-sama, she said, surprised and scared. Perhaps their leader was here because of the incident in the capital. Lucifer. There is nothing to fear. Please allow us a little of your time, he said kindly. At that moment Vanillana noticed that her leader was not coming alone, but that he was accompanied by two girls, who upon seeing them, had a bad feeling. Turning her gaze to her leader, she spoke to him. Vanillana. Yes, of course, I will gladly welcome you. Come forward, she said, stepping aside and letting them pass. Once inside, Vanillana led them to the living room of the house, where upon arriving they made themselves comfortable, and to Vanillana's joy, Zioctis made an appearance and sat next to her. If their leader had come to their home, nothing good would come of this. At this moment she was grateful that her children were not in the house. Serzex was in the Astaroth territory and Issei was in the Citri territory, to their relief. Now they only had to see why their leader was in their house. Zioctis. Mao-sama, could you tell us the reason for your visit? Is it perhaps because of the incident in the capital, where our son was involved? He said seriously and staring at his leader. Lucifer. You have nothing to worry about. I didn't come for that, and it's nobody's fault. After all, you're just children, he said kindly to them. Vanillana. If it's not for that, why did you come to our home? She asked doubtfully. Lucifer. I'll get straight to the point of my visit, he said as he stood up and walked over to Zioctis and Vanillana and handed them two papers. Vanillana and Zioctis were confused. What were those papers? It wasn't until they read a little and opened their eyes in surprise and terror. Their deepest fears had come true. Lucifer. I want to establish a marriage with the son and current heir of the Gremory clan, Issei Gremory, and the current heirs of the Lucifer and Lucifuge clan, being you Lucifer and Mirajine Lucifuge involved. All this in order to unite the three families and preserve the lineage of pure-blooded demons and procreate new fruits, he said, smiling as he looked at them both. Vanillana and Xioctus were in shock. This had gotten out of hand. They never thought something like this would happen. At this moment they were grateful that Issei was out of their territory, because this would really have gotten worse with the present, but as always nothing goes as one wants. Boom. The doors of the room, which were closed, were opened forcefully. That blow brought Vanillana and Xioctus out of their shock, and they turned their gaze towards the cause of such a blow, and when they saw him, they could only curse their luck. In the middle of the doors was Issei, who was staring at Lucifer, and next to him was Serafall, holding his hand, probably so that he wouldn't do something stupid. Vanillana. Hi son, what are you doing here? You weren't in Citri territory, she said nervously and fearful of what would happen next. Serafall. We came back earlier, since Issei wanted to continue his training, she replied, as she noticed that Issei would not do so. What a situation was coming. She didn't know why the Mao Lucifer was here. Besides, one of the girls from the incident a few days ago was also present, and another one that she remembers seeing that day too. She was sure that this situation would not bring anything good, mainly for Issei. Just seeing how they both looked at each other was enough for her to know that she had to stay by Issei's side. If not, she could do something stupid. Lucifer. Just the person I wanted to see, he said as he walked and positioned himself in front of both of them. It's nice to see you again, Issei, he said as he looked at him and smiled. Serafall could only feel how her hand, which was held by Issei, was squeezed a little. It didn't hurt, but she did feel the tension that Issei had at this moment. She could only increase her grip, transmitting support, security, and tranquility to him. How they ended up like this. The moments before finding herself in this situation came to her mind. Moments before, Citri territory, Citri mansion. At the Citri mansion, we found ourselves in its large gardens, which were a bit damaged, the reason being that a battle was taking place. The people involved were a brown-haired boy with violet eyes and a black-haired girl with purple eyes. Because they are fighting, simple, it was just training, it was normal for them. After all, Issei was always training constantly, and Serafall, who did not want to be left behind, trained with Issei, where they developed their skills, improved their knowledge, and increasingly surpassed their limits. Issei and Serafall had been training for quite some time, and while they continued to fight each other, they were supervised by Elena, who closely watched the progress and strength of both children. The level that both showed was incredible. They were truly special cases. Her friend's son showed incredible power, and her daughter may not have been close to him, but that did not take away her talent and potential. They were both unique, and I could see that they were barely touching their true potential. I couldn't believe how strong they would be as they grew older. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw his daughter sent flying by a strong kick from Issei. Issei. That's all, Sarah, he said seriously and a little agitated. Serafall. No, I can still continue, she said as she recovered, quite agitated, and was going to attack again. As they stood in front of him, they began to exchange punches and kicks, the blows coming and going constantly. Recently they were practicing with their respective powers, and then faced each other in hand-to-hand combat. This was normal for them. Issei was always training constantly, and Serafall had already gotten used to his way of life and joined in his training. They continued exchanging several blows, until Serafall took advantage of Issei's carelessness and swept his legs, causing him to fall, and positioned herself on top of him. Serafall. You got distracted, ha ha ha, I win, ha ha ha, she said, quite agitated and with a smile on her face. Issei. I don't think so, he said seriously, and exchanged places in a quick movement with Serafall, she now being the one below, while her arms were held by Issei. Issei. The one who, ha ha ha, was careless was you. It will be, he said seriously and a little agitated, while looking at her. Serafall. Whatever you say, ha ha ha, how long will you be on top of me? Do you want to defile me? She said, agitated and blushing. Issei. Not for now, but one day I will, Sarah, you will be mine, he said, approaching her ear, then getting up and starting to leave, leaving a totally red Serafall with smoke coming out of her head. Sometimes he followed her provocations and the result was the same, she being the one who ended up totally embarrassed and nervous. Serafall. Why you, what's your saying, you big idiot, she said, standing up and walking towards him while her face was still blushing. Issei. I don't know what you're talking about, go on, don't stay behind, he said while pretending not to understand and continuing on his way. Serafall. "Hey, wait for me," she said as she ran, and when she got behind him, she jumped and climbed on his back. "Hee, I got you," she said, smiling. This behavior was normal for them. Serafall was a very happy, dynamic and affectionate girl. She did not mind expressing her desires. She was a unique woman, who made Issei's life interesting. As for him, despite his serious and cold attitude, although he would not show it, he really liked being with Serafall. Despite her annoying occurrences or comments, she was very good company for him. Both had formed a very good bond of friendship, and unconsciously for both a feeling that would unite them was slowly forming. "Issei, get down," he said seriously, as he continued walking. Serafall, "Don't be mean, I'm tired, so carry me," she said happily and smiling. "Issei, you are pretty spoiled, you know," he said as he moved his hands to Serafall's thighs to hold her. Serafall, "And you are the most coldest serious devil that I met," she said as she made herself more comfortable and leaned on Issei's back, then continued, "I've already told you, you have to smile more," she said as she touched Issei's cheek with her finger, who turned his face and looked her in the eyes seriously. Serafall, "Or don't do it," she said resignedly, but she hadn't given up. One day she would see a smile on his face. "Whatever, let's go inside. We're very dirty," she told him. Issei, "Alright, I have to go back home. I have to continue my training and I have to find someone really powerful to help me get stronger," he said seriously. Serafall, "You and your training, why so much effort in training? What do you want to achieve with that?" I asked curiously. Issei, "I must fulfill my goal," he said seriously, and then remained silent. Serafall, seeing that he wouldn't answer anymore, decided to remain silent. As they spent time together, she had learned that when Issei didn't want to talk, it was better to leave it like that and not pressure him. So she rested her face on his back and closed her beautiful eyes, and then spoke to him. Serafall, "I know that you will achieve all the goals you set for yourself. Just remember that you don't have to carry your problems alone. After all, you have me. If you have me by your side, you could even conquer the world," she said affectionately, keeping her eyes closed and hugging Issei tighter. Issei didn't answer, but for a brief moment a small smile appeared on his face as he heard his friend's words, although as soon as it appeared, he left, leaving his usual serious face and continued on his way holding Serafall. Neither of them spoke again. It was not necessary. They just remained in comfortable silence as they entered the Citri residence. Elena, who saw everything from afar, could not help but let out a small laugh at what she saw. "Elena, my daughter, you still have a long way to go to reach his heart. After all, you have chosen the long and difficult path, but that is the one that in the end will bring great fruits to your lives. I know you will achieve it, Serafall. I wish you luck on your path," she said softly as she looked at them. Once Issei and Serafall entered the Citri resistance, they cleaned up and then ate a little. After that, Issei was going to leave, but Serafall asked him if he could go to her house. For some reason, she didn't have a good feeling and wanted to be by his side. He didn't care, and together they set off on a journey to the Gremory mansion. Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. On the outskirts of the Gremory residence, a magic circle appeared from which Issei and Serafall emerged and began their journey towards the mansion. However, they both had a bad feeling. Upon entering the house, Serafall looked for Vanillana or Xiactus to report her return. Because she knew Issei wouldn't, it wasn't until a maid passed by and told them that they were currently in the meeting room with the Mao Lucifer. As soon as she said that name, Issei headed towards said room quickly, and behind him, Serafall followed closely, who had a rather worried face. Upon arriving, Issei didn't bother to knock and swung the door open in one fell swoop, slamming it against the wall and drawing the attention of those inside present. The atmosphere in the room was quite tense. With the appearance of Issei and his character, Vanillana and Xiactus knew that everything would get worse. Everyone in the room was silent and only watched as Lucifer and Issei, who were face to face, looked at each other without looking away. "Issei, what are you doing here?" he said seriously and coldly towards Lucifer, while he was being held by the hand by Serafall, who had not left his side and was rather leaning on him. "Lucifer, I came to discuss a matter with your parents, which involves you," he said smiling. "Issei, what's the matter?" he asked seriously. Lucifer, "A proposal," he said, keeping his smile. Issei, "Proposal? What kind of proposal?" he said seriously and doubtfully. Something told him that he wouldn't like what he would hear at all, and not only him. Serafall was the same, and for some reason she decided to let go of Issei's hand and position herself behind him and surround him with her arms, hugging him tightly. Vanillana and Xiactus were silent, and just watched as their leader and son talked to each other. Everything was going well, until their leader was going to inform him about the marriage. They knew that nothing good would come of it once Issei heard it. They saw how Serafall let go of his hand, and after that she stood behind him and hugged him tightly. Maybe it was intuition on her part. They didn't know. The only thing they could assure is that without Serafall here present, the outcome of this situation would be worse. Lucifer. A marriage proposal to the son and current heir of the Gremory clan, Issei Gremory, and the current heirs of the Lucifer and Lucifuge clan, Yui Lucifer and Miragine Lucifuge, she said, smiling as she stared at him. Crack. The ground beneath Issei and Serafall cracked, and after that, Issei, furious at what he heard, tried to launch himself at Lucifer, but he didn't get far because of Serafall, who had him held tightly. Issei. What? You think I'll accept this? He said furiously. Sarah, let me go already, he said to her, who had her eyes closed and shook her head and tightened her grip. Nobody told him or forced him to do anything against his will. He was the only one who could decide in his life, and no one else. Lucifer. You can't deny it. The decision was made and accepted by the counselors, and not to mention me. We all agreed. After all, this is for the purpose of uniting the three families and preserving the lineage of the pure-blooded demons and procreating new line, he said, smiling and unfazed by Issei. Issei. Damn bastard, he said furiously, and then began to walk, being stopped by Serafall, who was being dragged little by little. You'll pay for this, he said furiously, and for an instant his eyes turned crimson. Those present saw that and were astonished, all except Vanillana, who, upon seeing them, had a not-so-pleasant memory of them, so she immediately got up and went to her son. Upon arriving she stood behind him, knelt down, and hugged him tightly along with Serafall, stopping his steps and keeping him still. Issei. Damn it, let me go. You'll pay for this, you bastard, he said furiously, and trying to break free from the grip of his mother and Serafall. Serafall, seeing that everything was going from bad to worse, let go of him and stood in front of Issei and hugged him, all while tears ran down her face. She didn't like seeing him like that, furious, full of anger. She looked into his eyes. It was the first time she saw that change in them, but there was no time to be distracted. Serafall. Issei, sniff. Look at me, Issei, she said worriedly and shedding a few tears. But it was useless. Her gaze was fixed on Lucifer. Knowing this, she took his face in her hands and brought it closer to hers, getting his gaze on her. Serafall. That's it, just look at me and calm down. Calm down, yes, I'm here with you, I'm here, she said lovingly while looking at him and caressing his face. Seconds later her words seemed to have reached him. His eyes returned to normal, and he calmed down little by little. Seeing that he was already calm, Vanillana, who saw everything and what Serafall did, there was no doubt she really was the woman chosen to be by her son's side, sat down on the floor and pulled her son to her lap next to Serafall and sat them down and hugged them both, all under the gaze of those present in the room who were silent. Issei. I will not accept that decision. Maybe you will, but the one who rules my life is me and no one else, he said calmly and seriously, while he was in his mother's arms with Serafall at his side. Lucifer, who saw the whole situation, couldn't be happier. He wanted that power he had just shown at his disposal, but first he had to find a way to convince the boy. Just by looking at him he knew he wasn't joking with his words, and he really wasn't interested in keeping the agreement as long as he was against it. Luckily he came prepared. Lucifer. How about we make a deal, he said smiling. Yui, Miragine, come closer, he said to the girls. Yui and Miragine, who were silent and witnessed Issei's outburst of anger, which impressed them both. Defying and not fearing their leader was something truly impressive. They approached their father, leader, and each positioned themselves on their sides. Lucifer. I propose the following to you. For the next few years, until they come of age, if you still don't show interest in the matter, I will cancel everything. But if they manage to make you fall in love, so to speak, he said while putting his hands on the girls' heads, and then continuing, we will continue with the marriage plans, which you say you accept, he said smiling and sure of his words. Issei. Alright, I accept, but only because I don't want to keep seeing your stupid face, he said seriously. Lucifer. Well, then from now on, Yui and Miragine will be your fiancés and we will see what happens in the future, he said smiling and ignoring the insult they said to him. With that agreed, I think we can leave, he said. Zioctus. That being the case, leave me and escort him out, Mouse-sama, he said as he stood up and prepared to escort him. Lucifer. Thanks, see you another time, Issei, he said, and then left in the company of the girls. But he stopped and turned his face and looked at Issei and proceeded to talk to him. By the way, they will come from time to time to spend time with you, to get to know each other and stuff like that. I hope you don't mind, he said to him as he left the room, being led by Zioctus. In the room there were only Issei, Vanillana and Serafall, who let him go. allowing him to get up, and like him, they got up and stared at him. "Vanillana, are you sure about this, son?" she said, worried about the situation and the decision that was made. Issei. "Yes, mother," he said seriously, while turning his back on them. Serafall. "Now you have two fiancés," she said sadly and jealous of the events that were revealed today. Issei. "You're wrong, Sarah," he said, turning around and then continuing, "I have none of that, because I have not accepted it. No one will force me to do something I do not want. It's my life and I am the only one who decides in it, so do not worry about it. Also, if I get married one day, it will be with someone I want and not out of obligation," he said seriously and beginning to leave the room. But he stopped for a moment and turned his face slightly, looking at them again. Issei. "Another reason is that I don't want to be family with the idiots who have those two as brothers. Besides, you forgot, Sarah. I told you that you would be mine one day," was the last thing he said before leaving the room. Leaving a Serafall blushing beyond belief and fuming, and a Vanillana quite surprised and amused by what her son said. Vanillana. "Fufufu, it seems that Serafall left you speechless," she said between laughs and looking at her. Serafall. "Why, you idiot H. How dare you say those things," she said it super embarrassed and blushing, then took a breath and calmed down. Serafall. "HAA, even if he said it to bother me, I wouldn't mind being with him," she said it blushing but not much. Vanillana. "Well, they are still children to think about that, but there will come a point where they will stop being children. Wouldn't you like to be his fiancée? I can talk to your mother and propose it to her. I'm sure Issei wouldn't mind," she told him as she looked where her son had gone. Serafall. "No thanks," she said smiling and looking at the door where Issei left. "I want to do it on my own when the time comes. As you say, we are still children and I know that he still does not see me as I see him. Besides, he does not have time to think about these things, not until he achieves his goals. I prefer to wait until the right moment comes and tell him everything I feel. I may not even be the only one in his life, but as long as I can be by his side, I will be happy," she said looking at Vanillana. Vanillana. Mature words coming from a girl. "Fufufu," she said it playfully, then knelt down and was at the same height as Serafall, where she placed one of her hands on her head and caressed her. Vanillana. "I know that one day you will achieve it. You may not be the only one, but you will be the first Serafall. I have not told you yet, but thanks to you, my son's life improved. You came and became the pillar that keeps him in his place, the light that accompanies him on his path. You are really important to him and to me. Thanks very much for everything," he said, hugging her. Serafall didn't say anything, she just hugged Vanillana tightly. Her words had reached her heart. After a while they separated. Serafall. "I'd better go find Issei. I don't want him to do something stupid in my absence," she said smiling. Vanillana. "Fufufu, you better look for him," he said as he released her and stood up. Serafall turned around and began to walk away. As she left the room, Vanillana watched her until she was out of sight, leaving her alone. Vanillana. "Serafall, I wish you luck on your path," she said in a whisper while smiling. Outside the Gremory mansion, Zeoctus had escorted Lucifer and the girls to the exit, and once outside, the Mao told him that he could leave and leave them there. After all, his carriage was waiting for them. Zeoctus left them alone and went back inside his house and went to look for his wife. While with Lucifer and the girls. Lucifer. "Listen and pay attention very well, Yui, Mirajin. From now on, you have the order to fall in love with and get into Issei's life and bring him to my side. I don't care what you have to do, even if it's offering him your bodies. I don't care. You have to get his attention and make him serve me. If you fail, I will torture you myself. That's clear," he said looking at them coldly. Yui and Mirajin. "Yes, Mao-sama," they said with their faces lowered and bowing. They knew they couldn't refuse, they just hoped they could comply. Lucifer. "Very well, go, your task begins tomorrow," he said, and so they began to leave, without having noticed the presence of a child who was hidden and heard everything. Issei. "So that's what you're up to, bastard. Don't play with me because you'll be facing your greatest enemy," he said while he was hidden and leaning against the wall outside the mansion. Recently, when she left the room where she was with Serafall and her mother, something didn't fit, and she decided to go where Lucifer and the girls were, and she hid and managed to hear something really interesting. Issei. "Forcing some girls just for your stupid ambitions, without caring about their opinions, bastard," he said seriously and angry. The current leaders were like that, power-hungry, self-centered, haughty, self-interested people, and not just them, many demons were the same, and for Issei that was despicable, an evil that had to be exterminated from this world. Issei knew that to help his fiancés, and not only them, but also the other people who suffered injustice due to the decisions made by their leaders. He had to eliminate the root of all the problems. But to do so he needed to be bigger and stronger. He had already begun to formulate his future plans and would put them into action once he was ready. He just had to be patient. Issei, your days are numbered, Lucifer. You better be ready when I come for you, he said seriously, looking at the sky. Shortly after, she began her journey towards the mansion. As she advanced, she reached the entrance where Lucifer and the girls had recently been. There stood Serafall with her arms crossed. Serafall, what were you doing? She asked him. Issei, nothing, he said seriously, to pass by her and open the doors of the residence. Come on, Sarah, let's continue training. I still have to find a solution to my problem. I have to find someone strong to help me get stronger, he said to her as he walked inside. Serafall. Ha, she let out a sigh. You're back to being the same idiot as always, she said, amused as she began to enter the residence. Today had been quite an eventful day, and as time went on, more would come like this. Because the gears were already turning and the future of many was in the hands of a child who would change the world. Nobody is going to stop me. My goal is to be the best. Gremory. As Lucifer had said, after the day of the meeting at the Gremory house, where the terms and conditions of the marriage proposal were agreed upon, Yui and Mirajin began to visit the Gremory residence frequently, with the aim of getting closer to Issei and gaining his trust. Even though they did not want to do so, they had no choice but to refuse their leader, father. Although when they arrived, they encountered a big problem, which was Issei. As they spent time in the Gremory house, they realized that approaching Issei was more complicated than they thought. When they were present, he did not even look at them or pay attention to them. They always failed in their attempts to get closer, and it was not until Serafall appeared that they understood the situation. As long as Serafall was there, Issei's behavior would change and his rejection would go away. They understood that to reach Issei, they must first go through Serafall. After all, she was the bridge that was there to reach Issei's life. It didn't take long for them to create a good relationship with Serafall, since she was very nice and cheerful. What they didn't understand was how she managed to get along with Issei, the two being polar opposites. Thanks to the time they lived with her, they became friends, and little by little they began to forget the reason why they were there. Issei, despite showing disinterest towards them, was always watching them. He knew what they were going through. It wasn't his fault. They were just being forced. He promised to help them. But their constant approaches to his person made him irritated. That's why he kept them away from him. Mirajin and Yui, once they had Serafall's trust, told her the real reason behind the marriage proposal. They had become very good friends and did not want to lose her by lying to her and hiding that from her. Serafall was very upset when she found out and was about to tell them to leave. Something she did not like was that they would play and hurt Issei. Serafall knew that she could not be the only one in her life. But if she could take care of her, she knew that those who would come into Issei's life was to stay, take care of him, love him. Because without that, Issei would fall into darkness. She had understood this the day she came into her life. The path that Issei followed before she was there only led him in one direction, the darkness. When she arrived, changed the course of his steps, and as more arrived, they would help her guide him, to keep him away from that stormy path. That was why she had been upset when she found out the hidden motive behind the marriage proposal. Because if they went ahead, the only thing they would achieve was to lead Issei into darkness. She was grateful that they had told her, but she was very upset. When she was going to kick them out of the house, Issei appeared, stopping her. He told her that he already knew everything, that he had heard it from Lucifer's own mouth, that they were not to blame for anything, they were only victims of the decisions of the Maos and their greedy parents. He had told them that he would take care of solving the problem. With those words, Serafall accepted Mirajin and Yui as her friends. Soon after, she helped them to be close to Issei, taught them how to deal with him, and he gradually accepted them. Little by little, his relationship with his fiancés improved, managing to be alone for a few minutes with some of them. He only spent full time when Serafall was present, but he was making progress. With Yui, he got along well. She was cheerful and fun like Serafall. With him, she was sweet, gentle and delicate. Sometimes her shyness bothered him, but her company was pleasant. The bad thing for him is that she is the sister of that idiot Resivim. With Mirajin, being his age, they got along better. When she was there, she accompanied him in his readings or she prepared food for him, and he had to admit that she was very good at that. Also, sometimes, like Serafall, she acted flirtatious with Issei. But it always ended the same way. She super blushed and embarrassed. Because, simple, Issei ended up playing along and made her nervous. For him, she was interesting company. But the bad thing was that she also had an idiot as a brother. And her too. when Marigine introduced her sister Grafia to both Issei and Serafall. There was a spark between Issei and her, but not one of those romantic ones, but the opposite. A rivalry was born that day between them. They were always fighting or arguing. She always called him brute for his behavior and attitude, and he, old woman, for the color of her hair and for being boring. They seemed like two brothers when they fought. Despite the situation, they loved each other, although they both denied it. They appreciated each other in their own way. The one Grafia got along well with was Serzex. She got along well with him. Whenever she arrived at the Gremory residence with her sister and Yui, she looked for him to play, although sometimes she only found the brute and ended up fighting with him. Present. Citri territory, Citri mansion, garden. In the gardens of the Citri residence, under a tree, 6 children were gathered. They were sitting on a blanket, which had a basket with food, and the children gathered were eating from it, except for one who had his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Serzex. Oni-san, you are not going to eat. There is plenty for all of us to eat, he said, looking at his brother who was in front of him. Issei. No, Serzex, and don't bother me, he said seriously with his eyes closed. The reason he didn't want to was simple. He was thinking of a solution to his problem that had been bothering him for days. He had to find someone who could help him get stronger. It had to be someone really powerful, who would make him reach new levels, since his goals and objectives demanded it. Serafall. Come on, Issei, eat with us, she said, sitting to his left side. But the only thing she got was silence from him, implying that she would not speak anymore, so she decided not to insist anymore and began to eat and chat in the company of the others, but not before placing one of her hands on Issei's knee, making it clear that she was here for him. Marigine. Serafall, this food is delicious and thanks again for inviting us, she said while smiling and sitting next to Issei. Serafall. Don't, gulp, thank me, gulp, after, gulp, everything, gulp, we're friends, she said smiling while drinking her juice. Yui. Although it's a shame that Issei doesn't want to eat anything, she said, sitting next to Marigine. Grafia. You don't have to worry about him, leave the brute to his business, she said to her friend, while looking at the brute, Issei. Issei. Shut up, old woman, he said seriously and with his eyes open, looking at her, maintaining his posture. Grafia. Hey, we literally are the same age. Yes, it will be, she said, irritated and annoyed. For those present, this behavior was normal for both of them. Ever since they saw each other, they had gotten along badly. They were always insulting each other or fighting. They couldn't leave each other alone, because they didn't last even a minute and they were already fighting each other. Serzex. Come on, don't fight, we're living together. You can't pretend to get along, at least until we finish eating, he said to them, while sitting in the middle of Serafall and Grafia. Issei and Grafia. Never, they spoke in unison. Don't copy me, you brute, old woman, they said. Serafall. Okay, everyone calm down, I don't want you to spoil my food, she said, stopping the discussion. Issei and Grafia. Humph, both turned their faces, so as not to see the other. Marigine. I wonder if they will ever get along, she said while having a hand on her forehead. Yui. Maybe someday, oh right, I want to show you something, she said as she stood up and walked away from them a little, then she proceeded to make a magic circle which had the symbol of her clan and from it came out a little fox. Yui. I want you to meet my familiar. A few days ago I went with my brother and father to the familiar forest, and I got this one, isn't it very cute, she said while raising it and showing it to her friends. Serafall. It's beautiful, she said as she stood up and went to pet the little animal. But she wasn't the only one, since Marigine, Grafia and Serzex came closer to see it better. The only one who didn't move was Issei, who had gotten up and was with his eyes open and looking where his friends, brother were. His gaze was fixed on that little animal. But it wasn't because he was interested, but because of what Yui said that it was his familiar. He felt like he was forgetting something really important, and it wasn't until a few minutes passed that he remembered it. The Forest of Familiars. I had read about them once. Monsters and supernatural beings that have been magically bonded to a demon as a servant or ally. The All for Honor mentioned could assist their masters in various tasks, be used to gather information and transmit messages, as well as perform any other strange work their masters could think of. To obtain one had to go on a full moon night to a special forest and, with the guidance of a familiar master, capture a familiar that they considered suitable for them. But that was not relevant to him, since he managed to remember that in that forest there was an extremely powerful familiar. He had read about it once. That familiar was the answer to his constant thoughts. He had to get it. Today was the full moon. he could not pass up this opportunity. Serafall stopped petting the little animal and turned around, looking for Issei. Since he was the only one who did not approach, Mirajin, Grafia and Serzex also turned their gaze towards where Issei was. Yui was encouraged and walked up to him. Once they were face to face, she stretched out her arms, in which her familiar was. Yui. Look, this is my familiar, she said smiling, while showing Issei her familiar. Issei. Thanks Yui, for giving me the solution to my problem, he said seriously, while looking at her and putting his left hand on Yui's head and caressing her gently, making her blush. Shortly after, he removed his hand and began to walk, passing by her and leaving the site. He had to prepare himself, he couldn't waste time here. Serafall. Hey, where are you going? We're not done yet, she said as she ran towards Issei. When she got close to him, she took one of his hands, managing to stop his steps. Serafall. What's wrong? Why are you leaving? She asked worriedly. Maybe they had done something that upset him. Issei. I found the solution to my problem, he said as he turned around and stood face to face with Serafall. Serafall. Problem? You talk about your training, she asked, remembering that Issei had mentioned something like that to her once. At that very moment, Mirajin, Grafia, Serzex and Yui approached them and stood behind Serafall, attentive to what they were saying. Issei. Yes, tonight I will go to the Forest of Familiars and get one, he said seriously, while looking at Serafall. Mirajin. How will a familiar help you in your training? She asked as she stood next to Serafall, quite doubtful, and she wasn't the only one, the others were the same. Issei. Simple, because this familiar is special, he said seriously, while looking at them all. Serzex. If that's the case, why don't we all go together and get our familiars, he said quite happily. Grafia. It's not a bad idea, but we need an adult to accompany us, she said while thinking about who could take them. Serzex. We can ask my mother, he said quickly. Mirajin. Well, we have nothing to do anyway, so let's go tonight, she said quite excitedly. Issei. Whatever you want, but don't get in my way, he said seriously. Serafall. Very well then, see you at night at Issei and Serzex's house, so we better get ready, she said, and so each one began to leave the site. Serzex went to inform his mother, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui went to prepare for the night, leaving only Issei and Serafall on the site, and just when Issei was going to leave, he was stopped by his friend. Serafall. Wait, what are you really planning to do? Maybe they didn't notice, but I know you very well, and I know when you're up to something, she said quite seriously while looking at him with her arms crossed. Issei. I already said it, I'll go get a familiar, see you, Sarachan, he said and then disappeared through a magic circle, leaving her alone. Serafall. Ha, I hope you don't do anything stupid, you big idiot, she said resigned and blushing. He rarely called her that, and when he did, she couldn't help but blush. Shortly after she began walking to her house. Serafall. At least you should have walked me to my front door, you idiot, you still need to learn how to treat a woman, she said as she walked and pouted. Serafall. One day Gremory, one day you will pay for this, she said while shouting to the sky. Gremory residence, full moon night. In the Gremory mansion, Vanillana, Serzex and Issei were currently gathered in the living room of the house, waiting for their friends to go for their familiars. Vanillana was informed by Serzex that her brother wanted to go find a familiar, and asked him if he could take them and their friends to the familiar's forest. At first Vanillana was going to refuse, but she remembered that even if she said no, Issei would still go. If he had to do it alone, he would do it. Seeing that she had no choice, she decided to accompany them to make sure that nothing happened and that her son didn't get into trouble. She was his mother, and she knew him very well. She knew that her son was up to something, but what? When she asked him why he wanted a familiar, she only received the answer. It will help me become stronger. She didn't quite understand what he meant by that. For some reason she felt like she was forgetting something related to that forest, something really important, but she didn't remember what it was. In the middle of their wait, a magic circle appeared in the living room of the house, drawing the attention of those present. The circle belonged to the Citri clan. A few seconds later, Serafall, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui appeared, who decided to meet with Serafall and leave together to the Gremory residence. Serafall. Hello, we're here, she said while waving happily. Mirajin. Good evening, Lady Gremory, she said as she and her sister bowed to her. Yui. Thanks for joining us tonight, Lady Gremory, she said while bowing. Vanillana. Fufufu, I already told you that you don't have to be so formal. After all, maybe we will be family in the future, she said while laughing and covering her mouth with her hand. That comment managed to make Serafall, Mira Jean and Yui blush. Issei, who saw everything, was starting to get irritated. They were wasting time, he had to go do something and he couldn't stay here. Issei. Enough of this nonsense. If you're going to waste my time, I'll go to the forest alone, he said as he got up from his seat and started walking, intending to leave the room and go to the forest alone. Vanillana. Hey, wait son, I'm sorry, we're leaving now, just let me prepare the circle to transport us, she said, managing to stop her son. Then she proceeded to make the circle, and while she was preparing it, Serafall approached Issei. Serafall. Hey, don't do anything stupid, okay, she said seriously, while looking at him. Issei. I don't promise anything, he said seriously and looking at his mother, who was finishing making the transportation circle. Mira Jean. What kind of familiar do you want? She asked as she approached her position with Yui at her side, leaving her sister in the company of Serzex, who were talking very animatedly. Issei. Strong, he said seriously, while looking at her. Serafall. I prefer a nice one, she said while jumping a little. Mira Jean. Me too, maybe one like yours Yui, he said while looking at her. Yui. Well, that depends on which one we find, she said. Vanillana. Children, it's ready, come in so we can leave and remember to behave, especially you Issei. I don't want any trouble, she said while looking at her son, who just nodded. Once everyone was ready, they disappeared, abandoning the Gremory residence and heading towards the forest of their familiars, not knowing that in that place they would get a big surprise, one that would scare Vanillana. Forest of the Familiar. Place where familiars reside, supernatural beings who magically join a demon as a servant or ally. At the entrances of the forest a circle with the symbol of the Gremory clan, and from it came Issei and company, who were appreciating the view that the forest offered. Mira Jean. It's huge, how will we find our familiars in such a big place, she said as she looked around the place. Vanillana. Calm down, that's why someone is here to help us, they should be here already, she said while inspecting the place. Ho ho ho, what do we have here, said a person who fell right in front of them. It was a kind of dwarf. Nice to meet you. I am the familiar master, Zatuji, and today I will be your guide on your search, he informed them. Vanillana. Thanks very much, children, he will help us find your familiars, just tell him what kind you are looking for and he will help you, she told them. Zatuji. Correct, this forest is home to all kinds of creatures, just tell me and I will help you, he said smiling. Serafall, Mira Jane and Grafia. A nice one, they said in unison, making Vanillana and Zatuji sweat. Serzex. I want one that flies, he said quite excitedly. Yui. I already have mine, she informed him, while making her familiar appear. Zatuji. Very well, I assure you that we will find them, Jum and your child, he said while looking at Issei. He was standing with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, searching for a powerful source of energy, and when he found it, he opened his eyes and began to walk away from them. Issei. I'll find mine, I'll go alone, I don't want them to follow me, he said seriously without stopping his steps. Zatuji. Wait, child, you might get lost, it's better that. He couldn't continue because of the child's interruption. 2. Issei. I said I'm going alone, he said seriously, while turning his face and looking at them coldly. Vanillana. Let him go, Issei, remember not to get into trouble, she said seriously, while looking at him. Son, we will meet here, to leave, don't take too long, she informed him. After that, Issei began to walk away, disappearing from sight as he headed deeper into the forest. Zatuji. What a kid, he said, at Issei's behavior. Vanillana. Ha, I know, well, he will come back when he finds a familiar, could you guide us and help them locate their familiars, she said looking at the Zatuji. Zatuji. Of course, let's go, let's look for his familiars, he said as he began to walk towards the forest, and behind him were Serafall, Mira Jean and Yui, and behind them came Vanillana with Serzex and Grafia holding hands, and so they began their search, on the other hand. With Issei. In one part of the forest, among its trees, a child could be seen jumping from branch to branch. At a good speed, the child was going in one direction, as if he were going to a specific place. From the moment he arrived in the forest, he began to track the strongest energy there was, managing to find it. It was far away, but he could reach it. Once separated from the group, he rushed to the location where his future familiar was. He didn't need any of the familiar master's offerings. After all, compared to the one he wanted, the others were too little. He kept moving for several minutes, and as he moved forward, He noticed that there was no presence of life nearby. Perhaps the familiars avoided this part of the forest for their safety, and who wouldn't do that, if on this side is the strongest familiar? Getting close, he quickened his pace and leapt out from between the trees and landed in front of a cave, having finally reached his goal. With Vanillana and company. Meanwhile, they had already managed to find Serafall's familiars, Mirajine, Grafia and Serzex. With their search finished, they decided to return to the meeting point with Issei. Perhaps he was already waiting for them. In the middle of their walk, Serafall decided to ask a question, which had been tormenting her thoughts since they arrived in the forest. Serafall. Excuse me, Zatuji-san, may I ask you a question, she said, drawing the attention of everyone present. Zatuji. Of course, girl, what do you want? He replied happily. Serafall. Do you know who is the strongest familiar currently in this forest? She asked. The truth is she was not calm. Since they arrived, that question had been hovering in her head. That question stopped Zatuji's steps, leaving him motionless. That reaction caused confusion in Vanillana and the children, who stopped their steps and looked at Zatuji. Vanillana. Is something wrong? She asked. For some reason she began to feel scared and her thoughts began to clear up. Zatuji. The strongest FA familiar, he said while trembling. That's what you asked, right? He said while turning around and looking at them. Fear and panic could be seen on his face. That reaction greatly alarmed Vanillana, who began to remember something about her familiar's forest. Zatuji. Girl, listen to me well. In this forest there is only one familiar who is above all others, and that same one is also the most dangerous and lethal of all. You should never ever approach her. Her name is... She could not finish because Vanillana spoke. Vanillana. Tiamat, she said, interrupting Zatuji, while she opened her eyes after managing to remember what she couldn't since she arrived, and just at that moment her son's voice was present in her thoughts. Issei. It will help me become stronger. Mirajine. What kind of familiar do you want? Issei. Strong. Issei. I'll find mine. I'll go alone. I don't want to be followed. Oh no, she had finally understood the reason why her son came, the reason why he came alone. He hadn't come to look for any familiar, he had come for a specific one. Damn it, how was she so stupid and didn't find out before? It had all been planned by Issei, damn it. Vanillana. Do you know where Tiamat is? She asked desperately, seeing Zatuji. Zatuji. You're not planning on going, right? He said, terrified by the idea. Serafall. Vanillana. What's wrong? She asked. She was starting to get nervous about Vanillana's reaction, and she wasn't the only one. The others were also starting to get worried. Vanillana. We have no time to waste, Issei. Issei will go where Tiamat is, the strongest familiar. That's why he wanted to come. That's why he didn't want us to go with him. He intends to turn Tiamat into his familiar. But she's dangerous. We must stop him, she said, quite worried and scared. Mirajine. So what are we doing here? We must go quickly. I don't want anything bad to happen to Issei, she said, quite worried. Zatuji. Then, let's go. I know a shortcut that will take us to where Tiamat is, he said, already recovered from the shock. And so they began to head towards Tiamat's location. Everyone was worried about their son, brother, friend. As they advanced, they quickened their pace more and more. They had to get there quickly. Vanillana. What are you thinking, Issei? What will you gain from this? She repeated in her head. With Issei. Currently he was outside the cave, in which inside was the familiar he was looking for. With firm steps, he began to go deeper into the cave. As he advanced, he felt an incredible and powerful presence. He was close. It did not take long to finally arrive and stand in front of the being he came to look for, in front of the most powerful familiar that exists, who was sleeping. Tiamat. The only female dragon among the 5 great dragon kings, she being the strongest of all. For Issei it was impressive. It was the second dragon he saw, but it was the first time he was in front of one. He was amazed. He had read about Tiamat, but reading her was very different than seeing her in person. She was very beautiful, a blue dragon. Her color captivated him, and for a moment, while he admired her, her serious and cold personality was gone, leaving the old Issei. It had always been his dream to meet a dragon, and right now he was in front of the one known as the Dragon of Chaos Karma. Finally his dream had come true. It was incredible. He couldn't help his happiness and decided to bring his hand closer to her, and when he was close, he caressed her nose. He was so concentrated that he didn't notice when the dragon opened her eyes and looked at him fixedly. Tiamat. You are having fun, child, she said in a deep, but feminine voice. When she spoke, she managed to get Issei out of his world, who raised his gaze until it connected with Tiamat's, as he looked at her, his serious personality returned. He decided to take a few steps back to appreciate her better. They must have realized it the moment they saw each other, that this destiny was waiting for them long before they met. They weren't just strangers passing by. They understood each other better than anyone else, and each was focused solely on the other. Tiamat, as she looked at him, was confused. She was asleep a little while ago. When she felt some light caresses on her nose, she woke up, only to see a child. What a child was doing in her domain, and above all, because he was not afraid of her. Usually when they see her, they run away. But this child just looked at her, as if he was appreciating an art painting. She was taken out of her thoughts, when the child decided to speak. Issei. Tiamat, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said seriously, as he bowed a little, performing a reverence. He could be very proud, but something he admired were beings of great power, but only those who were not haughty and arrogant. With them he showed respect. That's why he never showed it with Lucifer, despite his strength. For Issei, he was just an idiot. Tiamat. You know who I am, she said seriously, as she stood up and sat on her hind legs, keeping her eyes on the boy. Issei. Of course I know who you are, the only female dragon among the 5 great dragon kings, as well as being the strongest among them, nicknamed the Chaos Karma Dragon, he said seriously as he looked at her. Tiamat. I see that you are well informed, and that intrigues me, knowing all that about me, because a child is in my chambers. Perhaps you are lost, she said seriously and curiously, while she looked at him fixedly. Issei. No, I'm not lost, I'm here, because I came to look for someone, he said seriously and looking at her. Tiamat. You're looking for someone, child? Well, I don't think you'll find that person in my cave, she said seriously and disinterested, maintaining eye contact with the child. Issei just denied the dragon's words before looking at her and speaking to her. Issei. You're wrong, because that person I'm looking for is right in front of me, he said seriously as he looked at her. Tiamat was really confused. That boy, perhaps he had come to look for her. But what kind of madman would do that? It was well known by the different beings of this world that she did not like to associate with anyone and that she had a terrible character. But for some reason, in front of this boy she had not shown hostility towards him, rather she had behaved well. Tiamat. You were looking for me, why? She asked confused, lowering her head to the boy's height and staring at him. Issei. So that you can be my familiar, he said seriously and with confidence and determination in his words. Tiamat. Your familiar, you say, child? Ha ha ha, I don't think it's possible. I will only serve someone stronger than me, and a child like you would not achieve anything against me. I'm sorry, but you are wasting your time. It would be better for you to leave and go back where you came from. You already know where the exit is, so leave, he said laughing, as he turned around and went further into the cave. Issei stood still in his position, analyzing her words. He felt frustrated. He knew it would be difficult. Tiamat was his only hope of becoming stronger, of fulfilling his goals, of proving that all his sacrifices have not been in vain. He clenched his fists tightly. With his head down and his gaze on the ground, he spoke. Issei. I know it very well and I really would like to face you, but in my current state, I could not beat you, but I still want you to be my familiar. I need your help, Tiamat. I need to become stronger and I need you to help me. I have to achieve many goals, but mainly, I have to protect many. Without your help, I will remain stagnant, and I do not have much time. Many events are coming and you are my only hope to overcome them, he said seriously. And somehow, his words had managed to stop Tiamat in her tracks, who turned and stared at him, and he raised his gaze and looked into her eyes. Issei. I'll tell you something, no one taught me to be strong, I was forced to do it. I know that I must be strong and move on, but there are days when I can't take it anymore, he said as he fell to his knees, with his head down and his eyes on the ground, and in the middle of the situation, you could see a tear coming out of one of his eyes and running down his cheek, until it fell and disappeared into the ground, all being seen by Tiamat. He had been holding on to this burden for a long time and finally let it go. He didn't know why he did it, especially in front of a stranger. Maybe it was the frustration of not being able to meet his goals and staying stuck. He raised his gaze again and looked at her intently and spoke. Issei. You have no idea what I've had to do, what I've suffered. I had to change my way of being, because the situation warranted it. I had to become someone I'm not. I've changed. I don't know if for better or worse, but I've changed. I'm trying to forge my path, but I've remained stuck. I need you, Tiamat. It's true, I have nothing to offer you, no treasures or any other kind of gains. I came here with nothing. I knew I could fail by coming to find you. I kept that in mind, but I still came for you. I can't give you anything. The only thing I can offer you is my friendship, he said while looking at her. Tiamat was surprised by the boy's words. Looking into his eyes, she knew he wasn't lying. Everything he said was true, and she would be lying if she said she wasn't interested. His words had reached the deepest part of her being. Just by looking at him, she could see that through that serious and cold atmosphere he showed, something truly beautiful was hidden inside him. There was something about this boy that attracted her. And in the middle of his thoughts, some words that he had heard in one of his many old wives' tales around the world came to his head. Do not judge someone by their appearance, but by the size of their heart and their dreams. He had heard it from an old human woman, and this child, they fit him perfectly. From an ideal. Tiamat. What is your name, boy? She said, as she turned completely around and stood face to face with the boy. Issei. Issei Gremory, he said, already composed, as he stood up and looked at her. A dream is created. Tiamat. Issei Gremory, she said, and suddenly began to shine, illuminating the cave completely and blinding Issei for a few seconds. After the light diminished, the dragon was no longer there. In her place there was a beautiful young woman, with blue hair and eyes, white skin and a voluptuous figure. Tiamat. You are very interesting, Issei, she said as she began to approach him. Upon reaching his position, right in front of him, she knelt down and was at his height, maintaining eye contact with him. From the dream. Issei remained static and stared at her. Without taking his gaze off her, he wanted to see what would happen now that she had completely approached him. Tiamat. What, surprised, you didn't know I could change into human form, she said while a smile adorned her beautiful face, and she looked at him fixedly. Hope is born. Issei. No, it's not that, it's just that as a dragon, you were already beautiful and now you are even more so, he said when he recovered from his impression. That sincere comment on his part managed to make Tiamat blush. Tiamat. Ara really, you think I'm beautiful, she said blushing and shy, while looking away. Of hope. Issei. Of course, you are very beautiful, he said seriously, but with sincerity in his words. Tiamat. Kaya, thanks, she said as she grabbed and hugged him, burying his face between her voluptuous breasts. Courage is forged. Issei. I'm not breathing, he said as he ran out of air and tried to break free from the dragon's death grip. Tiamat. Oh, sorry, I got carried away, she said embarrassed, as she released him from her arms. Of value. Issei. Ha, that reminded me of my mother. He said as he remembered when his mother grabbed him and wouldn't let go. Those were the days. How long had it been since he received a hug from his mother, a kiss? It had been a long time since he had begun to reject getting close to her person, and feeling it again made him remember those days he spent happily with his mother. Her care and the affection she gave him, he missed them. He was an idiot, he knew it. But his path required sacrifices, all for a greater good. He just hoped that when he fulfilled his dreams, his mother would forgive him for all the harm he had caused and give him back that affection that only a mother can give. Tiamat. Well, I've decided, she said, already recomposed, drawing Issei's attention and taking him out of his thoughts. The spirit arises. Issei. What is it? He asked her seriously, while they both stared at each other. Tiamat. I will be your familiar, she said smiling while staring at him. And of the spirit. That answer left Issei in shock. She had accepted, she had achieved it, she could finally realize her dreams, fulfill her goals. The legend begins. Issei. You mean it, he said seriously and doubtfully, looking at her. He wanted to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. Tiamat. Yes, your words have reached the deepest part of my being. I want to see how far you go, and what you will achieve, master, she said with a smile on her face, as she looked into his eyes. Issei. Why master? He asked seriously. Tiamat. Well, I'll be your familiar, that makes you my master, she replied. Issei. No, you will not be my familiar. I told you, the only thing I could offer you was my friendship. We will be friends. You will be my partner. Together we will walk the path to greatness, he said seriously as he stretched out his hand towards Tiamat. Tiamat. I like your words, master. Even so, we must perform the ritual. To make me your familiar, it will be a show of loyalty on my part towards you, and I will not accept any buts. I want to do it, she said determinedly, while shaking her hand with Issei's. Issei. I told you not to call me master, he told her once they let go, earning a wink from her. Well, as you wish. One question, how do you do the ritual? He asked. Tiamat. Fufufu, you don't know how, you came here without knowing that. I think it's not very smart of you, master, she said laughing, while looking at him. Issei. Sorry, I was so focused on making you mine that I forgot to ask about the ritual, he said seriously, getting Tiamat to blush as she misinterpreted his words. Tiamat. Well, you're still too young to make me yours, be you, but when you're older I'll gladly accept, master, she said blushing, while covering her face with her hands, to hide her shame. Issei. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, you're just like those perverts Mirajin and Serafall, he said with a twitch in his eyebrow. He already had enough with those two, let alone a third one. Tiamat. Yeah, well, I'll tell you how the ritual is done. There are many ways. But what do you think if we make an oath to each other and seal it with a magic circle, she said, already recovered and noticing that her teacher was not much for joking. Issei. Very well, guide me, he said seriously, getting a little closer to her. Tiamat. Well, let's begin, she said as a magic circle appeared beneath her and Issei. Then she looked at Issei and proceeded to speak. I, Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Chaos Karma, promise to always be by your side. When you are alone, when you are sad, when you want to share your joy. I promise to watch over your sleep, while you rest, to take care of your family in your absence. I promise to always be by your side, in abundance and in austerity, to be your faithful servant, until the end of my days. I swear unconditional loyalty to you, master. I will follow you, support you and protect you on the path you walk, and I will never separate from your side, she said as she kneeled in front of Issei. He had decided, he would accompany this child, no, his master on his path. He would take care of him and protect him with his life if necessary. Seeing that it was his turn, Issei walked over and placed his hand on Tiamat's head. Issei. I, Issei Gremory, I swear to protect you and take care of you. Together we will walk new paths. I promise to never abandon you, and to always be there for you when you need help. I swear that you will not be treated as a tool or a weapon, you will be my friend, my partner. Together, Tiamat, we will achieve greatness, he said as he bent down and took her hands, then got up and helped her stand up. Tiamat. Now we just have to seal our oath, she said already standing, while looking at him. Issei. How do we do it? He asked, looking at her, still keeping his hands clasped with Tiamat. Tiamat. Like that, she said as she approached, and leaned down a little to place a kiss on Issei's cheek, making him blush slightly. Now your master, she said as she ran her hair and put her cheek. Issei was embarrassed for the first time. He never believed that something like that would make him feel that way. Of course, when Serafall and Mirajin bother him, he normally just plays along and ends there. But with Tiamat it was different. It was something different. That air of maturity that she imposed made him nervous. Issei. Okay, here I go, he said as he closed his eyes and brought his lips closer to Tiamat's cheek. Tiamat. Why are you taking so long, Maze? She couldn't finish as she was speechless at what had just happened. Just as she was speaking, she turned her face to see Issei, but in doing so, instead of receiving a kiss on the cheek, it ended up on her lips. That action left her in shock and blushing. That action ended up completing the ritual, thus creating the union between master and servant, between them. Issei felt that something was wrong. He felt a soft and fleshy texture on his lips. He decided to open his eyes, only to meet those of Tiamat, who was staring at him. Their faces were very close, and it only took a few seconds to notice that their lips were joined. When he realized what they were doing, he separated and walked away quickly. Issei. What do you think you're doing, perverted dragon? He said seriously and blushing for the first time since he changed his way of being. Tiamat. That was my first kiss. You will have to take responsibility for it, master, she said blushing and reproaching him about the events that had taken place. Issei. You were the one who caused it, and it was also my first, he said seriously and blaming her. Tiamat. Then we are the first of both, Kayea. How happy, master, she said as she went and picked up Issei, then began to spin around with him. Issei. Hey, get off me now, crazy woman. He shouted as they spun around and tried to break free, only for Tiamat to tighten her grip on him. Damn weakness and damn the dragon's strength. Tiamat. Fufufu, she said laughing as she stopped, but holding Issei in her arms. Very well, master, we must begin our journey. You said that you wanted me to help you become stronger, right? It would be better to leave and go to your house, where I will stay. As I promise you, I will not leave your side. We must plan our next plans, master, she said as she held him in her arms and began to leave the cave. Issei. Yes, you're right, and there's no problem with you staying with me. I was going to ask you anyway, but seriously, put me down once and for all, he said the last thing seriously and irritated. Tiamat. No, she said as she hugged him tighter and nestled his head between her breasts, then spoke again. I have to protect my master at all times, plus you are very tender. Despite your serious nature, "You are a very adorable child," she said as she caressed Issei's hair. "Issei. Hiya, whatever, do what you want, I will guide you where my mother, brother and friends are," he said seriously and resigned. He would let Tiamat win this time, but the truth is that he was beginning to enjoy her touch. It made him feel at peace. Unaware, Tiamat watched him, then looked away and focused on the road. Tiamat. "Very well, master, you know, I feel that this is the beginning," she said while fixing her gaze on Issei. "Issei. The beginning of what?" he asked, curious about the words of his new friend and companion. Tiamat did not answer, she just looked forward again and continued moving forward, only to speak shortly after while looking at the sky and closing her eyes. "On your path to greatness," she said, as she walked deeper into the forest, slowly disappearing from sight. With Vanillana and company, they were currently quickly traveling through the paths of the familiar forest, with the aim of reaching Tiamat's home and stopping Issei. "Vanillana, how much longer until we get there?" she said to Zatuji, while she led Grafia and Serzex by the hand, and right behind her came Serafall, Mirajin and Yui. All of them were guided by Zatuji. "Zatuji. Not much, just passing those trees in front. We will be a few minutes away from reaching where Tiamat is," he said while hugging and informing them. But just after saying those words, they began to hear footsteps approaching their position, and not to mention a powerful presence that imposed fear became present, stopping the group's advance and alerting them. "Zatuji. Something is watching us," he said seriously, then looked in all directions, trying to locate the location of whatever was approaching. "Vanillana. Children behind me. I don't want you to separate," she said, so that seconds later everyone was behind her, and then proceeded to form a sphere in her hand with her power, as a means of protection. And right after, a beautiful woman with blue hair and eyes began to emerge from the trees, who stopped in her tracks once she saw them. Vanillana was alert to any movement that the woman made, but shortly after, when she looked closely, she noticed that in her arms there was a brown-haired child, and she immediately recognized him. What was that woman doing with her son? "Vanillana. Hey, what did you do to him?" She couldn't finish because Zatuji screamed in fear. "Zatuji. Tiamat," he said, terrified by the woman present. Vanillana froze at what Zatuji said. So she was Tiamat. She had only heard stories about her. That powerful presence she imposed was something terrifying, but because she had her son. "Tiamat. Master, meet these people," she said as she tightened her embrace and released a little of her power in case they were strangers, which scared those present even more. "Issei. Calm down, Tiamat. They're my mom, brother and my friends," he said, turning his head to see them. He had already resigned himself to being in the dragon's arms. He was just waiting for her to let go at some point. "Vanillana. Son, are you okay? What's going on? Why are you with her? What the hell are you thinking? We were worried about you," she said, quite upset and hysterical. "Issei. Tiamat put me down," he said seriously, and finally got the dragon to let go of him, who upon seeing the behavior of her master's mother and his, understood that it was not the time for jokes. "Issei. As I told you, I went to look for my familiar. You can introduce yourself," he said, and finally looked at Tiamat, who nodded. "Tiamat. Good evening, I am Tiamat, better known as the Dragon Queen of Chaos Karma and the familiar of my master Issei," she said respectfully. That information shocked those present, who had different thoughts. On one hand, Zatuji was fainting. Tiamat, the strongest familiar, had never had a master. She had always rejected and finished off those who dared to bother her. But this child had achieved what no one had been able to. Who was that child? Vanillana was processing what her son and the dragon had said. How the hell did Issei get Tiamat? It is well known that she does not agree to serve anyone, so how had Issei achieved it? Just by looking at her I knew she wasn't lying. The way she held her son and looked at him made it clear that she wouldn't separate from him and would protect him with her life. What was happening? Was she perhaps dreaming? Serzex, Grafia, Mirajin and Yui, upon hearing that, were shocked. Their brother, friend, rival had gained an extremely powerful familiar. They were unaware of who she was and her story, but they could tell that Issei had accomplished a great feat never seen before. Serafall was serious as she stared at both Issei and Tiamat. She didn't know her, but she could understand from Vanillana's and Zatuji's reactions that she was really dangerous, and apparently she was the one Issei came to look for and the reason for coming to the familiar's forest. He had succeeded, and he knew that from now on he was going to train harder, but he didn't feel like thinking about that. With a firm step she began to walk towards where Issei was. That took everyone else out of their thoughts and caught the attention of both Issei and Tiamat. Once in front of him, she looked at him seriously, and then, "Issei, who saw Serafall's strange behavior and approach towards him, was confused by such action. Issei. Something's wrong, Seraph. He couldn't finish because of the action she took. Plop. In the midst of silence, only a strong slap was heard, which was directed towards Issei, and the one who gave it was Serafall, who had small tears in her beautiful eyes. That action shocked those present, who did not expect that, and more Issei, who had his cheek red, cause of receiving that blow. Tiamat. Hey brat, what do you think this? She couldn't finish because Serafall looked at her and her eyes reflected different emotions, so she decided to remain silent. Serafall. Listen to me, Gremory, never ever do something like that again. You don't know how worried we were about you, she said while looking at him seriously. Issei. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I caused, he said seriously, while looking at her. Serafall. Just don't go alone again, remember that we are a team, where you go I will go, she said, and then hugged him tightly. Issei didn't say anything, he just hugged Serafall with one of his hands. He could feel how worried she really was. It wasn't his intention to cause that. Maybe he hadn't thought about what his actions would cause. Tiamat. I see, so you are the alpha, she said. Lies. She looked at Serafall. That comment managed to catch the attention of both of them. Serafall. Alpha, what do you mean by that? She asked while looking at her. Tiamat. It means that you are the woman who rules my master's life. It is a pleasure. I hope we get along well and that you accept me as a future partner for the master, she said while smiling. That comment greatly embarrassed Serafall, who didn't know where to hide. She could only bury her face in Issei's chest. Issei. Tiamat, don't start, he said seriously while looking at her. Tiamat. Oh master, how cruel you are, and yet you took my first kiss, not to mention that you said you wanted to take my purity, she said while pretending sadness. Serafall. What? You what? How could you, Issei? She said while shaking Issei from side to side. It's because of her body, right? For your information, one day I will also grow up and be beautiful, she said while continuing to shake Issei. While Yui and Mirajin only had one thought at what Tiamat said. Damn, I'm a little jealous. Both had fallen in love with Issei. They knew that they could not be the only ones in his life, and neither the first, since Serafall was the one who had that position. After all, she was the only one who managed to keep Issei in his place. While the others had already gotten over the shock a while ago, and were just watching the strange situation unfold. Issei. I'll let me go, Sarah, don't believe this pervert, he said seriously and breaking free from Serafall's grip. Tiamat. Well, the kiss wasn't a lie, she said innocently. Serafall. Muh, she said furiously looking at Issei. Issei. Enough, let's stop wasting time on nonsense and let's go. We already got what we came for. I don't see why staying here is necessary. I have a lot to plan, he said quite seriously. That made Tiamat and Serafall behave so as not to bother Issei anymore. Vanillana. Okay, let's go. Today has been a day full of surprises, she said while making the transportation circle. Then everyone approached her, and even Tiamat, to miss her. Vanillana. Sorry, but she couldn't finish because her son interrupted her. Issei. She will come with us and stay in the house. I need her to be by my side, he said seriously. That alone was enough for Vanillana not to say anything else. Once they were ready, they left for the Gremory mansion, leaving Zatuji alone in the forest. Zatuji. Go kid, getting Tiamat. With that Issei Gremory, he without a doubt, that brat will do great things, he said while looking at the sky. Gremory mansion. In the residence hall, a magic circle appeared and after a few seconds Issei and company appeared. Vanillana. Hiya, finally home, she said quite exhausted. Today had been quite tiring and complicated. Surzix. Great, we're here. I'm sleepy, I'm leaving. I want to rest. See you soon, girls. He said goodbye, and as he left he approached Grafia and hugged her. It was his way of saying goodbye, and then they separated and left the room. Mirajin. Well, we are leaving. Thanks for everything today. Have a good night, she said to begin making a magic circle with the symbol of her clan. But before leaving, she went to where Issei was. Mirajin. Good night. Tomorrow I will come to visit you, she said to him, and then placed a kiss on his cheek, and as she separated with her cheeks flushed, she turned around and went to her sister, and they disappeared from the place. Yui. I must go too now, she said and approached Issei and looked him in the eyes. Well, I'll come to visit you tomorrow too, go. Good night, she said and then quickly placed a kiss on his cheek and disappeared from the place. Serafall. I'm leaving too, see you tomorrow, Issei, she said as she looked at him. Since, unlike the others, she was next to him, her heart was beating strongly. The reason was because of what she would do next. Serafall. Rest, you big idiot, she said, then took his face and kissed his lips. It was a short and quick kiss. Tiamat's words were still hovering in her thoughts, and she didn't want to be left behind. Right after separating, she disappeared with her face blushing. Issei still remained in his position, analyzing what had just happened, but was brought out of his thoughts by the laughter of his mother and Tiamat. Vanillana. Fufufu, what a handsome son, she said, amused by what she witnessed. Tiamat. Fufufu, master, you are quite a Casanova, she said with a laugh. Issei. TSK, foolishness, Tiamat, you can take any room that's free. See you in the morning, he said to leave the room. Vanillana. Ha, he's not ready to be with them yet, not until he achieves his goals, she said resignedly. Tiamat. You're right, well, I'm leaving, thanks for letting me stay, she said looking at Vanillana. Vanillana. No, after all, you are now my son's partner, please take care of him, he told her. Tiamat. You have nothing to worry about, I swore to protect him with my life if necessary, she said to leave and look for a room and rest. Vanillana. She asked me, what happens from now on, Issei, what do you want to achieve, what are you looking for, what are you desperately pursuing, she said in a whisper, then left and went to her room. In the middle of the night while everyone was sleeping, in Issei's room, on the balcony of said room, looking at the night sky, was Issei, who did not take his eyes off the sky. Issei. I'm getting closer and closer, he said looking up at the sky, very soon Great Red, very soon I will keep my promise, and also, very soon you will fall Lucifer, he said seriously and coldly, then turned around and began to go into his room and rest. Tomorrow he would begin to forge his rise. A new day had arrived and at the Gremory residence its residents were beginning to wake up, as was the case with Issei, who was about to wake up. Issei. What is this, he said sleepily, as he felt like he was being squeezed tightly, and in one of his hands he felt something soft, but firm. Out of curiosity and still sleepy, he began to feel and squeeze whatever he was touching. Tiamat. Ah, no, master, not yet, ah, she said, while letting out small moans. That was enough to fully wake Issei up, who when he opened his eyes, found Tiamat in his bed, wearing only a shirt and nothing else. The all for honor mentioned stared at him with her flushed face and heavy breathing, and just after being conscious, he noticed where his hand was. It was on one of Tiamat's breasts. Realizing it, he squeezed it unintentionally. Tiamat. Ah, master, you woke up very lively, she said blushing. Issei, who had already recovered from the shock, immediately separated from her, then sat on his bed and stared at her, which, in doing so, had a serious and cold look directed at her. Issei. Why are you here? He asked seriously and coldly, leaving aside what had happened. Something he didn't like was that they invaded his space and did things that involved him without his consent. That bothered him a lot. Tiamat, seeing her master's behavior, decided to sit on the bed and looked at him, then spoke. Tiamat. I woke up early and wanted to come wake you up. When I saw you, I wanted to cuddle up to you and I laid down next to you, she said nervously. It was the first time she saw that side of her master. Issei. Listen to me well, Tiamat, don't do something like that again without my consent. I don't like it when people invade my space. That's clear to you, he said seriously and coldly. Tiamat. Yes, master, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to cause any trouble, she said nervously and a little sad, because of how Issei was talking to her. Issei. Hiya, it's okay, calm down, it's not your fault, I should have told you, but you already know, I have no problem as long as you asked me, he said as he approached and caressed Tiamat's head. Tiamat. I understand, master, I will respect your space. Well, to tell the truth, I came because I needed to tell you something. It's regarding your training, she said while looking at him. Tiamat. Master, I thought about it, and we need a larger place to exploit your full potential. Currently you are limited by this site, and we cannot take out everything without causing collateral damage to your home. That is why I thought about going to another place, where there is no loss. But of course we would be away for a while, she said. Each word of hers had made Issei make a decision. Issei. Well, I've decided. Today we're setting off on a journey and for the next 13 years we'll be training. And until that time passes we'll return, he said seriously and determined in his words. Tiamat. Master, it's not long before you're gone. What will your parents say? She said as she looked at him. Issei. I'll take care of that, I need this. If I want to achieve my goals, I have to do it, he said seriously while looking at her. Tiamat. I don't know what you want to achieve, but you can count on me for anything. I will always be by your side, she said smiling. And so they both went to prepare for their departure. A few hours later, in the living room of the Gremory residence, Vanillana and Xioctus were having some tea, and there were also Serafall, Grafia, Serafall, Miragine and Yui, who had arrived and were waiting for Issei to come down to play together. While they waited, the five of them chatted very animatedly. And then the doors of the room were opened, drawing the attention of those present, and seconds later Issei entered in the company of Tiamat, both of them wearing serious expressions. Issei. I'll be direct. I'm going to go train with Tiamat for the next 13 years. To a location very far from here, he said seriously and determined. Crack. The cup that Vanillana was holding crashed to the floor and broke, and the all for honor mentioned was in shock by her son's words, and she was not the only one, everyone was. Xioctus. Sorry son, what was that? He couldn't finish because his son interrupted him. Issei. I said I'll be gone for the next 13 years, he said seriously. Vanillana. I will never allow something like that, he said as he stood up and went to his son and stood in front of him. I have tolerated many of your behaviors, but this is the limit, what you are asking for. He could not finish because his son looked at him and spoke. Issei. I'm not asking for anything, I came to inform, not to ask for permission. I plan to go and neither you nor anyone else will make me change my mind, he said seriously while looking at his mother. Vanillana. Are you listening to what you are saying? Please think again. Serafall, please help me with this, she said, then looked at Serafall, who was sitting with the others. Serafall just got up from her position and went to Issei and Vanillana. Upon arriving she looked directly at Issei. Serafall. Are you sure about this? She said seriously, while looking at him. Issei. Completely, he said seriously while looking at her. Serafall. Then I have no other choice. Listen to me very well. Good luck on your trip. I'll be here waiting for your return. Just promise me that you'll come back. You have to take responsibility for taking my first kiss, she said, then hugged him tightly while a tear escaped from her eyes, and to her surprise, Issei returned the hug for the first time. Vanillana. Serafall, what are you doing? She said, surprised by the change in situation. Serafall, once separated from Issei, turned her gaze and focused it on Vanillana, then proceeded to speak to her. Serafall. Nothing I say or do will make him change his mind. I know it very well. I just have to wish him luck, support him and wait for his return, he said to her. What are you waiting for? Come and say goodbye, since we won't see Issei for a long time, he said while looking at the others. Serafall, Grafia, Miragine, and Yui approached and each began to say goodbye to Issei. Miragine. We'll see each other again. Until then, don't forget me, she said while hugging him and shedding a tear, and just like with Serafall, he hugged her. When they separated, the next one was Yui, who upon being in front of him immediately hugged him and placed his face on her chest. Yui. See you when destiny brings us together again, as long as you take care of yourself and be happy. Yes, she said as she looked up and saw him, then received a hug from him. Seconds later they separated, and the next one to his surprise was Grafia. Grafia. I say goodbye to you, not because I want to, but because I must. Make sure you come back, brute. It would be very boring if I have no one to fight with, she said while smiling, and for the first time Issei and Grafia hugged each other without trying to hurt the other. They even appreciated each other, in their own way, but they did it. After her, the one who approached was her brother, who hugged him when he arrived in front of him. Serafall. Oni-san, I'm going to miss you. I know that when you come back you'll be stronger and cooler. I'll also start training. I'll make you proud of me, he said as he separated and stood with the others. At that Xioctus, who saw everything, stood up and approached his son. Upon arriving he knelt down, remaining at the same height and placing one of his hands on his head, and proceeded to speak. Xioctus. Son, you know what it means to be parents. Being parents means having eternal faith in your children and trusting that they will be able to achieve everything they set out to do. So son, take care of yourself and come back when you are ready, he said to hug him, and then let him go and get up and look at the only one who was missing. Issei, after saying goodbye to his friends, brother and father, focused his gaze on his mother, who was surprised by what was happening. Xioctus. Vanillana, you're the only one missing, he said as he went to his wife and took her by the hand and took her to where Issei was, leaving her in front of him. And at that moment Vanillana began to remember everything she had experienced with him, the day of his birth and the discovery of his potential. She remembered watching him grow, his smile, his affection, the joy he had when she was with him. She remembered the day that changed everything and its repercussions the next day. The change in her son and his new lifestyle. The arrival of Serafall and the improvement of Issei. Memories came and went, and in the middle of them, He remembered the silhouette of that man, whom he saw the day Issei was born. He knew what he had to do. He knelt in front of his son, and with tears running down his face, he hugged him tightly and spoke. Vanillana. Sniff, my baby, you have the strength of your greatness. But you have to take your own path and decide your own course. Follow it, no matter how much it hurts. Remember that everything starts with a dream, the rest is a matter of wanting to do it, she said as she let him go and looked into his eyes, then caressed his cheek with her hand and spoke to him. Vanillana. Look at you, you shine like solar fire, you are very special Issei, you will make the stars vibrate. She said to get up and stand next to the others. Vanillana. Take care of my son Tiamat, I leave him in your hands, she said to the dragon. Tiamat. Don't worry, you'll be safe with me, I give you my word, she replied. Serafall. You better come back very strong, because I assure you that I will not be left behind, you will be surprised when you come back and see how strong I have become, she said while smiling. Serzax. Exactly, not just her, me too, I will show you my power when you return, he said happily. Mirajin, Grafia and Yui. We too, we don't plan on being left behind, they said in unison. Issei. I hope so, I don't want friends or weak brothers, he said seriously as he looked at them. Issei. Thanks for your words, it's time for me to retire, goodbye, see you in a few years, take care, he said as he stood next to Tiamat who had prepared the coordinates of her destination, and just below her a magic circle appeared and they began to disappear. At that everyone said at the same time, Good luck Issei, come back soon, and so they disappeared from the Gremory residence, leaving the others behind with the hope and the promise of seeing each other again. In a desolate location, a magic circle appeared, and from it came two people, a child and a woman. Issei. Tiamat, I don't want you to be soft with me. If I'm going to achieve my goals, I have to break my body and my limits, reach new levels, so from now on, attack me with everything, he said seriously as he turned to look at her. Tiamat. Very well then, are you ready, master? She said, as she took an attack stance and released her power, and as she did so, the ground beneath her cracked and a powerful pressure was felt. Issei. Let's do it, he said seriously and also took position and his eyes turned crimson, and just like Tiamat, the ground beneath him cracked and a powerful pressure was present. It was not at the level of Tiamat, but it was something to take into account. Tiamat. Impressive master, let's see what you can achieve, she said seriously, then launched herself towards Issei and he towards her. In the distance of that place, only the coke of two powers could be seen. And with that began what would be Issei's life, and while he prepared, many challenges approached. He will have the strength to face what is coming, or he will succumb to them. Nobody is going to stop me, my goal is to be the best. Gremory. During the 13 years, many events happened in the time Issei was gone. Right after his departure, Mirajin and Yui were forced to inform Mao Lucifer about the events that occurred. They informed him about Issei's departure and his trip to train in order to become stronger, omitting that he was going to train with one of the Dragon Kings and the most powerful of all. When Lucifer found out, he didn't like what he was told at all, and even more so knowing that he wouldn't be able to get Issei into his ranks if he didn't marry his daughter and the heiress of the Lucifuge clan in the established time. Everything would fall apart. He had made the proposal and only had to wait for a confirmation, and Mirajin and Yui would take care of it, but he didn't count on Issei's departure. At that moment his plans began to fall apart. He was convinced that it was all the fault of his useless daughter, and he was not the only one who thought that. The patriarchs of the Lucifuge clan were also furious with their daughter. They were about to lose a rather special proposal, which promised to bring great riches and power to them. Lucifer was furious, and as he had promised, he would make both Yui and Mirajin pay for their failure, not to mention that he had the permission of the Lucifuge heiress's parents to also make her pay for her mistake, and he would have done so, but he received a letter written by the Gremory matriarch, requesting his presence and that of the Lucifuge patriarchs in her home to discuss the marriage proposal involving the three demonic houses. Lucifer and the Lucifuge were convinced that the call from the Gremory matriarch was to tell them that the engagement would be cancelled since her son was not there, and they could not continue with what had been agreed. Full of anger, they went and attended to Vanillana's request, but not before promising a punishment to Yui and Mirajin, who were quite scared of what would happen to them next. It wasn't Issei's fault, it was theirs. They had forgotten the objective that was given to them. Since they arrived at the Gremory residence, they knew that achieving the mission given by their leader, father, would be really difficult. At first they tried to get closer and achieve their mission, but as they spent time together and made more friends, they forgot their purpose in the Gremory residence, and the day Issei left, misfortune fell on them. It was not their fault. He is the owner of his life and can make his own decisions and choose his path. Besides, he had never accepted the commitment, and it was seen that he would not. He did not have time for that. They and Serafall knew it. Issei was not ready to take responsibilities in the field of love. All his time was dedicated to training, to becoming stronger. He had a goal, he never said it, but Mirajin, Yui and Serafall knew that, until he met that goal, Issei would not have time for anything other than getting stronger. They were not upset with him, they loved him. The time together made them fall in love with him. At first they saw him as someone dark, evil, lonely, but as the days went by their thoughts were changing. As little by little they saw what was really hiding behind that serious and cold facade that he showed. Now they understood Serafall better. It only took time and patience to see that Issei was not what they believed. At least their memories of their experiences with him will remain in their memories. Now they only had to accept their destiny. Once everyone was gathered at the Gremory residence, Vanillana informed them that on behalf of her son she accepted the union of the three houses. She told them that it had been a written message that Issei had left her before leaving on his trip. This news shocked everyone, including Mirajin and Yui, who had accepted their destiny and were not expecting such news. Lucifer and the Lucifuge couldn't be happier with this revelation. Their daughters had been saved this time. Now they could only wait for Issei to return, to begin preparations for the wedding. But the truth is that Vanillana had lied to them. She had been informed by Serafall of the hidden truth of Lucifer's marriage proposal. At first she was upset, not with the girls, but with their leader. Exactly what she thought the day Issei was born was happening. They would search for him for his power relentlessly until they joined him in their ranks. But she also thought about what would happen to both Mirajin and Yui once they reported Issei's departure. They would be harmed. That's why he had gathered them together and lied to them to ensure their well-being. His son would understand. If with this lie he saved them from a cruel fate, so be it. With the wedding confirmed and the date set, which would be established a few days after Issei's return, Lucifer and the Lucifuge patriarchs happily retired from the Gremory residence, and informed Mirajin and Yui that during the 13 years that Issei would be away, they would be trained, both in the battlefield and at home. They had to be excellent wives to keep Issei always on their side. In the days following the meeting at the Gremory house, where the terms of the wedding were agreed, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui did not visit the Gremory residence again, and it was not known what happened to them. Vanillana and Xioctus were informed that they would undergo a rigorous regime, where they would train and prepare for the day when Issei would return and thus carry out the union of the three demonic houses. Days later the news about the union of the clans, Gremory, Lucifer and Lucifuge was made public, which caused quite a stir in the demonic society. Many thought that, why would one of their leaders and the strongest of them accept such a thing? Even the other Maos were doubtful of the actions of their leader. But Lucifer only said that it was for the benefit of his race. He did not want to give further explanations. He did not want the others to find out about his plans. And a few days later, another news came to light by Zatuji, who could not remain silent, and when he spoke, the entire underworld trembled and its people began to slowly fear the Gremory clan. Why? Simple, it came to light that his heir, Issei Gremory, had in his possession Tiamat, the dragon queen of chaos karma, the strongest familiar that exists, and that no one else had managed to get, not to mention that she is the strongest among the current dragon kings. With that information, many began to fear that child. If he achieved such a feat at that age, what would he do when he was older? Little by little the name Gremory began to spread everywhere. And that name began to be used to call and identify a child who was changing the world. The Mao were shocked when the news came to light, and unconsciously a feeling of fear began to grow within them. Fear of what that child would come to do in the future, and what he would become. Lucifer was grateful to have a relationship with the Gremory clan, because even for him, Tiamat would be a truly difficult opponent to deal with. But inside him, without him knowing it, fear began to grow, fear towards that child who was achieving the impossible and growing more and more. As for what happened to Issei's friends, well, in the case of Mirajin and Grafia, strength, physical destruction obtained through training, where adrenaline is your only ally. For 13 years, Mirajin was not allowed to leave the Lucifuge territory, where she was instilled with the rules to follow in demonic society. She was made to learn how to treat and please her future husband. From the day her parents established her training, she was informed that her main priority was to bring an heir to her clan as soon as possible. It was well known that the birth rate in the demon race was very low, and yet her parents had practically told her not to rest until she became pregnant. How crazy they were. Her freedom was stolen. But it was better than receiving an atrocious punishment. Day after day she just spent learning, studying, how to be a lady. Her behavior, ethics, politics, economics, domestic art, in the sexual field to please her man and not let him go. Every day she had to learn and improve in those fields, not counting the training to make her stronger, since it would not be right for her future husband to have a weak wife, and that would be a topic of conversation in demonic society. Her parents did not want that. So they also decided that she had to get stronger so as not to humiliate her clan and her future husband. Her training was very intensive, and she managed to bring her magic, which was based on ice like her sister, to acceptable levels. Her sister had more potential for that magic, but for some reason she found it difficult to use it, and seeing that she would not progress at all with it, she decided to learn a different type of magic. She spent a lot of time in her house's library looking for something that would help her, until she finally found one that would help her a lot. It was Take Over, a type of forgotten magic that, as the name suggests, allows you to take over the powers and appearances of particular creatures. During her training she dedicated herself to learning and improving that magic, managing to master it, and when using it, the particular form she uses shares the name of her signature spell Satan's Soul. Due to her nature of taking control, Mara Jane managed to gain the ability to control the demons or creatures she took and manipulate them to do her will. She trained a lot in that magic until she mastered it, managing to achieve great power that is reflected in the different forms she takes, but still continued to advance and improve herself, with the goal of making Issei proud, the man who stole her heart. She longed for the day he would return and be able to show him her efforts. As for Graphia, her parents made her sister's lady-in-waiting, so that she could also learn for the day when her turn would come and she would have to get married. She was also put to training in the magic field and martial arts, where she increased her powers, obtaining an extreme amount of demonic power. She managed to take her ice magic to new levels, and together with her sister they became greatly strengthened. Her older sister was a little stronger than her, but that did not leave her behind. She looked forward to the day when Issei would return, to be able to hit him with everything she has. Even her rivalry had not diminished in his absence. In fact, it grew and grew more and more. She knew that he would come back very strong, and she did not want her rival to leave her behind. She would show him what she was made of to that idiot. And on the other hand, Euclid, knowing that his older sister was getting married, and even more so with the bastard who hurt and humiliated his love, became quite furious. Only he was worthy of being by his sister's side and not that wretch. He had to prevent that union from happening, but he was warned in advance by his parents not to interfere with their plans, to concentrate on serving the son of Lucifer, and to let his sister do her job in peace. Resigned, he had to accept his parents' order, but inside him, a great hatred, anger, contempt, and jealousy formed towards Issei Gremory. That bastard would pay for it. He wanted him dead. He wished with all his might that he would not return, and thus his sisters would be by his side, as it should have been from the beginning. He decided to train in secret from his sisters and parents. If that bastard dared to return, he would take care of killing him with his own hands, and although he hated to admit it, he knew that Issei Gremory was much stronger than him. That is why during his absence, he will train tirelessly so that the day he saw him he could kill him and save his sisters from his clutches. About what happened to Yui, well, it doesn't matter your age or height. What really counts is your training. Like Mara Jane, Yui was confined to her home. She was not allowed to leave the Lucifer territory. Day and night she had to study and learn how to treat her future husband. She had to train in the domestic sphere and become a lady before society. After all, being a Lucifer, she had to represent her clan and could not make mistakes in anything. Her father had told her that her priority, once Issei returned, would be to have her children. It was well known that the birth rate among demons was very low, but her father was not interested in that. She had to have Issei in her ranks, and a child of hers would keep him by her side. She was also forced to undergo both magical and physical training. Yui had a great talent for magic, and over the next few years she was forced to improve and excel in that field. Her father had told her that he would not accept his daughter being weak, especially if her future husband was seen to appreciate the strong. That is why she had to train tirelessly, although in part she did it because she wanted to show her strength to Issei, the man who stole her heart. Once he returned, she wanted him to be proud of her progress. And thanks to her efforts, she developed, learned, and created new magic techniques, such as a spell that pulls others into her ideal world, where she can make them fall into a deep sleep, and she also created a spell similar to a meteor shower that rains star-shaped objects on Yui's target. Her talent was unimaginable, and as she grew, she learned more and improved to extraordinary levels. As for his brother, Rezavin once found out about the future union. Fury consumed him. He cared little for his sister. What bothered him was that the bastard who humiliated him would be her husband, and that his clan would join that of that wretch. He reproached his father about it. only to be scolded by him. He had told him that he would not allow insolence on his part, that this union would be made and that was it. That this child showed more potential than him, and that he was much better and stronger. Hearing those words made a great contempt, hatred and rage towards Issei Gremory grow inside him. He wanted him dead and only hoped that he would never come back, so he could live in peace. But he couldn't be too confident, so he began to prepare himself. He would show his father and everyone that he was better than that wretch. He would become stronger and give him what he deserved, and in his absence he would train and get stronger so that one day he could kill him with his own hands. As for Serafall, practice makes perfect and the master applies the training. Serafall, although she showed strength when Issei left, the truth is that once he left, she was quite saddened and even cried for several days at his absence. She was always by his side and now she would not be for a long time. But she could not stay like that, he would not accept it. It was then that she managed to compose herself and decided to become a woman who would prove to be worthy of being by Issei's side once he returned. But before that, difficult events happened, like the case of his friends Yui, Mirajin and Grafia, whom he couldn't say goodbye to when they left, or also the new fear that was being generated towards the Gremory house. What a situation there was, and all because of that idiot. But there was nothing she could do, she could only wait for his return. She loved him and would never abandon him. That is why during the following years she dedicated herself to strengthening and improving herself so that when he returned, she would see her progress. And as she grew up, she was becoming a powerful demon, and her talent and specialty in the use of ice-based magic as opposed to her family's water-based magic made her grow to great levels, managing to create a movement called Celsius Cross Trigger, which allowed her to turn even the earth itself into a world of ice. Her powers grew, and she did not need ingenuity to get the most out of them. She had a goal and a promise to keep with Issei. She had promised to walk by his side and always be with him. She couldn't be weak, and that's why in his absence she strove to improve herself and get stronger. If she wanted to continue being by his side, she had to improve. Although she began to get really strong, she never left that fun, happy and dynamic side of hers. She eagerly awaited the return of the man who stole her heart so she could show him her progress and make him proud of her. As for Serafall, growth occurs when one goes beyond one's limits. Realizing this is also part of training. On the other hand, Serafall was saddened by the departure of his brother, and to top it off also by that of Mirajin, Grafia and Yui. He couldn't even say goodbye to them, and without Issei, there wasn't much to do. But he couldn't be sad all the time, so he decided to train and get stronger, so when his brother came back, he would feel proud of him and also he wouldn't want to be left behind. She also hoped to see her friends again one day, while she would be trying hard to move forward. And at one time, her friend Ajuka joined her training, and so the two began to develop new techniques and reach new levels. They just hoped that their leader would return soon. After all, they were a team and they would always follow Issei wherever he went. He was the oldest and the most suitable to lead them. And as they grew up, Serafall had set out to reach and be by his brother's side. He didn't want to be left behind, so he asked his mother to instruct him and help him improve, and when his mother no longer had to teach him, he continued and developed his power further, reaching new levels. With his powers and abilities, he managed to transcend the limits of regular demons. Thanks to his constant training, he managed to create a transformation, in which he becomes the power of destruction that destroys everything regardless of his will. He managed to compress the power of destruction into a human form that unleashes demonic powers of great levels, making him a fearsome opponent. However, Serafall was unable to fully control that form, as the power of destruction spreads without his command. Even so, despite the difficulties, he developed an overwhelming mastery of his power, managing to eliminate everything he touches. But he knew he had to try harder. Maybe he was improving, but his older brother had always shown to be on a very different level than him. If he wanted to be at his level, if he wanted to make him proud of him, he had to keep moving forward. He only hoped to be able to meet his brother's expectations, and he also hoped to see his friends again, but mainly Grafia, who was the one he got along best with. He missed her, but he could only wait for the day they would meet again. For now, he must keep moving forward. As for Vanillana and Zeoctus, with the whole situation that was developing in the underworld, both the confirmation of the marriage proposal, as well as the new fear that was beginning to be generated towards their clan, it generated quite a bit of stress in them. It was quite tedious. Who would say that a child would cause so much at the time of leaving? Vanillana spent every day thinking about her eldest son, wondering if he was okay or if he was eating properly. She was a mother. After all, a mother thinks about her children, day and night. It doesn't matter if they are with her or not. A mother's love for a son cannot be compared to anything else in the world. It knows no law or mercy. It dares everything and crushes when it is opposed. And despite what her son has done, she would understand, forgive, care for, protect, suffer. But above all, she would love him more than herself. She could only wait for the day when her son would return, to be able to give him the love that she missed all this time. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to receive it, she will let him know that she has always been with him. Time was passing and they knew nothing about Issei's whereabouts. When he left nothing for them to communicate with, and they could only trust that he would be safe and sound. After all, Tiamat was with him, and she had made it clear that she would protect him and would not allow anything to happen to him. They had left his care in her hands and could only wait for these years to pass and the day to come when they would see their son again. Although they also wondered how changed and strong he would return, they knew him very well. They were his parents, and they could assure that in these years, Issei would not waste his time and would reach new levels. They could only be patient and wait for time to pass and be able to see their son again. The climb may be difficult, but the view is worth it. There are times when the effort may not be enough, but those who succeeded did so because they fought until the end and never gave up. As for Issei and Tiamat, during their absence over the years, they made the most of their time, dedicating it solely to strengthening themselves and surpassing their limits. For the first 4 years, Tiamat was in charge of pushing Issei's body to the limits, breaking it over and over again, day after day without rest. Issei had asked her to be tough on him. He didn't want him to hold back. If he wanted to be the strongest, he had to experience the pain firsthand and adapt and overcome it. That is why Tiamat set up a hellish routine for him. Even though she didn't want her master to get hurt, she had to obey him. She had sworn to help him in any way she could, and no matter how painful it was for Issei's own good, so she devised a training regimen. During the morning he had to exercise his body through exercises, to strengthen his body and muscles. When the afternoon came it was time for the endurance test, and it could also be said that it was the one that Tiamat hated the most. The reason? Simple, Issei to push his body to the limit and make it more resistant. Since to use his power to the maximum he had to have a body capable of resisting it. During all the afternoons he made Tiamat attack him with all her power until he could no longer resist and fell exhausted and wounded, only to be healed by a tearful Tiamat. He knew that she did not like to do it, but it was the only way to make his body more resistant, to gain strength. You must first go through the pain and get used to it and adapt to it, in order to overcome it and move forward. And over the course of the night, despite their injuries, Issei and Tiamat faced each other in a duel. Despite Tiamat's complaints because her master did not rest, she ended up resigned and fighting with Issei. According to him, he needed to gain experience and skill in battle so as not to be surpassed by his rivals. That was the routine for the first 4 years, and once they had passed, the first stage of training ended, which resulted in Issei's level rising considerably, reaching beyond the Dragon King category, and even Tiamat herself, who was surprised and proud of her master. And for the next 4 years, Issei dedicated himself to training his power. He already had a strong body. It was time to level up. During those years, Issei dedicated himself to improving, expanding and taking to new levels the use and potential of the power of destruction inherited from his mother. During his practices he managed to obtain total mastery of his power and live up to his name, since everything he touched would be destroyed and reduced to nothing in seconds. He also managed to handle the concept of destruction, since no matter what, he could make his power not destroy anything. His mastery in it was absolute. He also managed to shape it, be it weapons or any other object, made from his power, which destroyed everything they touched. And during his training he developed a state, one could say a transformation, in which his eyes turned crimson, and he acquired extremely high strength, speed and magical capacity, in addition to his power becoming present and surrounding him in a type of crimson aura throughout his body. In that state he could destroy everything in his path and had no limits. The bad thing was that it exhausted him quite a bit, and not to mention the dark side of using it for a long time. By spending too much time in this state, his emotions would start to become altered, and a great anger would take over him and make him lose his mind, entering into berserker mode. In this state, which went beyond the capacity of any being to control it, he showed a wild attitude, and an uncontrollable battle frenzy in which his strength and capabilities increased drastically. Over time, through much effort, he managed to control his frenzy, acquiring total control of his power and reaching a new level, where destruction had no limits, and he managed to develop a quite terrifying and dangerous technique, according to Tiamat's words. I had never seen or heard of a technique like his. It was the Hakai, the most powerful and dangerous technique that Issei created and developed, which had several ways of use. One of them was to disintegrate an object or technique. Another way was to point at the enemy or object with the palm of the hand, crossing the thumb and saying the name of the technique, exterminating the target from the face of the earth and life itself. This technique could erase anything. There were no limitations: people, cities, attacks of any kind, beings without a body, whether ghosts, there were no limits. Tiamat once saw the potential and scope of her master's technique. He used it with restraint and wiped a couple of mountains off the map, leaving the Dragon Queen speechless. Tiamat and Issei were never able to discover the true extent of said technique, but according to Tiamat's analysis, Issei could destroy the entire planet if he wanted to with that technique, and all by using a word. That was quite a terrifying discovery for her. Her master had a power capable of erasing everything. Tiamat was quite worried and had asked Issei not to use that technique anymore. Although at first Issei used it on inanimate objects, he decided to leave it and use it only for situations that required its use. Tiamat was right. That technique was extremely dangerous. Using it tired him out quite a bit. It was better to save it and have it as an ace to use when necessary. He hoped not to have to use it for a long time. It would be a secret that he would keep, and the only one who would know of its existence would be Tiamat. Issei, after mastering his power, dedicated himself to learning other magics, such as darkness, which he realized made up a large part of his power, since when he used the power of destruction, small dark parts surrounded him. So for quite a while and effort, he managed to separate both powers, achieving mastery in both. And with his discovery in new power, he managed to control the darkness, making it his own. He could enter it and find anything he wanted. After all, shadows are everywhere, and Issei could sneak into them. With the dark element on his side, he had no limitations to his use. Light and darkness are eternal elements that remain everywhere. Both will never die. From light comes darkness, and from darkness comes light. That is why what Issei would do with that power could not be destroyed by anything. But not only did he learn that element, but with the help of Tiamat he also learned the elements of fire and ice, managing to increase his arsenal and increase and develop techniques with them. And something that impressed Tiamat was that her master learned to fly without the use of his wings, and according to his master's words, he managed to do so by manipulating and controlling his power to levitate or fly. It was truly impressive what Issei could accomplish and create. At the end of the 4 years of the second stage of training, Issei managed to raise his power even further, reaching the level of Heavenly Dragon, according to Tiamat herself. The next 2 years, Issei and Tiamat used them to learn more and expand their knowledge. Not everything was brute force, brains were also needed. That's why over the course of those 2 years, they spent their time studying and learning about the different factions that existed, their history, customs, and more. They also learned about the tactical field, which helped them analyze and think more thoroughly about solving and winning situations that would arise. After 2 years of learning, with only 3 years left, Issei and Tiamat used them to improve and strengthen their learning learned over the previous years. Around the last year, Issei dedicated himself to learning swordsmanship. Since he had been interested in said weapon, Tiamat did not know much about said technique, so she could not be of much help. Also, Issei did not have a sword, and the ones he found were not to his liking. During that year he trained and learned only its handling based on intuition. He was not an expert in its handling. He preferred to solve his problems with his fists. He also did not have an ideal sword for him. Perhaps later he could improve in that area, but first he had to find a sword to his liking. And during those years, their time together and living together, they developed feelings for each other. Tiamat had fallen in love with her master, and whenever they rested, she stayed by his side. She liked his presence and warmth that he gave off, and sometimes she showed him affection, be it hugs or kisses on the cheek. Even when they slept, she rested by his side and he unconsciously hugged her for her happiness. Although when she woke up he always kicked her out of her bed and she was scolded. They were pleasant moments. She loved him, but she knew that Issei was not ready. He had told her the reason for wanting to be strong and his future plans. To say that she was not surprised was an understatement. But once she had recovered, she told him that she would help him, that he could count on her for whatever. She knew that, until he met his goals, Issei was not ready for love affairs, but she didn't care. She always let him know that she was there and would wait for the day he would accept her. She knew she wouldn't be the only one, but it certainly didn't bother her. As long as she was with her master, she would be happy. Issei, although he wouldn't admit it, the time he spent with Tiamat made him develop feelings for her, and she wasn't the only one. He also had feelings for Serafall, Mirajine and Yui, but he couldn't accept them until he achieved his goals. He just hoped that in the end, they would be with him. And during those years where Issei was absent in training, more or less half of them, the war between the 3 factions, being the angels, demons and fallen angels, broke out completely. Senseless deaths, endless hatred and pain that never heals, that was war, horror and glory between beings fighting to preserve their idea of peace. The problem is that each of them had their own. If you want peace, prepare for war. The three sides of the biblical factions began to fight brutally. And although the angels did not agree with shedding blood, they had to defend themselves. It was them or their rivals. Elohim wanted to end this war. He believed there could be peace between them. But the dissatisfaction of Azazel and Lucifer, who did not agree with their father, like their companions Cadres and Maus, who wanted to be above them. Their arrogance and decisions were causing havoc in the world, both human and in their territories, as in the case of the underworld, since part of it had become the battlefield, where constant fights and bloodshed took place. This situation deserved a solution, and who would give it would be none other than a man, one who will go against the world and the world against him. And in this war there is only one thing that is certain. You're going to see a dead person here. After all, salvation and destruction were just one step away from each other. But that was not the only thing that was happening over the years, because far from life itself, in the confines of the end of the world, an evil, an apocalyptic beast was beginning to approach, and it only had one purpose: to destroy everything that existed. War would not be the only thing that Issei would face once he returned. The battle between two entities was approaching. The end and beginning of an era was approaching. Destruction versus apocalypse. Beings that destroy everything in their path, leaving nothing behind, similar and different. Now let me ask you, dear readers, which of the two is above the other? 13 years later, Gremory Mansion. Inside the Gremory residence, Vanillana and Zeoctus were currently gathered in the living room of said home, who were drinking tea, while sitting on the sown for alls in the room. Over the years, their appearance did not change much. They continued to show that young air. After all, their lives are almost immortal. But they were not alone. Sitting next to Vanillana was Serafall, who had stopped being a child and was now an extremely beautiful woman, with her long black hair tied in two tails on each side using two fuchsia ribbons and her purple eyes. Over the years, thanks to her training, she developed a slender and well-proportioned body. Although she had grown, her girlish air had not gone away. In height she grew a little. Although she looked like a lowly, albeit with large breasts, she maintained a curvy and voluptuous figure. She was at the Gremory residence because today was exactly 13 years since Issei left. She was hoping that he would return today, although she was not the only one. Serafall. HAA, it's been a long time. I wonder when Issei will return, she said while looking at the ceiling. Vanillana. HAA, I wondered that too. I want to see him now. These years have been a torment without my baby. At least Serzex remained here, because I wouldn't know what I would have done if my babies left me alone, she said as she placed her cup of tea on the table in front of her. Serzex. Mom, we are no longer children. My brother and I have already become grown men, he said to his mother. Serzex over the years became a handsome man. That boy was clearly mature, with his shoulder-length crimson red hair and blue-green eyes inherited from his father, Zeoticus. Like Serafall, Serzex hoped that today would be the return of his older brother so that he could show him his progress and power that he possessed thanks to his constant training, and he was not the only one. Serafall also longed to show him how much she had advanced and how powerful she had become. Both wanted Issei to be proud of them. Vanillana. Silence, Serzex. You and Issei will always be my babies. I care little if you are 1,000,000 years old. You will always be my precious babies, she said to her son in a reproachful way for his words. Zeoticus. My dear, I think you're exaggerating. It's time for you to accept that Serzex and Issei stopped being babies a long time ago, he said to his wife, only to see her get up from her seat and go to Serzex and hug him tightly. Vanillana. Never, she said as she inadvertently suffocated Serzex. Serzex. Mama, I'm not BRASing, he said as he ran out of air. He may have had great power and strength right now, but against his mother, all of that was useless. Vanillana. I'm sorry, darling, she said as she released him from her deadly embrace, then returned to her seat. Serafall. You never change, Vanillana. I asked her how much Issei has changed, she said while looking into space. She couldn't stop thinking about Issei. She missed him. She wanted to see him and hug him. She wanted to know if he was okay. Vanillana. I told you to call me Mother Sarah. After all, you will marry. She couldn't continue because a servant entered the room, and needless to say she was quite scared and nervous. Maid. Lord and Lady Gremory, you have visitors. Shall I let them in here? She asked. You could see on her face that she was nervous. But why? Zeoticus. Let them in, he gave the order, so that the maid left the room, and a few seconds later 4 people entered, causing a great surprise for those who were inside the room before. Lucifer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Lord and Lady Gremory, it's been a while since we last met, he said kindly as he looked at Vanillana and Zeoticus. Serafall. Miragene, Graphia, Yui, it's really you, she said, impressed and happy to see you again after such a long time. Miragene. Of course it's us. Who else could be Serafall? It's a pleasure to see you all again, she said, happy to see all of them again. Miragene had become a beautiful, slim woman of below average height, keeping her long, white hair that curls slightly at the ends, with 2 strands framing her face and reaching her chest. Thanks to her training and her daily routines over the course of these years, she has a curvy, voluptuous body, with large breasts. Graphia. As Wani-san said, it's nice to see you again, Serafall, Serzex, it's been a while, I hope you haven't forgotten about us, she said while smiling and looking surreptitiously at Serzex, who in her words had become quite a handsome man. Graphia over the years became a very beautiful woman with her hair, which flows down to her back, with a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is left to fall, ending in twin braids. Thanks to her constant training received during the years she remained with her sister locked up in her home, she developed a curvy, voluptuous body, and like her sister she had quite large breasts. Serzex. Of course we would never forget you, we always hope to meet again, he said, quite happy to see his friends again, although from time to time he looked at Graphia, who in his words, had become an extremely beautiful woman. Yui. That's a relief, we thought they would forget about us. But finally we met again, group hug, she said quite happily, and then everyone came closer and hugged each other, a symbol of reunion and friendship between them. Yui during these years became an extremely beautiful and well-endowed woman, with her gray-white hair tied in pigtails held together with pink ribbons, along with 3 pink heart-shaped hair clips in her bangs. Her height may not have been very tall, but that did not diminish her charm. Thanks to her training established by her father during these years, she developed a curvy and voluptuous body with large breasts. As the friends gathered again and talked, Zeoticus and Vanillana approached Lucifer to find out the reason for his visit. They were really happy to see the girls again. No, they were no longer girls. They had all become beautiful young women. Vanillana. Lucifer-sama, can you tell us the reason for your visit, if it is not too much trouble, she asked respectfully. Lucifer. Simple, Lady Gremory. Today marks 13 years since Issei Gremory left, and I thought maybe he could come back today. We came to welcome him so we could begin the wedding preparations, he said while smiling. Those words caught the attention of everyone in the room, and slightly upset Zeoticus and Vanillana, who were afraid that they would find out that they had lied in order to save Miragene and Yui from a terrible punishment. And while that situation was developing in the room of the Gremory residence, outside the house something was about to happen that would start many upcoming events to come. On the outskirts of the Gremory residence, specifically at its entrance, a magic circle appeared. Said circle had the symbol of the Gremory clan, only it glowed in a crimson hue, and from said circle, when the light dimmed, 2 people appeared. She was a tall, beautiful and slender woman, with light blue hair and eyebrows and blue eyes. She had a curvy and well-proportioned figure with fairly large breasts. Next to her was a tall and quite handsome man, with brown hair and purple eyes and a face that showed seriousness and maturity, with a well-worked body since you could see that there was no fat, only muscle without being bloody. Issei. Finally home. It's been a while since I was here, it's changed a bit, he said seriously as he looked at his home. Tiamat. We were away for a long time, Master. It is obvious that some things would change. Time does that, you are proof of that. Because if something has changed, it is your master, she said while looking at him. Issei. It could be Tiamat. Very well, let's go. Let's not stay outside any longer, he said to start walking and be followed by his partner, and as they advanced he saw her again and spoke to her. Issei. Tiamat, I don't want you to tell anyone about my future plans. That will be something that only you and I will know. The fewer people know, the better for me, he said seriously while looking at her. Tiamat. Don't worry, Master, I won't say anything. Remember that I swore loyalty to you. I will only ask you not to do anything alone. That's what I'm here for, to help you and accompany you on your way, she said while smiling and looking him in the eyes. Issei. Thanks, Tiamat, he said while caressing her head, making her blush, and when he finished doing so he turned his gaze forward and spoke again. Tiamat, from this moment on, we will begin preparations. We will end this senseless war and put an end to the reign of terror in the underworld. We will forge peace, and if we must eliminate a few, so be it. You are with me, partner, he said while looking at her and stretching out his hand with his fist clenched. Tiamat. Of course I will. I will always be on your side, partner, she said as she stretched out her hand and bumped fists with Issei, a symbol of camaraderie between them. And so they both began to walk towards the Gremory residence, Once they reached the main doors, they opened them and entered the home. As they walked forward, they were seeing if they saw anyone in the hallways, and in the middle of their walk they felt several familiar energies gathered in the same spot, so they decided to go and see what was happening. Inside the room where Vanillana, Ziactus and company were, the atmosphere in said room was tense. The reason, what Lucifer had said and the reactions of Vanillana and Ziactus, generated that atmosphere. The room was silent. None of the people gathered there spoke, and after a few seconds Vanillana decided to speak. Vanillana. Lucif-sama, you see, the prop. He could not continue, because the doors of the room opened, and after that, 2 people entered, causing the astonishment, joy and surprise of those present in the room, who were motionless and silent before what they saw, or rather who saw. Issei. We're back, he said seriously as he looked at them all and appreciated the change they had received in these years. He had to admit that Serafall, Mirajine, Yui and Grafia had all become beautiful women, and his brother had certainly grown. Seeing them he could feel their powers. They were tall. Maybe they didn't reach his current level, but it was clear that they didn't waste time in his absence. Vanillana. Sniff, Issei sniff, Issei, she said as tears came out of her beautiful eyes, then she shouted her son's name and ran towards him. Issei could only watch as his mother approached him quickly, and when she was close she jumped into his arms and he received her. When Vanillana was in her son's arms she couldn't help but cry with joy. She hugged him tightly while she buried her face in her son's chest. Boy, had he grown. He was taller than her, and after a few seconds she felt her son return the hug. That made her really happy to feel that warm warmth and affection from him again, even if it was just for this time. To feel it again and know that her son was there, it was enough for her. As mother and son hugged each other, Issei stood up and looked towards the others, only to see 3 women with tears in their eyes, being Serafall, Mirajine and Yui, who approached him at high speed, and once close. Like his mother, they jumped towards him, and as they approached, Issei only had one thought. Issei. Damn, he thought, only to be knocked down and crushed by his mother and friends. His arrival had already been marked, and thanks to it, many events would come next, and only one man could stand against them. The hands of the clock are already turning, and the day of the final battle was approaching. 2 beings fighting for a new tomorrow. Apocalypse and destruction. The meeting of the century is approaching. Gremory Mansion. Currently in the Gremory residence, specifically in the guest room of said home, a reunion of several people who were absent for quite a few years was taking place, and today they managed to meet again. In the middle of the hall of the residence, those present in the room were sitting on their sewn for alls. Most of them saw a rather peculiar situation that was developing at this moment. Just as Issei and Tiamat arrived, and after that they introduced themselves, Issei was knocked down by his mother and friends, who cried with happiness upon seeing him again and showed him how worried they were. Once they had recovered and saw that the Mao Lucifer was in their home, in order not to cause discomfort, everyone sat down to talk more calmly about what had happened in these years. But just as Issei sat down, well, Issei, you 4 can let me go once and for all, he said seriously and irritated by the situation that was happening. Since sitting on his legs was his mother, who hugs him tightly, and shows no signs of wanting to let go. In addition to rubbing her cheek with his left arm was tightly hugged by Serafall, who was sitting next to him and didn't want to let go. His right arm was held by Yui, who showed no signs of letting go, and behind him was standing Mirajine. The all for honor mentioned had her arms around his neck while hugging him. Needless to say, Issei, in addition to feeling the affection and sadness that they transmitted through the hugs, he also felt how much his friends had grown, since the 3 of them were pressing their very voluptuous breasts against him. This situation was starting to make him uncomfortable. Tiamat was behind him, next to Mirajine. She was watching with amusement the situation her master was experiencing, although she was also a little jealous seeing how they were all glued to Issei, except for Vanillana, since she was her mother. In front of them were sitting Ziactus, Serafall and Grafia, who didn't know how to react to the behavior of their wife, mother, sister, friends. But they were also observing in detail the change that Issei had had during the absent years. And it was no wonder. He still kept his serious attitude and his cold gaze. But certainly that child they saw and played with had grown. He was bigger in stature than Ziactus and Serafall. In addition, it was noticeable that he was in shape, since the clothes he was wearing showed off his muscles. But the truth is that for some reason none of them felt traces of Issei's magical power. It was as if he had nothing, and they were not the only ones who noticed that. Lucifer, who was sitting alone on a stone for all in the middle of the room, and those present, he silently observed the situation that was developing. But more than anything he observed Issei, he who had had a great change. The boy he once knew had become a man. But for some reason he couldn't feel his power, which was what really interested him. No matter how hard he concentrated, he didn't feel anything. It was really strange. Zeoctus. Dear, could you let go of Issei so we can talk more comfortably? He said while looking at his wife's behavior. Despite how old they are, his wife will always behave like a child when it comes to her children. Serafall. Dad is right, and you guys too, Serafall, Mirajin, Yui, you could free Oni-san. I understand that you missed him. I missed him too, but it's not the best situation right now, he told them while sneaking a glance at Lucifer. Graphia. Serafall is right. You should behave like the ladies you are, she said in a serious and stoic manner. Vanillana. Muru. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I didn't see him for 13 years. 13 years. Every day I spent thinking about him, and now that I finally have him back, nothing and no one will separate me from him, she said, pouting as she clung tighter to her son. Serafall. Vanillana is right. This idiot was gone for a long time, and now that he's back I'm not letting him go, not today or ever, she said as she hugged Issei's arm tighter and buried her face in his shoulder. Mirajin. We've been waiting for his return for a long time, and now that he's finally here, we'll never let him go again, she said, and then increased her grip on Issei's neck. It's a good thing Issei had trained his body and made it resistant, because if it were someone else he would already have broken bones from the strong squeezes he was receiving. Yui. We cry and suffer day and night for his absence. Don't ask us to let him go now that he is with us, she said, and like the others she increased and strengthened her grip. Issei. Mom, I'm not going anywhere, so let me go at once, and the same goes for you trio of crazy women, he said seriously and irritated as he tried to break free. Vanillana, Serafall, Mirajin and Yui. Never. They said in unison and clung to him tighter. Tiamat. Master, you must understand them. They miss you. I would be in the same situation if you were to leave for a long time without me. It is only fair that you let them do whatever they want to make you leave, she said, smiling as she looked at him. Issei. Hiya, whatever, he said resignedly, for this time he would listen to Tiamat and let them do whatever they wanted. Lucifer. Ahem. Well, I'm glad you came back safe and sound, Issei. But we have a very important topic to talk about. I'm referring to the marriage you accepted with my daughter and Mirajin Lucifuge, he said, drawing everyone's attention and especially Issei's with his words. Issei. When did I accept that? He couldn't continue because his mother interrupted him. Vanillana. Excuse us for a moment. Son, can you come with me? Thanks, she said as she stood up and took her son's hand. At that moment, seeing the situation, Serafall, Mirajin and Yui had released him, and all that could be seen was Vanillana leaving the room dragging her son. Thanks to that action by the Gremory matriarch, the room was left in an awkward silence. Nobody said anything. Seconds later, Mirajin sat next to Serafall and Yui, and Tiamat positioned herself next to their son for all, everyone keeping silent and waiting for Issei and Vanillana to return soon. And in the midst of the uncomfortable atmosphere, Lucifer got up from his seat and walked towards Tiamat, who didn't even pay attention to him as she stared at the door through which her master had left. Lucifer. It is an honor to meet one of the Dragon Kings, not to mention the strongest of them as well as the most beautiful. Nice to meet you. I am the Mao Lucifer, he said, smiling as he looked in detail at the dragon's body. Without a doubt she was a beauty that he wanted to make his own, and just when he was about to place his hand on her, he was stopped by the dragon's words. Tiamat. Don't you even dare lay one of your filthy hands on me, you filthy bat. The only one who has the right and permission to touch me is my master and no one else. I belong only to him in body and soul. So get away from me if you don't want me to kill you, she said while looking at him with contempt and coldness. She had seen the way Lucifer looked at her, what he thought he was. The only one who could look at her lustfully was her master. The only one who could touch her was her master. Her virginity belonged solely and exclusively to her master. She only belonged to the man who stole her heart, and no one else. That was marked the day she agreed to be his familiar, and no one could make her change her mind, her loyalty, her strength, her power, her body, were solely and exclusively for her master. Lucifer. Interesting, and I guess it's Issei, right? I'm a little envious that he has such a charming lady at his side and doesn't give her the attention she deserves. Why don't you come with me? He said without erasing his smile while looking at her with lust. The others present in the room watched attentively the interaction of those two and only had one thought. This is going to go wrong. You didn't have to be smart to know Lucifer's intentions with Tiamat, but they knew that she had shown loyalty only to Issei, and if someone came and tried to break it, the only thing they would gain was to anger the dragon. And they were not wrong. Tiamat was already starting to get upset by the words of that scum who was talking to her, and just when she was about to act, the doors of the room were opened and Vanillana and Issei entered. He came with a serious and cold look. Tiamat. Master, she said quite happily. Then she walked towards him, and once she reached his position she buried her face in his chest and hugged him tightly. And seconds later she felt her master caress her head with one of his hands, which elicited some small, unconscious purrs from her. She loved it when her master caressed her. Issei, who saw Tiamat's action when she arrived, let her do whatever she wanted. He had no time to think about the reason for her behavior, since he was thinking about the words his mother told him once they left the room. A few moments ago with Vanillana and Issei. As he left the room, in the middle of the hallway were mother and son. They stared at each other without saying anything. Issei didn't understand why they had left, nor the words Lucifer said. Just when he was going to speak, his mother got there before him. Vanillana. Son, listen to me very well. I did something that may bother you, but I had no choice and I had to accept something. So please let me speak and then you can judge me as you wish, she told him with her head down. He couldn't see him, not after he told her what he did. Issei didn't say anything. He just remained silent and stared at his mother. That silence was a confirmation for Vanillana, and she continued to speak. Vanillana. 13 years ago, days after your departure, Mirajin and Yui were forced to inform the Mao Lucifer about your departure, who did not like it because his plans were falling apart, and he could not have you in his ranks. And before you ask, the answer is yes. Serafall told me the truth behind the marriage. I was really upset, but I also understood that with your departure, both Mirajin and Yui would suffer for their parents for not complying with the terms of the wedding. That is why I gathered both Lucifer and Mirajin's parents in our home and told them that before you left me a letter where you accepted the union of the three houses. And both Lucifer and the Lucifuge agreed that when you returned the wedding day would be established. I know I did wrong to get you into this mess, but I could not let Mirajin and Yui suffer. I hope and you understand me and forgive me, she told him while looking at the floor, only to feel a hand that rested on his head. Issei. I'm not upset, Mom. You did what you thought was best for them. Anyway, sooner or later you had to attend to that matter. How very well we'll do this. I'll tell her that I'll marry them, but they'll have to wait a little longer for that day to come, he said seriously to his mother while he caressed her head, and seconds later he withdrew his hand and turned around. Issei. Let's go back inside, he said without looking at her, and continued walking towards the room. While Vanillana had already raised her gaze, she was looking at her son, or rather his back, and couldn't help but remember the image she saw the day he was born. It was identical. She hadn't been wrong. Surely at that time what she saw was a future vision of who her son would be. She couldn't help but let a tear fall from her eye. She had to accept it. She wasn't a baby anymore. Issei and Serzex were already men and they no longer needed her. Sooner or later they would spread their wings and leave. Issei was the one who looked like he would be the first to expand his horizons. They no longer needed her, and that made her sad. Issei. Mom, come on, don't stay behind, he said seriously while holding out his hand. Vanillana looked at her son. For a moment she saw Issei as a child holding out his hand while smiling at her. Only a little later that image would change to that of her grown son. It's true, maybe they don't need her anymore, but she will always be there for them. Her children are her treasure, her life, her everything, but it was time to let them go. Vanillana. Yes, sorry, he said as he took her hand, and together they walked back to the room, and for a moment Vanillana looked at her son, who didn't notice him and only had one thought when he saw him. Vanillana's thought. My dear son, I don't know what your destiny will be and where it will take you. I don't know what you are planning or the reason for your actions. But remember that I am your mother, and wherever you go, you will carry my heart, next to yours. Vanillana. I'm glad you're back. I missed you so much, she told him once while standing in front of the door of the room where they were all gathered. Issei didn't say anything. He just looked at his mother, and then opened the door, and they went inside together. Current moment. Everyone was looking at Vanillana and Issei, who was hugged by Tiamat. For some reason her arrival had managed to lighten the tension that had been there a little while ago. But there was someone who was looking at Issei with some anger. It was Lucifer, who had been rejected by the Dragon Queen. Seeing her in his arms infuriated him. How she preferred to be with him before him. And while he was in his thoughts, he was forced to come out of them because someone had stood in front of him, and seeing who it was and the look she was giving him, unconsciously he took a few steps back. Issei. You wanted to talk about marriage. Well, I'll tell you clearly. I, Issei Gremory, have agreed to marry both Mirajin Lucifuge and you Lucifer Morningstar, but it will be under my terms. The day will be set by me, and it won't be today or tomorrow, or in a week, You'll have to wait until I decide when. If you don't like it, go ahead, I hear you, she said while staring at him, and needless to say, her gaze conveyed pure coldness towards Lucifer. Previously, when he was next to his mother and had Tiamat hugging her, the same whispered in his ear what Lucifer had tried to do to her. Needless to say, he was upset. Nobody treated their partner like that. Issei had two untouchable nerves. One was his loved ones, touch them and you will earn his wrath. The other was the most dangerous and Issei's #1 weakness. But it wasn't just his but that of all existing beings. And only Vanillana, Ophis and Serafall knew that information. That weakness has a name, and it is Serafall. She is Issei's weakness and the nerve that must never be touched. Serafall is the bridge that allows people to reach Issei. She is the light that guides him and keeps him on the right path. She became Issei's priceless treasure, and Vanillana, Ophis and Serafall knew that if someone wanted to steal or touch Issei's treasure, they would practically be screaming for death. To put it simply, Serafall is Issei's container. Take it away and only a demon full of anger, death and blood will remain. In other words, your worst nightmare. Returning to Issei, when Tiamat informed him what had happened, he broke free from her grip and headed towards where Lucifer was, to later speak to him and look at him with contempt. Lucifer. Okay, it will be as you say, but I don't want you to take too long to decide, he said once he had recovered and looking at him seriously. Issei. If that's the case, I don't see why you're still here, he said seriously and coldly as he looked into his eyes. Lucifer. You're right, it's time for me to go. But first I inform you that I will come tomorrow to talk about another matter. For today I will let you catch up with your family and fiancés. It was a pleasure to see you again. With your permission I will leave, he said seriously, and when he finished he began to walk passing Issei and heading towards the exit. Issei. Before you go, he told him without turning to look at him, managing to stop Lucifer's steps, who turned around and looked at Issei. He only turned his face slightly and looked at him fixedly and spoke to him. Issei. The next time you try to do something with my partner I will completely forget that you are a Mao, and I will kill you. I don't want to see you near Tiamat again, you understand, he told her seriously and coldly, and for an instant his eyes turned crimson. Lucifer. Is that a threat? He said, looking at him seriously and releasing part of his power. Issei. A warning, he answered seriously and also released a small part of his power. A great tension had formed, both of them stared at each other, either of them looked away, and within seconds Lucifer turned around and left the room. Issei. Idiot, he said as he looked where Lucifer came from, and seconds later he was knocked down by Tiamat. Tiamat. Kayaya Master, thanks for protecting me. Seeing you act like that made me want you more and more, she said while sitting on Issei's abdomen. She had been captivated. What woman doesn't like the person she loves to show her love, protection, security, and in her case, being a dragon, power, superiority. Seeing her master confront Lucifer for how he treated her, it turned her on. Tiamat. Master, 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 she repeated while hugging Issei and also suffocating him with her breasts. Issei. Tiamat, get out of the way. It's not the best time or place for one of your jokes, he told her seriously and coldly. It wasn't that his partner bothered him. What had him upset was the whole situation with Lucifer. Tiamat, seeing how her master was, understood that he was not in the mood for jokes, so she stood up and helped her master to get up. Once they were both standing, her master spoke. Issei. Very well, since the idiot left we can talk more comfortably, he said while looking at the others, and in that Serafall approached him and hugged him. Serafall. You're still the same idiot, but you're the idiot I like. I'm glad you're back. Please don't go again. You don't know how much I miss you, so please promise me you won't go anymore, she said, raising her head and then looking him in the eyes. Issei couldn't say anything. For some reason he felt like he couldn't keep that promise. The only thing he could do was hug her tightly, surprising the others with such an action. For Serafall, that action, instead of making her happy, only managed to make her sad. It was as if he was telling her that he couldn't keep that promise, but not because he didn't want to, but because it was something that had to happen and neither he nor she could avoid it. Serafall could only increase her hold on him further, as did Issei on her. They both somehow knew it. One day they would have to separate, and who knows for how long, until that day comes. For now they can only enjoy each other's company. Serafall. I understand, you don't have to say anything, let's forget that. Now why don't you tell us what you did during these years? Come, she said smiling as she pulled Issei to one of the sewn for alls in the room, and when they arrived they both sat down while still holding their hands together, and shortly after Tiamat joined and sat on the other side free of Issei. "Vanillana, tell us, son, how was your trip? Did you get what you wanted?" she said while looking at him. She was sitting next to her husband and they were both curious about their son's response. "Issei, I got more than I expected," he answered his mother seriously while looking into her eyes. "Xioctus, then could you tell us how strong you became? I think everyone here would like to know how far you went, son," he said to Issei while looking at him. "Issei, enough to be able to change," he said as he closed his eyes and remained silent. "Serafall, change that, Oni-san?" he asked doubtfully of his older brother's words while sitting next to Grafia, who had been silent since Issei had arrived and had been staring at him. At Serafall's question, Issei opened his eyes, which had stopped being purple. They were now crimson and were looking at Serafall. "Issei, the world, war, life, that's what I got. The power to change the course of history," he said seriously to his brother while his eyes returned to normal. "Grafia, no matter how much time has passed, you're still the same brute. Could you answer a question I have?" she said seriously while looking at him. "Issei, the same goes for you. No matter how much you grow, you'll still be an old woman. Go ahead and ask whatever you want," he told her while looking at her. It could be seen that the rivalry between the two had not diminished during these years. "Grafia, because I can't sense any kind of magic in you. You don't give off any magical power. It's like you have nothing," she said to him doubtfully. And she wasn't the only one. The others couldn't sense anything from Issei either. It was strange. Had something happened in the time he was gone? "Issei, it's not that I don't have it. It's just that I keep it hidden through magic seals. I don't want anyone to find out how much I have," he told her seriously. "Marajin, Issei, putting aside the subject of your training, could you tell us if it's true that you hunted Yui and me or if it was just a lie to keep Mao Lucifer calm?" she asked him. Her voice was filled with sadness. She would be lying if she said she didn't want to marry him. She longed for him even though she knew she wouldn't be the only one. But she was sure that Issei had lied. And she wasn't the only one with those thoughts. Yui, who was sitting on one of the sewn for alls with Mirajin, shared the same thoughts as her. She would be very happy if she became Issei's wife. Obviously she wouldn't be the only one and neither would she be the first. That position was held by Serafall and Mirajin, Tiamat, and she knew it very well. But she felt that this marriage proposal would not take place. "Issei, I'll be honest with you. I said those words so that Lucifer would stop bothering me. I don't plan on getting married. Not until I fulfill my goals and my dream, that's the truth," he said seriously while looking at Mirajin and Yui. These words saddened Mirajin and Yui. How naive they had been. They should have seen it coming and not fooled themselves during these years. But they were taken out of their thoughts by Serafall's words. "Serafall, wait a minute. You said you don't plan on getting married until you achieve your goals. That means when you achieve them you'll get married. Who?" she asked. Issei didn't answer. He just got up from his seat and began to walk away from them, and as he headed towards the exit of the room, once at the door he turned his gaze slightly and observed Serafall and the others who were waiting to see what he would do. And with that he answered her question. "Issei, today has been a tiring day. We will continue the conversation tomorrow. I will go to my room to rest. But first, answering your question. It's like you say, Serafall. Once I meet my goals I will agree to get married and maybe start a family, and who it will be with. Well, it's obvious, right? Don't you remember that as children I told you that one day I would make you mine, Serafall? I plan to keep that promise. Although I'm not just after you. The words I said to Lucifer are not entirely lies, since I wouldn't mind marrying you, Mirajin Yui. Also Tiamat, as your master. You belong only to me and no one else, and one day you four will be mine," he said with a small smile on his face. Something that surprised everyone in the room, and after that he left the room. And inside her, Serafall, Mirajin, Yui and Tiamat were left completely blushing and embarrassed by Issei's words. Their faces were so red, their bodies were trembling and they couldn't utter a word. They hated feeling like this. Issei was the only one who could make them act like this, and when he played with them, it always ended the same. Vanillana. Ara, what an unexpected event, and I thought that Issei was not interested in that matter. But I see that I was wrong and he already has his sights on you girls. Congratulations, please make me a grandmother soon. I want many grandchildren, she said to them, amused, worsening her condition. Serafall. Are you saying? Don't look at me, she said, covering her face. She couldn't even speak well. She wished the earth would swallow her. Stupid Issei and his charming words. Damn idiot. She hates him, but she also loves him. Grafia. Fufufu. Wani-san, your efforts have finally paid off. That means that very soon I will be called aunt by my nephews, she said while looking at her older sister. Mira-Jean. Sister, what are you saying? She said while hiding her face with her hands. And just like Serafall, she wanted to be swallowed by the earth. She doesn't deny that it made her very happy to know that Issei doesn't mind marrying her, but it also didn't take away the shame she was feeling at this moment. Surzix. Yui is not far behind. Who would have thought that that shy girl would manage to attract Oni-san's attention? Ha ha ha, I'll have many nephews. Try hard, girls, he said while giving his friends a thumbs up. Yui. Surzix, don't say more. I can't take this, she said while covering her blushing face with her hands. It had made her happy to hear Issei say that he wouldn't mind marrying them. That made her extremely happy, but the shame she felt at the moment was terrible. And having her friends and Issei's parents bother them, it didn't help her health much. Zioctis. And let's not forget Tiamat. I'm so proud of my son. Not just anyone can make the strongest dragon queen fall in love with him. I wonder what my grandchildren will be like. Maybe half dragon and half demon. Well, we'll see when they arrive, he said amused as he looked at Tiamat. Tiamat. It's too early to talk about that, Lord Gremory. Although I don't dislike the idea, there are procedures before getting to that. What I'm getting at is this. She didn't know what to say. She was totally embarrassed. This situation had her thoughts clouded. Damn her master for leaving her in this mess. Vanillana. Fufufu, very soon they will stop being ladies, if you know what I mean, she said while looking at them all. That comment ended up breaking the little sanity they had. Serafall, Mira-Jean, Yui and Tiamat. I can't take it anymore, Issei, they said in unison, to then run out of the room and look for the person responsible for their shame. Damn it, they loved him madly, but that didn't stop them from taking it out on him. After all, he was the one who caused all this commotion. Surzix. Ha 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 ha, poor things. I think we went too far, he said as he watched where his friends came out. But suddenly he felt a chill down his spine and began to slowly turn his head until he could see his mother. That smile she was giving him didn't promise anything good. Vanillana. And tell me, Surzix, when are you thinking of marrying Grafia? You can't be left behind. Your brother, even if he doesn't say it, seems to take responsibility for them. I think it's time for you to do the same with Grafia. I will undoubtedly have many grandchildren to pamper, she said as she placed her hands on her cheek and began to dream of children calling her grandma. And while Vanillana was in her world, she didn't notice the blushes that adorned Surzix and Grafia's faces, who couldn't even look at each other, and sitting together and feeling the other didn't help at all. Surzix. If you'll excuse me, I forgot to talk about a matter with Oni-san. With your permission, he said blushing and then ran out of the room and went to look for his brother as an excuse to get out of that embarrassing situation. Grafia. And I'll go look for Oni-san. With your permission, she said blushing, and seconds after Surzix left the room, she left the room and began to look for her sister. Vanillana. Fufufu, they are still children, she said amused by what happened. But it's good to see them again as they were before. Issei's departure had affected them, and now that he returned, they managed to return to being like before, she said while looking at the door where Surzix and Grafia left. Zioctis. You're right, dear. I wonder what will happen now. Issei came back and it seems he got what he was looking for. I think the real question would be, what will happen now with his return? Zioctis said as he placed a hand on his chin and thought of an answer to his question. Vanillana. The beginning, she said with her eyes closed. Her words caught her husband's attention, who looked at her, bewildered by what she said. Zioctis. The beginning of what? He asked his wife doubtfully, not understanding what she meant. Vanillana did not respond immediately. She remained silent for a few moments, and then turned her head and looked her husband in the eyes and spoke to him. Vanillana. The beginning of a new era, of a new world. I don't know how to explain it, but deep inside I feel that everything we know, what we have lived, all of that will change very soon, and somehow I know that the one responsible for that change will be Issei. I'm sure of that, she answered her husband while looking at him. Zioctis said nothing and preferred to remain silent, not knowing that the words spoken by his wife were correct. Because a great change is taking place, one that would affect everyone. And while silence reigned in the room where Vanillana and Zioctis were, from one moment to the next it was interrupted by the screams of Issei and his friends. Issei. What do you think you're doing in my room, you perverts? I want you out of here. He was heard saying. Serafall, Mira-Jean, Yui and Tiamat. Don't even think about it, Gremory. You'll pay for what you did to us. They were saying in unison. After that exchange, Vanillana and Xiactus only heard bangs, things breaking, and screams from the girls and Issei. Although it seemed like they were fighting, they knew they were just making up for lost time. They just hoped it wouldn't get out of control. Issei. What the hell are you doing here, old woman? I don't want my room to stink of your unpleasant smell. They heard their son say, and they could already imagine what would follow after that. Grafia. Now I'm going to kill you, damn you. And there it was. No matter how many years passed, those two would never change. Vanillana and Xiactus just sat there listening to the commotion their children and friends were creating. Surzix. Hey, don't fight. Grafia, don't bite Oni-san. And you, Oni-san, stop pulling Grafia's hair. You guys look like children who can't get along at least once. Oh well, at least his son was there to stop those two. Or so Vanillana and Xiactus thought. Issei and Grafia. Never, don't copy me, ah damn it. After that, all you could hear was the girls and Surzix trying to possibly separate Issei and Grafia. At least now everything was back to normal. Vanillana. Hiya, those two give me a headache. I'd better go before they destroy the house, she said as she got up and left the living room and went towards where her children and friends were. Xiactus. Ha ha ha, those two don't change. I wonder what would happen if Grafia joins the family. Their fights would probably be the order of the day. So many changes are coming. I wonder what you plan to do now, Issei, he said while sitting and staring into space. Today had brought many events, and the next few days would bring more, because the beginning of a new era was about to happen. The next day, a new day had arrived at the Gremory residence, and its inhabitants were beginning to wake up. But we didn't sit in a specific room. Inside it, in bed, 3 people could be seen sleeping comfortably. It was a brown-haired man who was shirtless, and lying on his chest were 2 beautiful women, one with light blue hair and the other with black hair. Both were wearing full-body pajamas, but that didn't stop them from highlighting their voluptuous figures. Both women slept while hugging the man who was between them. And in the middle of the situation, the man began to wake up and open his eyes. Once awake, he decided to wake up his companions. Issei. Serafall, Tiamat. It's already dawn, he said as he moved them and tried to get out of her grip, which was useless as they clung to him even more. Serafall. No. Issei, no. We can do it, not here, she said while still asleep and dreaming of unholy things. Tiamat. Master, give me more, make me yours, she said while sleeping and had a smile on her face. Issei. You guys, he said with a twitch in his eyebrow, get up now, you pair of perverts, he shouted, managing to wake them up. Serafall and Tiamat. Kaya. They screamed from the fright that Issei caused them. He looked at them seriously. Issei. What were you dreaming about? He asked them both seriously. This question caused Serafall and Tiamat's faces to blush as they remembered what they were dreaming about and subsequently hid their faces in Issei's chest out of shame. How did they end up sleeping with Issei? Simple. The day before, after separating Issei and Grafia, who looked like children fighting, seeing that it was already late, they decided to rest and leave the talk for the next day. Serafall, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui, seeing that it was already late, decided to spend the night at the Gremory residence, obviously asking permission from Vanillana and Xiactus, who let them. In the case of Tiamat, her son when he was a child had already established that she would stay at his home, so there was no inconvenience with the dragon. After having the confirmation from Vanillana and Xiactus, all the girls wanted to sleep with Issei except for Grafia, who was given a room. But Mirajin, seeing that her sister would sleep alone, decided to accompany her. There would be another opportunity to sleep with her beloved, and within a few seconds Yui joined them, who was very ashamed to sleep with Issei. She was not ready for that yet and preferred to accompany the Lucifuge sisters. On the other hand, Serafall had no problem sharing a bed with Issei. Since they were children, they had always done it when she stayed over. For her it was nothing out of the ordinary, and as for Tiamat, the time she spent with her trained master, at night she always slept by his side and had already grown accustomed to his warmth and company. Rather, if she didn't sleep near him, she wouldn't be able to fall asleep. She had developed a dependence on Issei at bedtime. This is how they both slept with him. Obviously, they first asked Issei for permission if he would let them sleep with him, to which he didn't mind and let them do it. They all knew that there were certain limits in their approaches towards Issei, and sometimes they had to have his permission to be able to invade his privacy. As well as with their patience, there was a reason they would never see all of them fight over him. They could sometimes be jealous, but they would never fight each other. Issei wasn't the most patient person in the world. They were more like a minefield. You had to know where to step so as not to make it explode and earn his anger. Back to the current situation. Serafall. I don't want to get up. I'm very comfortable and warm here, she said once she had recovered while hugging Issei and had her head resting on his chest. Tiamat. Me too, I feel very comfortable here, she said once she had recovered while hugging Issei and had her head resting on his chest. Issei. I'm sorry for you, but today won't be possible. Serafall, you and the others wanted to know more about the years I was absent, right? And you, Tiamat. It goes without saying, but we must talk about that, he said while looking at them and caressing their heads. Maybe it's because of their time together, but with Serafall and Tiamat he tended to lower his temper. Issei. So no buts there, I'll go take a bath, I'll see you in the dining room, he told them, and then broke free from their hold and got out of bed and went to the bathroom in his room. Tiamat. I can accompany you, master, she said as she watched him walk. Issei. No, he said, and then went into his bathroom and closed the door, leaving both of them alone in the bed in his room. Serafall. Don't force it, Tiamat. You know as well as I do that there are limits that we cannot cross yet, she said while looking at her friend. Tiamat. Ha, I know, and Part was joking. I already knew the answer, but I had nothing to lose by trying, she said while smiling and looking at Serafall. Serafall. Leaving that aside, now that we are alone for a moment, I would like to ask you if, well, you and Issei, well, you know, in these years that you were together and being alone, you two had that. After all, you are man and woman, she said while a blush adorned her face, and she looked at Tiamat waiting for her answer. At first Tiamat didn't understand what she meant, but then she understood Serafall's question and blushed. It lasted a few seconds, but she answered honestly. Tiamat. I'll be honest with you, Serafall. I had no shortage of desire and opportunities to carry out that act. But I didn't do it, not because I was afraid or didn't want to. I truly am in love with my master. I love him with all my heart, and giving myself to him would be a dream come true, being able to show him my love and loyalty. But I can assure you and swear that he and I did nothing during those years. All we did was train day and night. Issei had no time for other things, she said to Serafall, and then continued talking. Tiamat. As I told you, I didn't lack desire and opportunities. But I think I'm not the only one who thinks this way. I know how much Mirajin and you agree with me when I say what. If one of us deserves to be the first to make that union with Issei, it's you, Serafall. We may not be the only ones. There may even be more women coming into Issei's life. But all this, being with him, living with him, all this is possible thanks to you. If you weren't there, believe me when I tell you what, none of us could have come into his life. That's why I didn't do it or try anything with him, because if anyone deserves that first time, it's you, Serafall, the only one who can control him. After all, you're the one who directs and commands my master's harem, even though he doesn't know it, she said to Serafall, who had tears on her face upon hearing those words. Serafall. Sniff, thanks for that, sniff. Tiamat, for the record, I wouldn't have minded if you had done something with Issei. Like you said, we won't be the only ones. But I'm glad you thought that way, she said as she looked at her and wiped away her tears. Tiamat. It is as it should be. You are the one who has done the most in my master's life. So hurry up and claim what is yours, she said while smiling and looking at Serafall. Serafall. Kia, don't say that. I won't deny that I didn't want it. But it's not the time yet. You know better than anyone that he won't have time for anything until he meets his goals. By the way, Tiamat, you know something about that. Why Issei is trying so hard to get stronger. What does he want to achieve with all this? He didn't mention anything to you, she asked. She knew very little about it. As children, Issei would mention little words to her about his plans, but not even she completely knew what Issei wanted to achieve. Those words wiped the smile off Tiamat's face, who looked at Serafall and thought about what she was going to answer and decided to talk to her. Tiamat. Serafall didn't tell me anything. No matter how hard I tried, she never wanted to talk about it. I'm so sorry. I don't know her reasons, she told Serafall, who accepted and believed her words. But the truth is that Tiamat had lied to her. Tiamat's thought. I'm sorry, Serafall, but I promised Issei that I wouldn't say anything. I can't fail and break my word and earn his distrust. I just hope and you forgive me for lying to you, friend. Serafall. It's okay, don't worry. We better go and get ready to go down to breakfast, she said as she stood up and headed to the door. Tiamat. Sure, let's go wake up the others and take a bath together. We'll see Issei at breakfast, she said as she got up and went after Serafall. So Serafall and Tiamat left Issei's room and went to look for their friends and later have breakfast with everyone, without realizing that when they were leaving, Issei came out of his bathroom and watched them leave. He had heard the last thing they talked about. Issei. I'm very sorry for my actions, girls, he said in his mind, then began to get dressed and go to have breakfast with his family. Moments later, Gremory residence dining room. In the dining room of the Gremory residence, all its inhabitants were already having breakfast. All except Issei, Vanillana, Zioctis, Serzex and the girls had not eaten yet because they were waiting for Issei to show up so they could eat together. Vanillana. What's taking him so long, Serafall, Tiamat? You guys don't know anything, you're the only ones who saw him last. He asked them about the whereabouts of his son. Serafall. I'm so sorry Vanillana, we don't know. When the three of us woke up, she told us she was going to take a bath. After that Tiamat and I left her room and went to look for the others so we could get ready. We thought she would already be here when we came, she said quite doubtfully. Tiamat. If you like I can go look for him, she said as she stood up from her seat. Issei. No need Tiamat, I'm already here, he said making an appearance, which caught everyone's attention and they were surprised that he didn't come alone. Lucifer. Good morning everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt your breakfast. I came for some business I must attend to with Issei and just when I arrived I ran into him by chance and decided to accompany him. I hope I'm not a bother, he said while looking at everyone. Issei. For me you are, for me you can go MMM. He couldn't continue because Serafall had gotten up from her place and moved at high speed to her position and covered his mouth. Serafall. Keep quiet and go sit down right now, she told him while looking seriously at him. Getting a nod from Issei, she knew he would never say no to her. Serafall. Mao Lucifer, please join us, there's enough for everyone, she said as she looked at him and smiled. Despite the situation, her cheerful nature didn't change. Lucifer. I can't refuse the request of such a beautiful woman. It will be a pleasure, he said while looking at Serafall. That comment stopped Issei's advance. He turned around furiously and was going to go towards Lucifer. But he was stopped by Serafall who hugged him and began to walk towards the table dragging Issei with her. Serafall. Calm down now, don't pay attention to him, he's just provoking you, remember that I'm only yours, she whispered in his ear, managing to calm Issei. Although she was really happy that he showed jealousy, that confirmed to her that she really cared about him. Once everyone was seated around the table, including Lucifer, Serafall was forced to sit on Issei's lap and stay next to him, which caused jealousy on the part of Mira Jean, Yui and Tiamat. But they controlled themselves because it wasn't the best moment. Something told them that if Serafall didn't do it, Issei would end up throwing himself at Lucifer for what she said to him. The good side for her was that he had his hand hugging her waist. Maybe they were both already aware that they liked each other, but they knew that it wasn't the moment to say it. Vanillana. And tell us Mao-sama, what matters you must attend to with my son, if I may know, she said curiously while she was having breakfast and looking at him. Lucifer. I have no problem telling you, you see, the war is getting more difficult and the other factions are beginning to gain ground and become stronger. That's why I wanted to propose to Issei and his partner Tiamat to join my squad. With their strength we would change the course of this war, he said while looking at Issei and smiling at him. Silence. Silence reigned in the room. No one said anything at such words, everyone was silent. The first to come out of his thoughts and look for a way to prevent such a proposal was Zioctis. Zioctis. I don't think that's right Mao-sama. Issei has no experience on the battlefield if you prefer. I could join in and help. He couldn't finish because his eldest son interrupted him. Issei. I accepted, he said seriously while looking at him. Just when he said those words he felt Serafall, who was on his lap, tense up slightly. Serafall. Are you sure about this Issei? She said as she took his face in her hands and stared at him. Concern for him was evident in her voice. Issei. Completely, he answered her while looking at her, and for a second he looked away at Tiamat, who was sitting in front of him. That look, those seconds, were enough for her and make her understand that his plan started from this moment. Ever since Lucifer made the suggestion to Issei, Tiamat only had one thought. Idiot. Lucifer was a complete idiot. He surely thought that he would have Issei in the palm of his hand with this. But what he didn't know was that he had just become his puppet. He had just given Issei a chance to bring him down. He knew why his master had agreed without hesitation. Both she and Issei were really strong, but strength doesn't always help in everything. If they wanted to take down the Mao, they had to know their movements. And on the battlefield they could see, study and learn the movements of the Mao, to then use them against them when they finished them off. Lucifer had just given Issei a golden ticket. He had just given him the chance to end his life. Tiamat knew what was coming next. Once they were on the battlefield of the biblical factions, her master would study, learn, and analyze everything about their rivals. It wasn't just the Mao, the other leaders, angels, fallen. Issei certainly had nothing on them. But it never hurts to be safe in case one of them interfered. They would be ready. His master's plan had begun, and Lucifer and the other Maos were unaware that their lives were already in Issei's hands. How naive they were. Everything was going perfectly. Very soon they would fall. Tiamat couldn't help but smile at those thoughts. Her master was incredible. Not only is he powerful, he's also very intelligent, worthy of the man she loves and the future father of her dragonets. Vanillana. Son, you can't go. It's extremely dangerous to go there. Please reconsider your decision. Issei. I already did it, and I'm not going back. I'm sorry, Mom, but Tiamat and I will go, he said seriously to his mother. Vanillana was nervous and scared by what her son told her. She even saw how Tiamat nodded with his words. It was obvious that she would agree with him. Tiamat would accompany Issei to the end of the world if necessary. She did not miss having her support. She tried to look for support in Serafall, but she had her face hidden in Issei's chest while she surrounded him with her arms. After her son's confirmation, she had not seen her mention a single word. Did she agree with all this? Marajin. If you're going, then I'll go too. I don't plan on leaving you alone. As your fiancée and future wife, it's my duty to accompany you and be by your side, she said as she stood up from her seat and looked at Issei seriously. Yui. Marajin is right. As your future wives, our duty is to always be by your side. I will also go with you, she said as she stood up and stared at Issei. Issei. No. You won't go. You better stay here where you'll be safe. It's better that. He couldn't continue because he was interrupted by his rival. Graphia. You're implying that all of us are too weak to not be able to accompany you and defend ourselves. If that's so, you're wrong. My sister and I have been growing stronger in your absence, and we weren't the only ones. Everyone here present became stronger. Whether you like it or not, we will accompany you. We are friends. I can't allow my rival to die. Who would I fight if something happened to you? She said while smiling and looking at him. Surzix. Graphia is right. We are all a team, remember, and you are our leader. Wherever you go, we will follow you, no matter what you say. We will not leave you alone, Oni-san, he said while smiling and looking at his brother. Issei was impressed. Boy, were they all stubborn. It's not that he didn't believe in their potential. He knew that all of them had grown stronger over the years. What he didn't want was for them to get hurt. He wanted to prevent something bad from happening to them. Hell, he even wanted to protect Graphia, because they couldn't understand that his plans, his actions, what he would do was dangerous. He and Tiamat knew it. They knew the risks and repercussions that there would be once he achieved his goals. He didn't want his friends to get involved. He had to convince them to give up on their ideas. Issei. You don't understand. You don't Just when he was speaking, his lips were silenced by Serafall's. That action completely disconnected him from reality. Vanillana, Seactus, Surzix and Graphia had opened their eyes at such an unexpected event that had occurred. What a way to shut it up. They could see that even Issei was surprised and in shock by what Serafall did, who was still keeping her lips together with his. Marajin, Yui and Tiamat were surprised by what had just happened, as well as jealous by Serafall's cunning. Several seconds later, Serafall separated her lips from Issei's. A blush could be seen on her face. As she separated from his face a little, she opened her beautiful eyes and connected her gaze with Issei's. He didn't know what to do. Serafall. The one who doesn't understand is you, Gremory. I've heard enough. If you want to go to the battlefield, very well, you have every right. It's your life and you know what's right. But you have to keep in mind that I will follow you wherever you go, because it's my life and I decide what I do with it. If I want to go with you, be by your side, accompany you, it's my problem. You will never get rid of me. Remember that light and darkness go hand in hand, she said while looking at him and caressing his cheek. Serafall. The same applies to the others. They decide. We are all one team, your team. And where our leader goes, we will go, she said while pointing at the others. Issei. You really are a bunch of idiots. Although I am one too. It's okay, Sarah, you can come with Tiamat and me. Just don't regret it later, he said as he looked at her and tightened his grip on her waist. Serafall. Great. You heard, guys, you better get ready because what we're going to face will be something new. But there's nothing to worry about. We have a good leader who will lead us to victory, she said as she looked at everyone and remained sitting on Issei's lap. Issei. You heard it, Lucifer. All of us will go, but I'll tell you right now, None of us will be under anyone's orders, not yours or the other Maos. This is my team and I'm the only one who commands them. We will operate on our own. If you don't like the idea, you better forget about our help, he said while looking at Lucifer. Serafall. It's your decision, Mao Lucifer. Take it or leave it, she said while hugging Issei. She didn't know what Issei had planned by going to war. What she did know was that she wouldn't let him go alone, not while she's here. Lucifer. Very well, I accepted your terms. But you Issei must present yourself before me to give you your missions. How you solve it is your problem. As long as you do your duty, I will not bother you. Having clarified that matter, I inform you that in 3 days there will be a confrontation between the 3 factions. It goes without saying that you must present yourselves. Do not fail, he said and then got up. Lucifer. With your permission, I'm leaving, he said and then left the room and the Gremory residence. He had gotten what he wanted. Maybe they had put conditions on him, but it was a fair price to have Issei on his side. With him in his ranks, victory was in his hands. He couldn't wait to see how the fight between the factions would develop now with him on his side. After Lucifer left, the dining room fell silent for a few seconds, which was broken by the Gremory matriarch. Vanillana, are you sure about this? I asked your children and your friends about what they had decided. Surzix. Completely, Mom. We can't leave Oni-san alone. Besides, Lucifer is right. This war is getting more and more difficult, and there will come a point where we have to go fight. It's better to do it now and not after the situation gets worse. I also think I'll tell Ajuka to join. He's trained as much as I have. His strength will be of great help to us. Mom, there's no way we'll change our minds, he answered his mother. Grafia. There's nothing to worry about, Lady Gremory. We'll all take care of each other. We'll make sure we get home safely, she said to ease Vanillana's worry. Marajin. This war is getting worse and worse. We can't just stand here doing nothing while others risk their lives. Sooner or later we have to go fight, she said as she looked at everyone. Yui. Marajin is right. Even my father put my brother in his army. At some point it would be our turn. But I think this opportunity is better. We are together, and that's what matters, she said while looking at everyone. Serafall. Alright guys. Then we must prepare ourselves because in 3 days we will face a new challenge. It will not be easy. There are many powerful people out there. But as long as we are together, nothing will beat us. We will let everyone know that the Gremory squad is not to be taken lightly. Tiamat. Gremory squad? Doesn't sound bad. It's a good name. You won't say anything, Master, she said while looking at him, and not just her. Everyone present did. Issei. I'll just say that you be prepared. The enemy will have no mercy, nor will they hesitate to finish us off. You must be aware of that. If you are going to go, you must be prepared to finish off your enemies. Remember that we are not alone. We are a team and I will be in charge of leading you to victory. Be alert and watch your teammates' backs. Very soon we will face something new, he said while looking at them. Serafall, Marajin, Grafia, Yui and Tiamat. As Gremory-sama says, they said in unison as they looked at Issei. They had already decided their path. They would follow Issei to the battlefield of the factions. They would have to fight for their lives, for their family, for their people. It was something that could not be avoided. But everyone knew that as long as they were with Issei, as long as he was their leader, there would be nothing to fear. All of them are one when fighting. And together they would never be defeated, since the union of their bonds gives them the strength to win. 3 days later, Lucifer Castle. In the castle of the Mao Lucifer were currently gathered a large number of demons dressed in armor and well armed. All of them were going to go to the battlefield and shed the blood of their enemies. All the demons present looked with emotion and adoration towards one point. On a tower of the castle, on its balcony, were its leaders and rulers, who would give their announcement before leaving for the battlefield. And the one who would give said speech was none other than the Mao Lucifer. Lucifer. We will soon depart, soldiers. You have seen the ferocity and power of the enemy. We have prepared to give the final battle to ensure dominance over the other factions. Victory is in your hands. For my part, I am prepared to give everything for you whose destiny is at stake. I will give my life, if necessary, to ensure that the enemies do not defeat us and rule us. As long as I have a breath of life left, I will continue to give my all. I expect and demand, and I am sure that I will obtain, the same behavior from you. We cannot be inferior to our enemies. Each sharpen his spear, ready his shield, for all day long we will be tested. Not even a brief respite will we have. Know that the sufferings are shared with you all, the dangers I bear equally, and the rewards are freely available for all to compete for. Likewise, the bulk of the treasures are now yours, and when we have conquered the other factions, by Lilith, I will have met your expectations, and even exceeded the gains each of you could hope to receive. The day may come when the valor of men will fall, when we will forget our comrades and the bonds of our community will be broken, but today is not that day. On this day, we will fight." After those words, a great ovation came accompanied by the constant shouts of the soldiers. Lucifer was pleased by the support and enthusiasm shown by all of them. They were all ready to go fight. Behind him were his fellow Maus and his son, who had earned a place next to him by showing great power and abilities. Although to Lucifer's disappointment he was not on par with Issei Gremory, next to Resivim was the youngest son of the Lucifuge clan, Euclid Lucifuge, who showed great talent and abilities. Without a doubt Lucifer had made himself some powerful warriors, and not to mention that he had the children of his fellow Maus at his disposal. With his strength he would defeat his father. Amidst the screams of the soldiers, powerful presences began to be felt, which began to approach the castle, and within all of them there was one that stood out more than the others. These presences began to cause panic and fear in the soldiers. The Maus were restless because of what was approaching their position. Finally the presences made an appearance in the castle, generating the impression and fear of many. Suspended in the air, flying over the castle, there were 8 people, 3 men and 5 women to be specific, who had serious faces and looks as they looked around. Each one of them stood out greatly, as in the case of the women present in the group. In addition to being very beautiful and with well-proportioned bodies, you could also feel the great power that each one of them had. For some reason they felt that they should not bother or try anything with them. About the men present, with their presence they imposed power and superiority. It was noticeable that they were all powerful, but there was one that stood out more. A great fear was what that subject provoked with his presence. Issei and his friends who had made an appearance at the Mau Lucifer's castle, all of them looked on as if they were the center of attention, since all the devils had their eyes on them. Issei, who was analyzing the situation, he wore crimson pants with 2 black belts wrapped around his right thigh, a black leather belt, black gloves and black high boots. He also wore a crimson trench coat, with a turned-up collar and short sleeves with black cuffs. Underneath the trench coat, he wore a black long-sleeved shirt. Serafall, who was on his right side, was wearing a long-sleeved purple shirt that stuck to her body and left her stomach exposed, which highlighted her large breasts. She was wearing black gloves with openings in the fingers, and on her lower part she was wearing black pants tailored to her magnificent figure and black boots. To his left was Tiamat, who wore a general's white robe with long sleeves, a blue scarf around her neck, and high-heeled boots. She also had a slit on her chest, which gave a good view of her cleavage. Next to Serafall was Marajane, who was wearing a long-sleeved black dress that reached a little below her knees and left her shoulders bare, highlighting her breasts and cleavage. Her dress was adorned with white ruffles at her waist and shoulders. She was wearing black sneakers, in addition to wearing her hair loose except for a small ponytail on her forehead. Next to her was Graphia, who was wearing a black button-down shirt that highlighted her breasts, and the last buttons of the shirt were loose and gave a view of her abdomen. Surrounding her neck was a green scarf, and on her lower part she was wearing flexible light blue pants and black boots, not to mention that she had her hair tied in a ponytail, in addition to having 2 braids that fell over her shoulders. Next to Graphia was Yui, who was wearing a white sleeveless tail blouse, with white laces at the bottom hems. She also wore opera gloves with white cuffs that are pink from the arm to the wrist and black towards the front to the hands. On her bottom she had on a plaid mini skirt and brown loafers. She also wore thigh-high socks with cuffs that are white from the ankle to the toe. Lastly, Yui had her hair tied into pigtails held together with pink ribbons, along with 3 pink heart-shaped hair clips in her bangs. Next to Serafall was Serzex, who was wearing a black suit with gray trim and a violet belt. He also wore black gloves with slits on his fingers and black sneakers. Next to Serzex was Ajuka, who was wearing a green cloak that covered most of his chest, with gray pants and brown boots on the bottom. After a few seconds they all descended, and when they reached the ground, the soldiers present stepped aside, leaving them space and staying as far away from those guys as possible. Once they were all on the ground, they began to walk until they reached the front. Once there they stopped and looked where the Maus were, who looked at them with intrigue except for one who was really happy with their arrival. Resivim. You, what are you doing? He couldn't finish speaking because the person he was looking at with hatred, in the blink of an eye, was right in front of him with a woman at his side. Issei. May get lost, he said, causing Resivim to stumble and fall sitting on the ground, all under the gaze of the soldiers and the Maus. She had told her friends that she was going to greet the Maus, who were not very sure if they should let Issei go, but they came to the conclusion that they could not stop him, so Serafall went with Issei to prevent him from doing something stupid. Euclid. Resivim-sama, are you okay? How dare you? He couldn't continue because the bastard he hates with all his being gave him a look that said, "Shut up." Issei. "It's been a while since I last saw you two idiots. Aren't you going to greet your brother-in-law?" he said as he looked at them, and for an instant a smile adorned his face as he said that word, which was noticed by Serafall, who was at his side. Rezavim and Euclid were going to answer him, but one look from Lucifer made them remain silent and swallow their rage. How they hated that bastard. Issei. "They won't say anything. How boring," he said while looking at them. Then he turned around and found himself face to face with the Maus, who were staring at Issei and Serafall. Lucifer. "I'm glad you decided to come, Issei. You and your team will be of great help in this war," he said while looking at him and smiling. Issei. "Aha, whatever you say," he said in a carefree manner, getting a pinch from Serafall, who had grabbed his arm and hugged it, burying it between her very voluptuous breasts. Serafall. "Excuse your behavior. Habises is usually an idiot," she said while smiling and stomping hard on Issei's foot, who didn't show any pain, but Serafall managed to hear him mutter something about busta lolis and aggression towards her person, which earned her another hard stomp on his foot. Asmodeus. "Lucifer-sama, meet these guys. If so, wouldn't you mind introducing me to this beautiful lady?" he said as he looked at Serafall's breasts. The next thing that happened surprised and terrified the soldiers present. Because just as he finished those words he felt like he was running out of air. When he saw better he noticed that the subject that had appeared had his fist in his abdomen. But he didn't have time to think because the same subject grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground, and then stepped on it and sank it even deeper if possible. That generated the impact and shock of everyone present. Did they just hit a Mao? It was what was on everyone's minds without being able to believe what had happened. Serzex and his friends, when they saw what Issei did, opened their eyes in shock. Not only did he still hit Mao, but he had done it in front of his colleagues and all the soldiers. What the hell was going on in Issei's head? The only thing they could think of was that they had said something that bothered him, or that they had messed with Serafall. And they came to the conclusion that it was the second when they saw how Issei tried to continue hitting the Mao, and Serafall stopped her advance. For Serafall the situation couldn't be better, damn it. Since she heard those words from the Mao Asmodeus and the way he looked at her, she knew that everything had gone to hell. She couldn't even turn to look at Issei, she only heard a loud impact. She already imagined what it was. When she focused her sight on the Mao she could only see when Issei took her face and smashed it against the ground and then stepped on it. Today would remain as a lesson for everyone why you should not speak, see, or touch his person. Not if you want to stay alive. But she couldn't think, she had to prevent Issei from killing the Mao. So she ran and managed to get him away from the Mao who was on the ground. Issei. You better control your men, Lucifer, or it won't be the angels or the fallen who end his life, he said furiously as he looked at Lucifer and was held back by Serafall, who was trying to calm the anger she had. Beelzebub. Damn you, how dare you lay a hand on a Mao, you will pay for this outrage with your life. He could not continue because his lord interrupted him. Lucifer. Enough. Leave him alone. Asmodeus earned it by trying to take Issei Gremory's woman. That comment made Serafall blush. This proves her worth for this war, so I don't want any trouble, he said seriously as he looked at his Mo's colleagues. Asmodeus, Beelzebub and Leviathan. As Lucifer-sama commands, they said in unison, accepting the words of their leader, although Asmodeus, who got up from the ground in pain, had resentment for what that guy had done to him. But he couldn't go find his master. With that clarified, the tension in the environment became smaller. Leviathan. You know, it was really sexy watching you protect this demon. That strength of yours is incredible. Why don't you come with me? I can offer you more than she can give you. What do you say, handsome? She said as she approached Issei and Serafall and began to circle around them. Leviathan. I'll show you what a real woman can do. I'll make you touch the sky. Come with me and you'll have all of this, she said as she opened her shirt and gave Issei a view of her breasts. Serafall, who was hugging Issei, hearing the words of that bitch, now it was she who was overcome with the desire to kill a Mao. But before moving she was held back by Issei's arms. Issei. No thanks, I prefer Serafall breasts 1,000 times over you. It doesn't matter who you are or what you have to offer. Next to Serafall you fall short, he said seriously and coldly to the Mao, to then begin to move away from her and head towards where Lucifer was with a smiling and blushing Serafall hugging his chest. Serafall. Then I'm better than that bitch, she said as she raised her head and looked Issei in the eyes. Issei. Of course, Sarah, you are more beautiful and sexy than that attempt at a woman, he said as he looked at her. His words managed to increase her smile and her grip on his person. Right after that they arrived in front of Lucifer. Issei, I don't see why we should stay here any longer. When will we leave? He said seriously and coldly. Lucifer, in a few minutes we will leave, he said seriously while looking at Issei, only to receive a nod from him, to later see him turn around and leave from there. He would probably go where his team was. And he wasn't entirely wrong. Issei and Serafall left the place, not before giving Asmodeus and Leviathan a hateful look. Once they did, they left and went to meet up with their friends, all under the watchful eye of the Maus and soldiers, who didn't know who those guys were, but they had been able to witness that they shouldn't mess with them. Beelzebub. Lord, why did you let that guy get away with it? He said as he looked at Lucifer. Lucifer. His name is Issei Gremory. The reason I let him do whatever he wants is because that way I keep him on our side. You haven't seen it, but he is really powerful, and he's not the only one, his team is too, not to mention that he's the boy who managed to turn Tiamat into his familiar. If you look closely at his group you'll be able to see her. She's the woman with light blue hair, that's why I tolerate his behavior. His power is of vital importance in this war, he said while looking at his colleagues. Leviathan. Oh, so that man was the one who got Tiamat. Interesting. Knowing that makes me want him even more, she said as she looked at Issei, who had reunited with his friends. Lucifer. I feel sorry for you, but you won't be able to get anything out of him. He's not easy to deal with. I barely managed to get him to agree to marry my daughter. I highly doubt you'll be able to get anything out of him, he said while looking at her. Leviathan. Never judge a woman's power and abilities, she said flirtatiously while winking at him. Asmodeus. Leaving Leviathan's sex desires aside, he doesn't plan on doing anything for hitting me. I demand compensation from you. At least let me take that demon who was accompanying you, he said while looking at Lucifer. Lucifer. Go ahead and take it, but don't blame me when you die. If I've discovered one thing about Issei, it's that you shouldn't touch that woman for anything in the world, not if you want to stay alive. But if you have intentions of dying, then go ahead, he said seriously to his colleague, just to get his silence. Lucifer. Listen carefully. I don't want you to bother or provoke Issei Gremory. As long as he is on our side, he is untouchable, just like his group and mainly that woman. You understood me, he said seriously as he looked at his Maus colleagues. Asmodeus, Leviathan, Beelzebub. As Lord Lucifer commands, they said in unison as they knelt before their leader. While with Issei, just when he arrived with Serafall where her friends were, he was hit by Graphia for the stupidity he had done, which caused the two to start fighting like children. And Serzex and Ajuka tried to stop their fight, although their efforts were useless, and they ended up involved in it. While with Issei's girls, Serafall told them in detail what had happened. And when they knew why Issei had hit the Mao Asmodeus, they were not surprised. It was understandable. He had messed with Serafall. But what Serafall told them later about what the Mao Leviathan tried to do infuriated them like never before. All of them wanted to kill that bitch. And Tiamat, who was the one who knew her master's plans, promised deep down that when the day comes, she would take care of killing that damn bitch personally in the slowest and most painful way possible. And while they were going about their business, they heard the Maus say that it was time to leave. So they pulled themselves together and prepared to leave for war. Little by little the soldiers began to teleport, and when it was time for the Gremory squad, well, Serafall. Guys, let's hold hands before we leave as a symbol of unity. We can't lose and we can't die either. We must all go home together, she said, and then everyone held hands in a circle, all except two people who saw that they had to hold each other's hands. Issei. I'm not going to take the old lady's hand. I'd rather stay here, he said as he looked at Graphia. Graphia. You think I want to do it? I'd rather die than take your hand, you piece of animal, she said while looking at Issei. Issei and Graphia. Now you'll see, they said in unison as they rushed to hit each other. Serafall and Mirajine. Enough, they're going to hold hands and that's it, they both said in unison. Issei and Graphia. But they couldn't continue because they were interrupted. Serafall and Mirajine. But nothing, they said seriously, and later they saw how Issei and Graphia took the hands of their friends, and then to their displeasure took theirs, and shortly after they heard how Graphia gave a moan of pain. Issei. What's wrong, old lady? You already feel bad, he said smiling as he looked at her and squeezed Graphia's hand tightly, only to then feel his hand being squeezed and frozen. Graphia. I wish you were an idiot, she said while looking at him smiling. All under the gaze of their friends, who didn't know how to react. They just wanted to leave before those two killed each other. To their relief, their turn came and they began to teleport towards the war zone. Battlefield. In the war of the three factions there is no absolute good or evil. All sides are equal, fighting for their survival, committing atrocities and having their hands stained with blood equally. Just as they reached the area where the fight between the three biblical factions was taking place, chaos broke out, since not only the demons had appeared, armies of angels commanded by Elohim and the Seraphim were present, as well as armies of fallen angels commanded by Azazel and the cadres of Gregory were present. And the war began. Soldiers fought against each other. Even the leaders faced each other to reduce the power of the other side. Issei's group, once they appeared, were shocked by the brutality that was seen. But they could not retract their decision. And in the middle of their thoughts, they were taken out of them because two fallen angels approached their position, which came with intentions to kill and were targeting Yui, who was taken by surprise and closed her eyes waiting for the pain to come to her. But it never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw how in front of her was Issei, who had stopped the advance of the two fallen and held the heads of both, to later crash both and making them explode from the impact, which caused the lifeless bodies to fall to the ground. Everyone was disgusted by what he had done. Issei, listen carefully, the enemy will not hesitate to kill us, so don't let your guard down and attack to kill, it's them or you, he said seriously as he wiped the blood from his hands and looked at his companions. Serafall, we know it very well, but that was not the way to finish them, you could have killed them in a not-so-grotesque way, she said seriously while looking Issei in the eyes. She was not upset with him. She knew that in war it was kill or be killed. Everyone knew it, but that was not the way to finish off their enemies. Issei. Whatever, Ajuka, do you have any plans or suggestions? He said while looking at his friend. Ajuka. Seeing the situation, it's best to stay together and cover ground. Yui and I are more than just support for the team. The others specialize in attack. My suggestion is that we, he said pointing at Yui and him, stay behind covering you. On our sides, preventing the enemies from approaching, it is recommended that Serafall, Graphia, Mira Jean and Surzex be there. Their powers are more than enough to keep the enemies away and finish off, which would leave you and Tiamat in front. You are the most powerful of the group, and you two are more than just brute force. If a leader or an angel or fallen of higher rank approaches, you will be able to have the situation under control. Also, when it comes to fighting, you are the most experienced, he said while looking at Issei. Issei. Then let's do it. I'll go to the front with Tiamat. You guys stay back and cover Yui and Ajuka. If you're in trouble, just shout my name and I'll come help you. With that cleared up, let's go, he said as he began to rise into the air and Tiamat took out her wings to be on par with her master. Issei. Let's go, he shouted as he ran off towards where the Mao were fighting with Tiamat at his side, leaving his companions behind, who nodded when he shouted and began to move towards the area where the battles were taking place. Arriving following Ajuka's instructions, he and Yui stayed behind and began to launch their attacks and support their friends who were facing different enemies. But it was not a problem. With Ajuka's powerful barriers, he managed to stop the attacks directed at his companions, and with Yui's various types of magic the enemies were repelled. Yui. Very well, Fallen Fifth, take this, Meteor Symphony, she said, and then launched a spell of her own creation, which generated a shower of meteorites that rained star-shaped objects on Yui's targets, which were the fallen angels around her. Seconds later, only explosions were seen in several places around Yui and Ajuka. He looked at Yui, who jumped with joy upon seeing her spell work. He didn't know what to say about what he saw. Ajuka. Wow, Yui, that was amazing, small but deadly, ha ha ha, he said, amused to see his friend's power. No doubt the shy girl he once met had already matured. Yui. Thanks, Ajuka. But you are not far behind, your barriers are very helpful. I wonder how Issei and Tiamat are doing, she said while looking into the distance. Ajuka. You don't have to worry. Those two have been preparing for several years just like us. I assure you that they are fine, he said while looking at his friend. The best thing would be to concentrate on our work, then you can meet up with your boyfriend, he said, amused while looking at her. Yui. Don't say that, but you're right, we must concentrate. Very well, walking, she said, blushing, to later begin to advance and support her companions. Near their position, Surzex and Serafall were fighting with a squad of fallen angels. Their attacks and movements were putting the fallen squad in a bind. Serafall. Take this, she said as she placed her hands on the ground, and seconds after that a few ice cubes came out which impaled a few fallen. Serafall. TSK. It's not enough, then try this, Rose Garden. she said, and seconds later she released large pieces of ice in the shape of small roses and thorns that were directed towards the fallen. When these reached them, they froze them, making them unable to move. Serafall. Woo, it came out better than I thought, she said as she looked in surprise at the large number of fallen she had frozen. Serafall, who was near her position, could only see the large number of fallen who had fallen by the hand of his friend. At that moment, he only had one thought. Serafall's thought. Poor Onisan if he makes her angry. But he was brought out of his thoughts when he saw that he was being surrounded by a group of fallen. Alright, time to show the power he gained over the years. When the group of fallen launched themselves to attack him, before they reached him, he made a jump, and while in the air, he concentrated his energy and created 2 orbs of the power of destruction inherited from his mother, and threw them at the fallen, who did not have time to react and were hit. Serafall. Disappear, he said, so that later the spheres he launched would consume the fallen. Just as he landed on the ground and saw that he left no trace of the fallen who attacked him, turning his head he watched as Serafall approached his position. Serafall. Serafall, that was amazing, she said excitedly once she reached her friend. Serafall. Thanks. But you are not far behind Serafall either. I saw your attack and let me tell you it was incredible, he said while looking at his friend. Serafall. Thanks, we better get moving, maybe the others need help, she said seriously as she looked into the distance. Serafall. You're worried about Issei, right? Don't worry, he's really strong and Tiamat is with him. Those two won't have any problems, he said as he put a hand on Serafall's shoulder. Serafall. Thanks, very well walking, she said, and then Serafall, and she began to walk and see if her friends were okay. Serafall was right, she shouldn't worry, Issei would be fine, he had Tiamat by his side, she had to concentrate on her fight. While with Grafia and Mirajin, they had no problem finishing off their enemies. Wherever they went there was only destruction, and they were currently in a rather peculiar situation. Grafia. How am I supposed to react to this? She said to herself as she looked at a mountain of fallen and angel bodies piled up on top of each other, and at the top of it was her sister in one of her forms, who was laughing devilishly as she looked at the sky. Mirajin, who was in her form, Satan's Soul, which is one of her most powerful spells. Also nicknamed by her sister, the Demon. This spell allows her to change her appearance, abilities and powers like those of a demon. It took her a long time to transform for the first time after 2 years of abstinence, causing a lot of destruction around. The transformation modifies some parts of Mirajin's body, such as her arms, she grows wings and a tail, and her clothes, hairstyle, among other things, are modified, not to mention her personality. Mirajin. Ha ha ha, tremble before me you dirty scum, now you will think twice before messing with me, she said while smiling wickedly. Grafia. Sister, could you leave your antics for later? We must continue with our work, she said while looking at her brother with a drop of sweat on her head. Go sharing. Mirajin. Who do you think you are to give me orders, damn maid, she said to be interrupted by her sister. Grafia. Oh Issei, what are you doing here? She said while looking to the side. Mirajin. Issei, your beloved is here, he said as he detransformed and launched himself to where his sister was looking, only to fall to the ground when he realized there was no one there. Grafia. I can't believe it worked, she said as she arrived where her sister was. Mirajin. Moo, you tricked me, I should have known, you never call him by his name, that's not done Grafia, you don't play with those things, she said while pouting at her sister. Grafia. It was that or watch you finish off everyone in your antics. But it doesn't matter, behave like the adult you are, gosh, sometimes I find it hard to believe that you're the oldest, she said while looking at her sister. Mirajin. Hee, I may have gotten carried away, but this is no time for distractions. I wonder how Issei is doing, she said as she looked into the distance. Grafia. That brute is probably fine. You know as much as I do that he doesn't need help. Besides, Tiamat is with him. You don't have to worry, she said as she looked at her sister. Mirajin. You're right. I shouldn't get upset. Well, let's continue slaughtering more, she said smiling as she began to walk. Grafia. And there goes the demon. I really feel sorry for you, brute. It would be better if you never made her angry. Well, keep fighting. Wani-san, wait for me, she said and then started running and caught up with Mirajin. Without a doubt that duo was doing well on the battlefield. While with Issei and Tiamat, they got away from their companions. They went specifically to the area where the mouths were fighting, and while they were going any angel or fallen fell by their hands. Some were left alive but wounded, who were the ones who would not show bad intentions, but with those who brought them, and mainly those who saw Tiamat in a lustful way, mainly the fallen. With those Issei and Tiamat had no mercy, and once they reached the Mao's positions, they kept a safe distance and watched them while they fought. Tiamat. They may be idiots, but there's no denying that they are very skilled when it comes to fighting, she said as she watched Lucifer finish off a group of angels. Issei. Maybe, but that doesn't matter to me. Make sure you study them while Tiamat, he said while looking at the Maos. Tiamat. Don't worry, master, I just asked that when the time comes you let me take care of that bitch, she said with hatred while looking at Leviathan, who was fighting with a fallen angel with several pairs of wings, probably a cadre. Issei. I'm not going to ask, I'd better. He couldn't continue, because a communication circle appeared in his ear and Serafall's voice came out of it. Serafall. Issei, we need help, cadre, god, archangel, ouch. And the communication was cut off, leaving Issei worried about what would happen to his friends. Serafall's voice was filled with fear. He had to go quickly to his friend's position. Issei. Damn, Tiamat, we must go quickly, he said as he shot into the skies and went towards where his companions' energies were. Tiamat didn't answer. As soon as her master took flight, seconds later she followed him, and as they flew she only had one thought. I hope they didn't do anything to Serafall. With that thought, both of them began to go faster. They had to go help their friends. Just a few moments ago, Serafall and Serzex, after finishing off a large number of fallen, they had decided to meet up with their friends and see if they needed help. They decided to go to where Yui and Ajuka were. Once they arrived and seeing that their friends were okay, they were about to go look for Grafia and Mirajine. But they didn't have to because they appeared shortly after their arrival. Apparently they had the same thoughts as them. Once everyone was gathered, they began to plan their next moves. But they were interrupted by the appearance of two beings who were fighting and ended up in their position. It was a fallen angel who had 5 pairs of black wings, with long dark hair, red eyes, pointed ears, a wide forehead, his mouth showed a set of triangular teeth, and he had a black tunic-shaped outfit, and the one he was fighting with was a man with long white hair and a beard on his face, who wore a white tunic and had gigantic power. Both Sagitas had fallen in front of Issei's group. Elohim. Son, don't continue with this. I don't want to fight you. This war has gone too far. There must be another way to resolve our differences without shedding blood. This was the biblical God, Noah's Elohim. Kokabil. I don't think the same, old man. We, the fallen angels, will show them that we are superior. I'm not here to talk, I'm here to finish you off, he said, and then he launched himself at Elohim and they began to exchange blows and attacks of light. While with Serafall and her friends, seeing the subjects that appeared and began to fight, they had to cover themselves from the harmful light attacks for them that were launched by the two subjects. Serafall. This is bad. If one of those attacks hits us, we'll be in serious trouble. I'll call Issei. We need his help, she said while making a communication circle. Her friends could only nod as they covered themselves from the attacks and waited for Issei to respond and come to help them. At that they saw that Issei had responded and Serafall began to speak hurriedly. Serafall. Issei, we need help. A cadre and the leader of the angels have appeared by. Ouch, she said while speaking to Issei. But she couldn't continue because a spear of light passed near her and grazed her shoulder, which earned a small groan from her, and the conversation ended. At that Serzex turned pale and started to sweat cold. They were fried. He couldn't help but start to tremble. Mirajine, Grafia, Ajuka and Yui observed the strange behavior of their friend. Was he afraid? Grafia. Serzex, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this? She said while looking at him worriedly and covering herself from the light attacks. Serzex. We're done for, he said as he pointed at Serafall, who was covering herself, more specifically her wound. His friends didn't understand what he meant, but after a few seconds their minds clicked, and they began to share the same feeling as Serzex, and they only had one thought as they all looked at Serafall. Everyone's thoughts. We're done. Serafall. Hey, why is everyone looking at me? I have something in my face. She couldn't continue because she heard something that had terrified the place where the two guys were fighting. She knew that presence. Seeing that the attacks had stopped, they decided to leave their shelter and see what was happening. Seeing who had appeared and seeing the look and expression he had, gave them all the chills. They were right. They were fried. The battle between Elohim and Kokabil was interrupted by the appearance of two individuals. A man and a woman specifically. The look on the man's face did not bode well. Kokabil. Who dares to interrupt my... He couldn't continue because the subject who had appeared passed by him and his father at great speed. Issei had once arrived at his friend's location. He didn't pay attention to the people present there. His attention was on a woman. He moved at great speed towards her, and once they were face to face he looked her in the eyes. Serafall. Issei, it's good that you, ouch, she said, but she was interrupted because Issei placed his hand on her injured shoulder, which earned a moan of pain from her. The next thing she saw was how he turned around and began to walk towards where the subjects were. Issei. You hurt her, you hurt Serafall, he said full of fury, and then a great torrent of crimson energy exploded from him. Issei. Out of my sight, he said as he raised his hand and released a large red flame, which hit Elohim and Kokabil, who couldn't react and were sent flying away from that area. That wouldn't be the last time they would see each other. Tiamat. And that's why Serafall shouldn't be touched, she said as she watched the two men disappear from sight. Mary Jane. I agree with you, she said as she watched, just like Tiamat, as the subjects disappeared from sight. The others could only feel as they looked at the sky, but they were brought out of their state by a scream. Serafall. Kaya, she screamed, totally embarrassed, since Issei had lifted her like a princess and began to walk with her in his arms. Serafall. What are you doing? Put me down, she said, blushing while kicking. Issei. No. You're hurt. You'll stay with me from now on, he said seriously as he walked. Serafall. Hey, it was just a small scratch, I'm not hurt, so you don't have to carry me, she didn't continue, because Issei gave her a look to stop talking. In his eyes she could see that he was really worried about her. I'm fine, yeah, calm down, she said as she stopped moving and curled up into his chest. Issei. You guys don't stay behind, this war isn't over, so start moving those feet, he said as he turned his face towards his friends, and within seconds, they all began to follow Issei, who had Serafall in his arms. Issei was right. This war isn't over, they can't rest yet. They have to keep fighting, since one loses when one stops fighting. As long as you continue fighting you haven't lost yet. They all knew it. They had to continue fighting until the last fiber of their being in order to protect the people important to them. A team is not only made up of the best members, it is also made up of friendship. The days following that, Issei's squad was constantly battling on the battlefield against enemy forces and always following their orders. Little by little the Gremory squad gained fame among the three factions, since those who made them up were feared people with great powers and difficult to defeat. On one hand there were Serafall and Grafia who, with their great handling and mastery of ice magic, raised and froze everything in their path, not to mention the skill and dominance that Serafall had in spear combat and Grafia in hand-to-hand combat. They were in charge of keeping their enemies as far away as possible along with Serzex and Mirajin from Yui and Ajuka. They were certainly tough opponents for their rivals. Yui and Ajuka, when it came time to fight, stayed behind, providing support with their respective magic. In Yui's case, thanks to her talent and knowledge of different magic, she could repel every attack that her enemies launched at her friends. In addition, with her highly powerful spells she left her enemies out of shape. Ajuka helped in the defense with her powerful barriers and also provided Issei with information regarding tactics and strategies she had to be victorious, without a doubt. Her support for her companions was an important factor in defeating her enemies. Serzex and Mirajin wherever they went left their enemies in bad shape, and it was no wonder they had the power to do it. In Mirajin's case, thanks to her forms, the strength she acquired and used on her enemies was lethal. She and Serzex were in charge of protecting and keeping away anyone who approached Yui and Ajuka, and boy did they do their job well. On the other hand, Serzex had no problems when it came to fighting. With the power of destruction on his side, he generated fear in his opponents and kept them at bay. As far as raw power and attacking head-on, that was done by Issei and Tiamat, who showed no mercy and wiped out everything in their path. The synchronization of their steps, of their movements, of their attacks, they were truly dangerous. When it came to fighting, they were a duo to fear. Maybe it was because they trained together and learned each other's way of fighting, but when they fought together, the synchronization they presented was as if they knew what the other would do and think. Issei and Tiamat always remained at the front on the battlefield, since there they could learn, memorize and better study their enemies and their next prey. The life of the Gremory squad became quite busy with the constant fights they had to face. They always emerged victorious over their enemies, but fatigue was always present. They all wondered when the end of the war would come. Why couldn't there be peace? They always repeated the same question to themselves, without knowing that it would happen very soon. 2 months after constant battles and spilled blood, where no faction would back down from their fight, the unthinkable happened. Death at the hands of destruction and chaos arrived and claimed its first 2 victims, which would usher in a new era. Battlefield of the biblical factions. In the middle of the war, a little ways away from the battlefield, a few kilometers away, were 2 people fighting each other frantically. It was an angel with 12 wings growing from her back. This angel wore golden armor and had an extremely beautiful appearance with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. This woman is known as the most beautiful and powerful woman in heaven. It was the seraphim Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphim created by the God of the Bible, who serves as the guardian of the throne of heaven along with the other seraphim. The other person who was with her, and fighting with her, was a fallen angel with 12 black wings, a sign that she had fallen from God's grace, that grew from her back. Said fallen angel wore a full-body outfit that detailed her voluptuous figure very well. In addition to having shoulder pads and a veil on her head, she had long, straight hair of a dark purple hue. This woman is known as the strongest and most beautiful woman in Gregory. It was the Cadre Penemu, one of the current leaders of Gregory. Both women, who were far from the battlefield, were engaged in a duel, in which they were using spears of light. In Gabriel's case it was a spear of a pure white tone and Penemu's was a reddish tone. In that remote area of the battlefield, all that could be seen and heard was the clash of the 2 weapons used by the 2 beautiful women. Blows came and went, either gave the other any respite. But in an instant, the beautiful angel took a step back, moving away from her rival, and spoke to her. Gabriel. Sister, please stop this. I don't want to fight with you. Why can't we talk without having to resort to violence? She said sadly to her fallen sister. She didn't care if Penemu had fallen. She saw her and loved her as a sister, and fighting with her broke her heart. Penemu. I'm not interested in your words, Gabriel. This is a war. We fight for different ideals, so let's stop talking and continue, little sister, she answered. Then she headed at high speed towards Gabriel and resumed their fight. Unknown to them, a danger was lurking around them and was waiting for the right moment to attack them. Since near their location, 2 men were watching them in the shadows, and it could be seen on their faces that they did not have good intentions. Once again, both women resumed their fight. Once they were face to face, they began to exchange blow after blow with their weapons. Their mastery and handling was exceptional. Gabriel and Penemu clashed their weapons again and again in a constant fight without giving any indication of stopping. Clack. 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 In that remote area only the constant clash of 2 weapons could be heard. In the middle of the fight, Penemu changed to an attack stance and began to launch stabs left and right towards Gabriel, who stopped attacking and began to dodge Penemu's blows. While she was avoiding being harmed, she managed to see an opening in Penemu, and using it she managed to stop a blow from Penemu's spear and then kick her in the abdomen, sending her a few steps back. Penemu. Damn it, she said as she recomposed herself and went towards Gabriel again. When she arrived, it seemed like she was going to throw a punch at his face, but it had only been a feint, since just when Gabriel covered his face, she crouched down and swept her legs, managing to unbalance Gabriel, and then, spinning around, she kicked him, which sent her flying and crashing into a tree. Penemu. What did you think of that, little sister? She said as she watched Gabriel begin to get up from his seat. Gabriel. Not bad, sister. But you'll need more than that to beat me, he said as he stood up and cleaned his clothes a little. He then looked at her and took flight. Penemu. It wouldn't be fun if it was easy, she said as she opened her wings and took flight while looking into Gabriel's eyes. Gabriel and Penemu. Ah, they said in unison as they advanced at high speed towards each other. When they were close, the only thing that was seen was a flash of light, and the clash of both powers was heard. In the sky only 2 flashes could be seen constantly clashing against each other. Either one of them stood in front of the other. In the middle of the fight, Gabriel stopped for a moment, and created several spears of light, and then sent them towards Penemu, which she dodged with agility, not noticing the destruction they were causing on the ground by receiving their attacks. Taking flight, Penemu once dodged all of Gabriel's spears. He stared at her. Penemu. 2 can play the same game, he said while behind him they saw a pile of spears to be thrown at Gabriel. The All for Honor mentioned, making use of her abilities, began to block and destroy each spear that was thrown at her with her weapon. When destroying the last one, she could not react in time. She could only put her arms in defense mode when Penemu positioned himself in front of her and gave her a blow that sent her crashing against the ground. Upon hitting the ground, it took him a few seconds to recover from his daze. But he had to move quickly and start rolling on the ground to avoid the constant spears that Penemu threw at him. Once he managed to stand up, he had to block an attack from Penemu with his weapon. Penemu. What's wrong, little sister? You're tired already, she said as she descended and looked at Gabriel. Gabriel. I could go on all day, he said, smiling as he stared at his sister. Penemune. Very well, then let's continue with our fight. Let's see how long you can resist. I will defeat you, Gabriel, he said while looking at her. Gabriel. If I have to fight you to get you to listen to me, so be it, she said, sure of her words. Gabriel and Penemune. Charging against each other, both resumed their dispute, and while they fought, in the sky above the clouds, two people were hidden and unnoticed by any being. Both were flying with a pair of wings growing from their backs, who watched attentively the confrontation between both women. But more than watching them, their attention was on what was stalking them in the shadows. What a pair they are! They are so focused on their fight that they are not aware of the danger that threatens them, said a female voice. Nothing can be done, for now we just watch and wait for them to act. Once they show themselves, we will take care of exterminating them. Always remember to attack to kill. Your enemies must not be given any chance to think. With this their fall begins, said a male voice. As you say, master. As for them, do you have something in mind? The female voice asked curiously. My business is not with them. Once we have fulfilled what we came to do, we will leave. They may currently be enemies of my faction, but as far as I am concerned, they have not done anything wrong to me. Both sides are fighting for survival in this senseless war, said the male voice. Without knowing it, Gabriel and Penemune would be involved in a very serious and decisive situation for the beginning of a new era, but it would also be the destined meeting of their souls with the one who would be the owner of their dreams and their hearts. After several hours of fighting, both of them were already showing signs of fatigue in their bodies, which was noticeable by the lack of strength and agility when they moved, and in the middle of their fight, both of them moved away from their rival in order to catch their breath. Gabriel. Ha, sister, ha, please, ha, let's not fight anymore, ha, either of you, ha, you can continue, she said while panting from the exhaustion generated by her fight and sat exhausted on the ground. Penemune. Ha, just four, ha, this time, ha, you're right, ha, I can't go on anymore, she said exhausted, then she fell and sat on the floor while looking at Gabriel. Gabriel. I'm glad you s. She couldn't continue because she heard footsteps approaching her position, and she wasn't the only one, since Penemune also heard them, but neither of them was in a condition to be on guard. Wow, what do we have here? Said a subject as he came out of his hiding place and showed himself to the Seraph and the cadre. Looks like we won the lottery, said another guy who came out seconds later showing himself to the Seraph and the cadre. Gabriel and Penemune were surprised and scared by the subjects in front of them, and it was no wonder, since a few steps away were the Mao Beelzebub and the Mao Asmodeus, who were looking at them with lust and desire. Beelzebub. I never thought I would meet you, much less in this situation. I wonder what I should do with you, he said while smiling and looking at them with lust. Penemune. Don't even think about coming closer, damn it, or I'll. She couldn't finish because she was interrupted. Asmodeus. What? They currently don't have the power or strength to fight us. After all, we were watching them and waiting for the right moment to act, he said to them. Those words had a great impact on Gabriel and Penemune. They were so focused on their fight that they didn't feel their presence. Damn it. They had let their guard down, and now they weren't in the best condition to act. It was all a plan of theirs. They let them fight until they were exhausted, so that once they were tired and weak, they could act and do with them whatever they wanted. Gabriel and Penemune began to get nervous and scared of what could happen to them now. Just by seeing the look that both men gave them, they knew that they were in danger, and the worst thing was that they couldn't ask for help because they were far from the battlefield where their comrades were. Beelzebub. It seems that they understood your situation. But don't worry, we will be good and let you live with one condition. You will let us make you ours. I think it's a fair deal, right? Your life in exchange for pleasure. Ha, he said while laughing wickedly and looking at them. Asmodeus. I asked the Fallen. That outfit looks like it hides something great and delicious, he said while looking at Penemune with lust. Beelzebub. Very well, then I will stay with the angel. Calm down, beautiful, very soon you will be enjoying yourself, he said while looking at Gabriel with lust. Both Gabriel and Penemune had walked up to each other and hugged each other tightly a while ago. Either of them had the strength to stop them from attacking them, and they were too far away for anyone to hear their cries for help. All was lost. They would lose their virginity and be raped by these guys. But in the midst of despair, salvation and destruction are always just one step away from each other. Asmodeus. Very well, then let's begin, he said, to then begin to walk, followed by his companion towards Gabriel and Penemune, who were hugging each other and had closed their eyes upon seeing them approach. And just when they were about to arrive, Footsteps were heard coming from behind Gabriel and Penemu. Said footsteps stopped the advance of Asmodeus and Beelzebub, who turned their gaze towards the trees that were a few steps behind Gabriel and Penemu, and the same ones who also heard said footsteps separated a little and turned their faces back, looking in the direction where the footsteps came from, hoping that it is not a new problem for them. And a few seconds later, two people came out and showed themselves before them. It was a beautiful woman with blue hair and eyes, a very voluptuous figure and a general's outfit with long sleeves, a blue scarf around her neck and high-heeled boots. Next to her was a man with brown hair and purple eyes who was wearing a crimson trench coat, shirt, pants, boots and black gloves. These people had a serious face and a cold look which was directed towards Asmodeus and Beelzebub, who became alert before the new guests. That look did not promise anything good. Gabriel and Penemu were confused by the new subjects that had appeared. They did not know who they were. They only hoped that they would help them. But the truth is that this brown-haired man seemed very handsome to both of them, and in their minds they wondered who he was and with what intentions he came. Beelzebub and Asmodeus were shocked by the guys who had appeared and ruined their plans. They knew them very well. The entire underworld did. What they were wondering was what they were doing specifically in this area. Beelzebub, why are you here? Maybe you came because you also wanted to have fun with them, he said, amused and smiling as he looked at the brown-haired man. Said man did not change his expression and gaze. Asmodeus, if that's the case, you'll have to wait for us to finish with them first. We're not bad leaders and we'll let you be with them when we're done. And you could let us be with the girl who's with you. It's a fair deal, isn't it? He said happily as he looked at him. But even so, the brown-haired man didn't change his gaze or his expression, just like the woman at his side. Gabriel and Penemu were now terrified. The mouths knew those guys who appeared recently. They were probably demons. Now they had no salvation, or so they thought. Asmodeus and Beelzebub once saw that their words had no effect on the subject who appeared. They put on serious faces and stared at the man. Both had a bad feeling. Beelzebub, answer, why are you here, Gremory? What business did you come for? He said seriously while staring at him. Hearing the name Beelzebub said, both Gabriel and Penemu opened their eyes in shock. They knew that name. It was the one used by a squad from the underworld. Said squad was feared by its factions by the people who comprised it, but mainly by the leader of the group. They had never seen him, but according to rumors and words from his comrades, they said that the leader was a man with purple eyes and brown hair, and at his side was always a woman with blue hair and eyes. If that was true, then the subjects that had appeared, the man who was present, was the leader. At that, Gabriel and Penemu were taken out of their thoughts when they heard the man speak. Issei, I came to put an end to your miserable life, he answered seriously and coldly while staring at them. Asmodeus, what the? He couldn't speak because both he and his colleague were hit hard in their faces by Issei and Tiamat, who moved at high speed and connected a strong punch in their faces, which sent them flying and crashed them into some trees that were behind them. Issei, let me be clearer. Today you will cease to exist. Your reign of terror has come to an end. Today I will end your pathetic life, he said as he walked towards them with Tiamat at his side. At that, both Asmodeus and Beelzebub stood up and recomposed themselves. Traces of blood could be seen on their faces. Issei and Tiamat did not hold back when it came to attacking. Once they stood up, they turned their gaze towards the cursed one who hit them. Beelzebub, you, damn you, how dare you, hit us, you will die, Gremory. Asmodeus, how dare you, we are your leaders. They both said haltingly. That blow had affected and hurt them greatly. Asmodeus and Beelzebub, you will pay for your pwaff. Either of them could finish their sentence. They could only see drops of blood spreading in the air and crimson eyes. It had all happened so fast, either of them was prepared for what had just happened. Gabriel and Penemu were horrified by what they had witnessed. Because just when the two mouths were about to attack the man who had appeared, their feet were stopped by a layer of ice made by the blue-haired woman. But that wasn't what had horrified them, but the fact that the brown-haired man had moved at great speed towards the immobilized mouths, and when he was right in front of them, he pierced their bodies with his hands without any trace of mercy or doubt. Why had he done it? Asmodeus, what you, why? Beelzebub, how you, wretched. No one could speak or breathe properly. They increasingly felt that their bodies were not responding. Were they going to? Issei didn't say a word. He just looked at them coldly while his hands were passing through their bodies. Seconds later he withdrew them and the bodies of the Mao who were barely alive fell to the ground, who looked at the one responsible for their state. Beelzebub, tell me, Gremory, are you betraying us? "Why are you doing this?" he said while lying on the ground covered in blood and holding his wound with his hands. "Asmodeus, you won't get away with it when Lucifer finds out," he said as he lay on the ground next to his fellow Mao and held his wound, and just as he was speaking he had been interrupted by the one responsible for his condition. "Issei, he will share the same fate as you. I will take care of it. As I said before, your reign of terror has come to an end. You are no longer needed, not in the world I want to forge," he said, and then pointed his hand at them while he watched them die, he said, to later create a sphere of destruction in his hand and send it towards the dying Maos. When it reached them it grew and trapped them in it. Seconds later their bodies began to disintegrate. Asmodeus and Beelzebub could only watch as their bodies disintegrated, which horrified and scared them. Just as half of their bodies were disintegrating they looked at Issei. Those crimson eyes, that look, it would be the last thing they would see. Asmodeus and Beelzebub. Gremory. It was the last thing that was heard from them before they disappeared and ceased to exist. Tiamat. Finally the scums were exterminated. Now there are only 2 left. "Master, what do we do with them?" she said to him while looking at Gabriel and Penemu, who became nervous about what was going to happen to them next. They had witnessed how that guy killed the 2 Maos of the underworld with great ease. They feared what would happen to them. That guy was dangerous, as was the woman who accompanied him. Issei didn't respond to Tiamat's question. He just turned around and put his attention and gaze on the angel and the fallen. The All for Honor mentioned, seeing that the man was looking at them, were scared but also felt safe. Deep inside them something told them that this man was not bad and would not hurt them. Issei, as he looked at Gabriel and Penemu, he looked away from them, to raise his gaze and focus on the sky. His plans had been set in motion and no one would stop him until he achieved what he longed for, peace. Issei. Alright, you two. Far from the battlefield, in an uninhabited area, 2 Maos had perished at the hands of the man who would bring salvation and destruction to many. No one can stop his path. In another location, in a vast space where different shades of colors were displayed around it, this place better known as the dimensional gap, which exists between dimensions and is considered an empty world. In it there were currently 2 beings of great power who were staring at each other. "She's coming. Her arrival will mark the end of life. We need a solution, a miracle. Either you nor I can stop her," said a female voice. "No. We don't need a miracle. What we need is a warrior. One who can stand up to her," said a deeper voice. "There is no one who can stand up to him," the female voice said. "You're right, no one's there yet, but very soon they will be," said the deep voice. "Do you have someone in mind?" the female voice asked curiously. "He is not ready yet, and in his current state he would not be able to face her. I have observed him for several years. I assure you that he is the solution to avoid the approaching tragedy," said the deep voice. "How long will it take for that person to be ready? Time is not on our side," the female voice said. "He still has a long way to go, but when the time comes, with our help I know he will achieve it. Trust in my Ouroboros," said the deep voice. "Ouroboros. This time I will do it. I hope your warrior does not fail. I like this world. I dream," the woman said. "Dream. Don't worry, he won't, I can assure you of that. For now let's just wait and watch his progress. The final day is approaching. What will you do?" Gremory. That was what Seraphim Gabriel and Cadre Penemu were experiencing right now. They had recently witnessed how that guy had ended the lives of the 2 Maos of the underworld with great ease. They were in shock by what had happened, weren't they, allies? Their bodies were unresponsive. They just sat together on the floor as they looked at the man who was invading their thoughts. But they had to snap out of their state when they saw that said man began to walk towards them, which made them both nervous. They didn't have the strength or the energy to defend themselves. Besides, that guy was dangerous and in their current state they couldn't do anything. Just as he reached their position, he stood in front of them and looked them in the eyes, and for some reason, they didn't feel any bad intentions coming from him. But that didn't mean they weren't nervous and a little scared. "Penemu. Please, don't hurt us," she said nervously as she looked into Issei's eyes. It was clear in her tone that she was a little scared. "Gabriel. Calm down, sister. He won't do anything to us," she said, sure of her words as she took Penemu's hand and squeezed it, transmitting security and support to her. "Penemu. How are you so sure? You saw how he finished off the Maos, which tells us that he won't do the same or even worse to us," she said nervously without taking her eyes off Issei. He was standing in front of them and watching them without saying a word. "Gabriel. Because I see it in your eyes, sister. The eyes are the window to the soul. They do not hide or lie, even if words try," I admit that I was nervous at first, but now that I appreciate him better, I can say with certainty that he will not do anything bad to us. I'm right, aren't I? She said, smiling as she looked into Issei's eyes. Since she was born, she has had a gift to see people's hearts, and seeing that man's, despite his actions and behavior, she had never seen such a beautiful heart. Such a captivating and pure light was what was inside it. Within that darkness that he showed was hidden a very beautiful light, a light like no other. Without a doubt, that man had completely caught her attention. Issei, you too, are you okay? He asked them seriously while holding out his hand to them. He had heard their conversation, but it was of no interest to him. He could have left them there and left, but for some reason he didn't want to do so until he was sure they were okay. Gabriel. Yes, we are, just a little tired, but nothing serious. Thanks for saving us. If you hadn't appeared, who knows what would have become of us, she said as she took Issei's hand. He helped her get up, and once standing, she could see that he was taller than her. She also couldn't help but be captivated by those purple eyes. Seconds later, the man released her hand and directed it to his sister, who, a little hesitant, took it and like her was helped up. Penimune. Thanks, she said, already composed and a little less nervous as she looked into Issei's eyes. And like Gabriel, she could see that he was taller than her, and she also couldn't help but be captivated by his eyes. They were almost identical to hers. Issei. You don't have to thank me. It was just a coincidence, he said seriously as he looked at them both. He had to admit that they were very beautiful women. Now he understood why they were considered the most beautiful of their respective features. Penimune. Still, if you hadn't shown up, those men would probably have ended up raping us. But thanks to you that didn't happen. What's your name? Sorry, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. She couldn't finish because while she was speaking she was interrupted by the brown-haired man. Issei. No need to say it. I know who they are perfectly. The Penimune cadre, one of the current leaders of Gregory, known as the most beautiful and strongest woman in her faction, and on the other hand is the Seraphim Gabriel, the woman who is considered the most beautiful and powerful in heaven. I know who they are, and answering your question, my name is Issei Gremory, he said seriously as he looked at both of them. The reason he knew who he was dealing with is because he made sure to know every high-ranking enemy in this war. Seraphim, cadres, leaders, they had information on all of them. It never hurts to be informed of possible rivals and enemies. It is better to be prepared for any threat. Gabriel. Oh my, well, it's nice to meet you, Issei. As you mentioned, I'm the Seraph Gabriel. But you can call me by my name, she said smiling while looking at him. Penimune. It's a pleasure too, you can call me Penimune. If you don't mind, you can answer a question I have, she said, only to receive silence from Issei, as if indicating that she will continue. They didn't know why, but both Gabriel and Penimune felt quite comfortable with Issei's company. They had even forgotten the fear they felt a little while ago and began to gain confidence with Issei. For them it was a new experience that they had never experienced in their lives, since little by little they were beginning to become interested in Issei. Not romantically, not yet. But they were beginning to feel curious to know more about him. Penimune. Who are you really, and why did you kill the Mao? Weren't you allies? From what I saw, you knew each other very well, and you are a demon, but you went against them. Why? She asked rather doubtfully. And she wasn't the only one. Gabriel also had that doubt. From what they had seen, the Maos knew this man. They assumed it was because he was a demon and had come to help them. But those thoughts changed when they saw how he ended their lives. Issei. I am nobody in particular. I am just a man who is tired of this world. This war, this fight, to me it has no meaning. Many lives are lost day by day, and the blood of our people is shed in droves every day. We fight because of the dissatisfaction of our leaders. But we also do it to survive. I am tired of this, and I intend to put an end to this massacre once and for all. The reason for my actions, the reason I killed those two Maos, it's simple. I will exterminate evil through the root of the problem. The reign of the Maos has brought misfortune to the underworld and its people. The time has come to make a change, he said seriously and coldly as he looked Penimune in the eyes. Gabriel. But death only brings more death, if you finish off the Mao. That assures you that something will change. The war will continue with or without them. I admit that what I want most is for this war to come to an end. I believe that peace is possible. My father thinks the same. You don't have to dirty your hands. If you talk to the leaders, they will surely listen to you. The path you follow is too dark for someone who has such a beautiful heart. I understand your point of view, but this does not. She could not continue her words, because she was interrupted by Issei. Issei. That's my problem. either you nor anyone else will make me change my mind. My decision is final. It's true, nothing may change with his death. The war may continue, but the demons will no longer participate in it. I can assure you of that. I will take care of that. There will be disagreements in my race, but nothing I can't face, he said seriously as he began to approach Gabriel. Once in front of her with their faces a short distance from each other, both of them stared at each other without looking away from each other or their approach to the other. Issei. You know my name, but not my story. You've heard what I've done, but not what I've been through. You know where I am, but not where I come from. You see me laughing, but not what I've suffered. Stop judging me. Knowing my name does not imply that you know me. If to protect those I love, I must become something I am not, then I will. I do not consider myself a hero of justice nor an emissary of peace, but I will continue on my path without giving up, and I will fulfill my dreams, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at Gabriel steadily, to then move his face away and turn around. Once he was turning his back on the beautiful angel, he began to walk away from her. Gabriel. She just tried to make you see clearly what your actions will cause, she said as she looked at Issei's back. Sadness was evident in her voice. She didn't know why, but for some reason she wanted to help him. She wanted to get him out of that path. Her heart ached. It wasn't an illness. It was more than anything emotional. It's true she didn't know him, but she wanted to. They were enemies, but she still wanted to know more about him. She wanted to get him away from that darkness. She couldn't stay in her thoughts any longer because she was taken away by her sister's voice. Penamune. You know, in my life I have met many people, good and bad, but never someone like you. Your words are strong, but I can see that the only thing you want to achieve, what you want to obtain, is peace. I know that without sacrifice it cannot be obtained, but Gabriel is right. You can't continue with this. There must be another way to solve this situation. Death only brings more death, she said with a little sadness as she watched Issei stop his steps and remain still. Seconds later they both saw that he turned his body a little and looked at them both. Issei. You better leave. Your bodies have regained some strength. Return to your homes and continue with your lives. It was a pleasure meeting you, but I have no more business with you, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at both of them. He had ended the conversation. Gabriel and Penamune realized that Issei had already ended their interaction, and that made them sad. They didn't understand why this man affected them so much, why it hurt them so much. It's true, neither of them had ever spoken to or lived with a man. Gabriel used to be very innocent and pure. She loved everyone equally, but she had never experienced love in a romantic way towards a special person. She had never been attracted to a man, but when she saw Issei, maybe it's ridiculous, but she really was attracted to him when she saw him, and hearing his words had hurt her like never before. She didn't know him, or anything about him, but she wanted to, but he gave no indication of letting her into his life. Was she doing something wrong? The same applied to Penamune. Maybe she wasn't innocent like Gabriel, but she was pure, unlike what many think, despite her flirtatious and sexy way of being with men. Many would think that she has experience in that area, but the truth is that it is only a facade of the beautiful fallen. She has never been with a man. The reason for her fall was not for experiencing carnal pleasures like many of her fallen colleagues. The reason for her fall is somewhat stupid, shameful and humiliating for Penamune herself, since she fell by accidentally seeing the naked bodies of some human men. And for falling in such a stupid way, she decided to alter her story a little so as not to be the laughing stock of her companions. But that was the truth. She was still pure. She had never been interested or in love in her life. But when she met Issei, she must admit that at first she was afraid of him. But then that feeling abandoned her, and an unknown one arrived for her. That man had done what no one else had managed, get her attention. For as long as she wanted to know more about him. But when she heard his words, just like Gabriel, she was hurt. She didn't want him to follow that path. She didn't want the man who caught her attention to get lost in the darkness. But what could she do? That man wouldn't let her into his life. That man wouldn't listen to them. What was she doing wrong? Penamune. I understand, we can't change your mind, but that doesn't mean I've given up. This won't be the last time we see each other. You know, don't be offended, but you're a very strange man, she said smiling while looking into his eyes. Issei. It's not the first time someone has told me that, he said seriously as he looked at the two beautiful women. Penamune. Really? Well, usually when men see us, their eyes always travel to our bodies, but you haven't. All this time you have kept your eyes on ours. forgive the question, but are we not to your liking? She asked, a little hesitant and nervous for some reason about the answer she would receive. She was confused. Most of the men she had met only looked at her lustfully. Even her fallen colleagues looked at her the same way. A walking piece of meat, that was what Penemune thought of how all men saw her. And she was not the only one. Gabriel, despite his innocence, was aware that many men always looked at her lustfully. And most of them wanted the same from both women. They wanted to take them to bed and enjoy their bodies. That always infuriated them. But Issei was different. In all the time they had been talking, he never saw their bodies. His eyes were always on theirs. Even Penemune's outfit that was quite revealing had not managed to catch his attention. It could be that they were not to his liking. If that is the case, it would be a hard blow to her pride as a woman. Issei didn't answer immediately. He just shook his head at Penemune's question. It's not that he's not attracted to women. His friends are proof of that. It's just that he won't act in a different and stupid way when he's in front of a woman. His mother had taught him that a woman should be respected and valued. Besides, he could be many things, but a pervert was not on his list. Dead first before lowering himself to that level. Issei. It's not that I don't like them. I'd be lying if I said that they aren't very beautiful women. I just think that beauty is not in the physical, which is where everyone looks, but in the heart where few can reach. That is what many do not understand, but it does make them happy to know it. I consider that they are truly beautiful. Each one has their own charm that makes it impossible not to admire them, he said with a serious expression as he looked at both of them. His words had caused some cute blushes to adorn Gabriel and Penemune's beautiful faces for the first time. Issei. Enough talk. I remind you that we are in a war and we are currently enemies. You must return to your respective faction. Your colleagues or friends must be worried. Also, you must regain your strength and heal your wounds, he said seriously as he looked at both of them. Just as he said those words, he could notice how Gabriel and Penemune made a face of disgust at his suggestion, generating doubt in him. Why did they do it? Did they feel bad? Issei could be very smart and strong, but according to the words of Serafall herself and her friends, sometimes he was a complete idiot to see the signs they showed towards him. Sometimes he used to be somewhat dense on the subject of love. Gabriel. Yes, you're right, my father must be worried about my absence. But before I leave, I want to tell you that our factions may be at war. But I don't consider you my enemy. I consider you my friend, my savior. And I want you to know that I won't give up. I'm going to show you that there is another way to solve the problems. Our talk isn't over yet, he said smiling as he walked forward and stood face to face with Issei. Gabriel. Until then, take care, she said, and later it was seen how Penemune opened her eyes, totally surprised by the action that her sister carried out, although unconsciously she felt a little jealous, since, after speaking, Gabriel kissed Issei's right cheek. Maybe it wasn't anything bad, but for Gabriel it was a new experience, and he certainly liked doing it. Just when Gabriel removed his lips from Issei's cheek, a blush adorned her beautiful face. As she separated a little, her beautiful wings emerged from her back, and shortly after her appearance, she began to flap them and took flight, leaving Issei and Tiamat confused by her action and a surprised Penemune, who shortly after managed to compose herself and decided that it was time to leave like her sister. So she decided to approach Issei, and once in front of him, she continued to speak. Penemune. Again, I want to thanks for helping us. Even if it was a coincidence, I want to thanks. I don't know what you've lived through and gone through. I also can't tell you what to do, what's wrong and what's right. What I can tell you is that I will not allow you to continue in that darkness in which you remain. I don't know the reason for your actions, but just like Gabriel said, I consider you a friend and my savior. I will not give up, and I assure you that this will not be the last time we see each other. Until then, take care of yourself and don't do anything stupid, champion, he said as he brought his face closer to Issei's and placed a kiss on his left cheek. Just as he separated, he smiled at Issei and spread his beautiful black wings and took flight, losing himself in the immense sky. Many events had happened today, but for Gabriel and Penemune today had been a discovery. The discovery that there was someone who could do what many tried and couldn't, get his attention without even trying. Today they met a man who carried a great weight on his back, and they definitely wanted to help him lighten that weight. To get rid of it, they had both promised this would not be the last time they would see each other. Once Gabriel and Penemune left the area, leaving Issei and Tiamat behind, the dragon, who had remained on the sidelines the entire time her master had been talking to the angel and the fallen, decided to approach Issei, who had his eyes on the sky. Once she was positioned next to him, she was going to speak to him, but her master had gotten there first. Issei. You don't have to hide anymore. Both Gabriel and Penemu are no longer around. It's somewhat desperate that you're still hidden, he said seriously and coldly to no one in particular. Tiamat looked at her master in surprise. Who was he talking to? She didn't have to wait long when a man began to come out from between the trees. She was surprised since she hadn't sensed him, but apparently her master had. How careless she had been. Issei, you have business with me. Since you didn't go after your daughter, it makes me think you want something from us. Or am I wrong? Biblical God, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at the man who had appeared. Maybe none of those who were present had sensed it, but he did. He knew it was present since he killed the 2 mouse. But for some reason it didn't act and remained hidden. That caught its attention, so it waited for Gabriel and Penemu to retreat so it could confront it. Elohim. If you don't mind, I would prefer you address me as Elohim, or Yahweh. And answering your question, he looked for nothing more than answers. He said seriously as he looked Issei in the eyes. Just as he said those words, he saw how the woman who was next to the man stood on guard and prepared to attack. He knew who the woman was. It was Tiamat, one of the current dragon kings and considered the strongest of them. He had never dealt with her, so seeing her here and more so next to that man who was a demon had intrigued him. Why was she on his side? Dragons are known for their immense power and also that they do not like to get involved with other factions of the world. Why was the Dragon Queen getting involved in this war? Why was she following that man? Issei. Tiamat, relax. He didn't come to fight and we have no business with him. Save your energy for later, he said seriously while putting his hand on Tiamat's shoulder, which managed to relax the dragon. Issei. Very well, Elohim. What kind of answers do you want? I don't assure you that I will answer all of them, but go ahead, he said seriously and coldly while looking Elohim in the eyes. Elohim. It's just one. Could you tell me what you're looking for with all this? He said seriously as he looked at Issei. Neither of them looked away from the other. Tension began to be felt in the atmosphere. The reason why Elohim was here was because he was looking for his daughter Gabriel. Recently, when he was on the battlefield, he noticed the absence of his daughter, which caused him to worry, so he began his search. It didn't take him long to find her whereabouts, since he could feel the presence and locations of his children. And once he found her, he was surprised and knew that his worries were for something. He noticed that she was with Penemu, her fallen daughter. The two were lying on the ground and being cornered by the mouths Beelzebub and Asmodeus, who were clearly not having good intentions with them. But also in that area were a brown-haired man and a woman with light blue hair. When he concentrated well, he could notice that the man was a demon and the woman a dragon, which caused confusion in him. He decided to stay hidden and observe what would happen, and if his daughters were in danger he would act. The reason why he hadn't acted was because that brown-haired man was apparently protecting them as he was coldly looking at Beelzebub and Asmodeus. When Elohim saw his gaze, he knew something bad was going to happen. Minutes later he saw how that man ended the lives of the mouse with great ease. Who was he? Is the question that was going through his mind. While he remained hidden, he appreciated and listened to how the situation developed after the death of the 2 mouse. He watched as his daughters spoke with total confidence with the man, who according to what he heard was called Issei Gremory, who was apparently the leader of the squad that had begun to cause unrest between the 3 factions. He was confused, because that man acted well with his daughters. At no time did he treat or look at them badly. He could even notice how they gained an interest in him. That had surprised him, especially because of Gabriel, since she was very innocent and pure, and seeing how she was interested in that man surprised him greatly. I listened as Gabriel and Penemu tried to convince Issei to change his mind regarding his future actions, which was in vain. And just when his daughters were about to leave, he felt an emotion he had never felt in his life. Fury, but a different one, a paternal fury you could say, since when Gabriel and Penemu kissed Issei's cheek, he felt as if they were taking his babies away from him, which he was not going to allow. So this is how it felt when a man goes after your daughters. But the worst thing for Elohim is that the man was not at fault, if not his daughters, since they were the ones who acted. What a dilemma. Issei. I don't expect you to understand me, even if you find it hard to believe. I seek peace. This war, this fight, all this will only cause the extinction of our races, of our people. Many talk about peace but do nothing. I'm tired of this world. What I'm looking for, what I want is order and peace, Elohim. You know as well as I do that Lucifer will never accept such a deal, either him nor the other mouse. Their ambition for power and sovereignty prevents them from doing so, he said seriously as he crossed his arms and maintained eye contact with Elohim. Elohim. You're right. But hope is the last thing to be lost, and sometimes the only thing left. Your actions are not wrong, but neither are they right. If you cut off a head, another one will grow," he commented, trying to make Issei change his mind. In a way, he was not wrong, but neither was he right. Issei: "Then I'll keep cutting until they can't grow anymore. Don't think I don't know what I'm doing, because I know very well. But as I told Gabriel, either you nor anyone else will make me change my mind. I've never cared about justice, and I don't even remember calling myself hero. I've always fought for the people I believe in. I won't hesitate. If an enemy appears in front of me, I will destroy it," he said seriously and coldly. Elohim. Strong words coming from someone young. "I don't know you and I don't know what you've been through to judge you. The only thing I can tell you is to think carefully about your actions. Your destiny can't end like this. Without further ado, I'm leaving," he said as he began to walk away from Issei and Tiamat. The latter had remained silent at her master's side, watching the situation unfold. Issei: "I don't believe in destiny, Elohim, because I hate to think that I'm not the one who controls my life. I forge my own path. See you later, Elohim," he said as he began to float in the air and then took flight with Tiamat at his side. Elohim: "I just hope you don't make any mistakes. If you get off the path, I'll be forced to stop you. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see each other, Gremory," he said seriously as he looked up at the sky, specifically where Issei and Tiamat went. His words were true. This wouldn't be the first nor the last time they saw each other. They are currently enemies, rivals, but that won't stop them from being friends. Allies aren't the only ones who support each other. You learn and gain a lot from rivals. You can endure loneliness waiting for the day you see them again. Competitors support each other, even among rivals. A danger looms, one that brings destruction and death, and it will take their cooperation to face and overcome the approaching catastrophe. With Issei and Tiamat. Once they left the area where the Mao lost their lives, as they flew towards the battlefield, which is where their friends are currently, a silence accompanied them on their journey. Seconds later it was broken by the beautiful dragon. Tiamat: "Master, you still plan to continue with your plans. It's not that I'm against your questioning. I plan to follow you no matter what you do. It's just that, what those women said, even the leader of heaven, they were practically saying that you were someone evil and dark," she said with concern and a little anger, considering that they were thinking badly of her man. Thanks to the words spoken by Tiamat, Issei stopped from one moment to the next, and seconds later she did too, leaving them face to face, suspended in the air. Issei: "Tiamat, I do not consider myself a saint, nor a sinner. I am a loser and a winner. I know that my actions will give people something to talk about. A hero and a villain. That is what they will think of me. I have my flaws, I make mistakes. But I will not back down. I am not ashamed of who I am. I do not care what people think of me. I do not qualify myself by the opinion of others. I know who I am and what I am worth. I will make my own decisions. If I get lost along the way, I will suffer. If I make a mistake, I will rectify, and if I cannot repair the mistake, I will continue," he said seriously as he looked his partner in the eyes. Tiamat: "I didn't mean to bother you, master. Just so you know, I don't think you're bad. You're doing what many don't want and refuse to accept. Many want peace, for all conflict to end, but they do nothing to get it. Without effort, there is no victory. I will support you, even if the world is against you. If everyone abandons you, I'll be by your side, master. I'm not saying everything will be easy, but I'll be here whenever you need me. I will fight to protect you. It doesn't matter if I fail in the attempt. I will get up as many times as necessary, but I will never abandon you," she said, smiling as she looked lovingly at Issei. Issei: "I know, Tiamat. There's a reason you're my partner. No matter what, we'll get through it and overcome the obstacles that come our way. Remember that our goal is greatness," he said as a small smile adorned his face. Tiamat: "Yes, master," she said happily and blushing at the smile that Issei gave her. Very rarely has he been seen doing it, but since they returned from their training she has been able to notice that sometimes Issei shows a smile, something very unusual in him, even if there are few times that he has shown it. Generally when she and her friends are there, she knew that it was all thanks to the coexistence she had with all of them, that Issei acted like that. Little by little they were bringing out a side of Issei that has remained hidden for a long time. Issei: "Whatever, we better get back. Serafall and the others will wonder where we are. We can't raise suspicions about what happened today. The death of the Maos will come to light sooner or later. But as long as they don't know what caused it, everything will be fine," he said seriously as he looked Tiamat in the eyes. Previously, before ending the lives of the Maos, Issei and his team were on the battlefield. But sensing the energies of the Maos Asmodeus and Beelzebub somewhat distant and alone, he decided that it was time to put his plan into action. He had left Serzex in charge of his team and left with Tiamat towards the location of the mouse. Tiamat. As you say, Master, you are right. It is better to return as soon as possible. Surely our friends must be worried, she said as she began to turn around to continue her journey. But she was interrupted by her master, who stopped her by holding one of her hands. Tiamat. Master, what happened? She couldn't finish speaking because of the action Issei performed on her. Since just as she was speaking, her lips were captured by her master's, which surprised her, but she managed to recover, and seconds later she crossed her arms around Issei's neck, attracting him closer to her, and began to gladly reciprocate his kiss. It was a kiss full of love, affection, and passion. While she enjoyed the kiss, she felt him position his hands on her waist and brought her closer to him. They spent several minutes kissing while they were suspended in the air. For Tiamat, this was undoubtedly the best moment of her life. She didn't know why her master did it, but she really didn't care. After spending a few minutes kissing, they were forced to separate due to lack of air. When they separated, they put their foreheads together while they caught their breath and looked into each other's eyes. Tiamat. That's because it was, she spoke haltingly as she caught her breath, and a cute blush could be seen on her face. Issei. Nothing in particular, I just wanted to do it. Also, I noticed that you got jealous when Gabriel and Penamian kissed me on the cheek. This was so that you would understand how important you are to me and not get upset about those things. With that cleared up, let's go, he said seriously but with a small smile on his face as he looked at Tiamat. He then began to separate from his companion and began to resume his journey. Tiamat. Kaya, Master, I definitely love you, and to think that he noticed that. I think the girls and I have underestimated him. He really is attentive to what is going on around us. Now that I think about it, that angel and the fall showed interest in Issei. Is it possible? I better inform Serafall about this, she said to herself as she put a hand on her chin and thought about that subject. Tiamat. Kaya. She couldn't help but come out of her thoughts and let out a scream when she was taken by surprise by her master, who picked her up and placed her in his arms in a bridal manner. Issei. That was cute, said Comment greatly blushed Tiamat, who couldn't utter a word because of the embarrassment she felt. Issei. I don't know what you were thinking, but we can't delay any longer. We must return to the others, he said seriously as he began to fly with Tiamat in his arms. Tiamat. Master, I can fly alone. You don't have to. She wasn't able to continue because Issei interrupted her. Issei. No. You'll probably stay behind thinking about who knows what. This time I'll take you. I don't want to hear any buts, he said seriously as he continued his flight. Tiamat, seeing that she had no option to refuse, decided to remain silent and enjoy the ride. She snuggled into Issei's chest as she closed her eyes and peace invaded her. Tiamat. This isn't bad, she said smiling with her eyes closed as she rested in Issei's arms, who didn't respond and decided to increase speed. They had to meet up with their friends as soon as possible. More than anything, it was because he didn't want to listen to Serafall's constant scolding. That Bustaloli was a beast when she got angry. He preferred not to risk facing her. He might be stronger than her, but he has never been able to object to anything against her. He always ends up doing everything she wants. As they flew, he couldn't help but think about what had happened. Today their plans had begun. The fall of the Mao Empire had begun and no one could stop the inevitable. He knew very well what his actions would cause. Gabriel's words came to his mind. Gabriel. But death only brings more death. If you finish off the Maos, that assures you that something will change. The war will continue with or without them. It is true, nothing assured that this war would come to an end once the Maos were dead. The angels and the fallen would not care. Rather, it would be a benefit for them to see that the demonic faction was losing strength and power. In the case of the demons, many, if not all, would be furious and dissatisfied with the one who ended the lives of their leaders. There would be contempt, hatred and resentment towards his person. He knew that very well. The current society in the underworld is a corrupt one, where the weak and defenseless are humiliated, where they only care about power, wealth and glory, where women are seen only as incubators to procreate new demons. Without a doubt a stained society, and all because of the leadership of the Maos and their ambition for superiority. Issei knew it very well. As soon as he took care of the Maos, he also had to take care of the entire underworld. Its nonconformist people, not to mention the children of the current Maos. He knew that they would not sit idly by, and although he hated it, he had no other option. Tiamat knew it too. The only way to keep the underworld and its people in control and in order would be to advance with fear, specifically him. She would impose her power and take leadership by force. She would show that it is better not to mess with him. She would cause fear and terror to his person so that no one dares to go against him. It sounds like a dictatorship, but with arrogant and power-hungry demons, it is the best there was. His actions weren't bad. He just wanted the underworld to prosper. If the war continues and they keep getting involved, it will be the end of his race. He didn't want that. He would take it upon himself to create a new regime, a new society, a new life. He wasn't alone. He had Tiamat on his side, and he hoped that his friends and family would support him as well. Everything he was doing, even though many didn't want to see it or accept it, it was for the good of the underworld. After Issei reunited with his friends, unfortunately for him, he was scolded by Serafall for leaving and taking too long to return, earning mockery from Graphia, which caused them to start fighting and subsequently being separated and scolded by Miragene. After that they continued battling on the battlefield until they received the order to withdraw from the area. 2 days later, the death of the Mao Asmodeus and the Mao Beelzebub was revealed. This news caused a great commotion in the underworld and the fury of many clans at the death of their leaders, who asked Lucifer to inform them who had been responsible for their death in order to take revenge in their name. Lucifer himself did not know the cause of the death of his colleagues. Not knowing about them and not finding a trace anywhere, he had to assume the worst and give them up for dead. He could not keep this news hidden. Many would ask about their whereabouts, especially the children of the deceased Maos. He had no choice but to tell the truth, but inside he wondered what happened to them. Who killed them? Perhaps it had been his father or some seraph. Or was it a cadre of Grigory? He did not know who it was, but he would soon find out. He would not rest until he had the culprit in his hands. With the fall of the two Maos, many in the underworld unconsciously began to feel fear of who had taken their lives. Despite the situation, they could not allow themselves to be distracted. They were at war. Many were dying, and although it was never expected that the 2 of the 4 Maos would die, they had to move on. In one particular area, a completely destroyed terrain could be seen with craters in the ground, trees knocked down and some burning on fire. Chaos without a doubt, and a little further away, in a higher area, 5 beautiful women in bathing suits observed all the destruction present in what was considered a beautiful forest. The 5 beautiful women raised their gaze at the same time and focused it on the sky, where 2 pieces of animals, according to them, had been fighting without holding back for a while, and thanks to their fight, the entire landscape had been completely ruined. Serafall. How? Boom. 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 Explosions came and went caused by the 2 idiots who were currently fighting. In the sky, the clash of the blows that the 2 subjects were carrying out could be seen. The earth trembled and the sky roared before the 2 titans who were fighting uncontrollably, all being observed by the group of beautiful women at a safe distance, who were thinking how could they end up like this on what was supposed to be a day of relaxation. Serafall. You pieces of animals, stop already. Oh, how the hell did we come to this? She screamed in frustration as she brought her hands to her head and looked at the sky, where the confrontation between the 2 beings that caused all the commotion was taking place. To understand what is happening, we must go back a little. Moment before the disaster. Days after the meeting with Gabriel and Penemun and the talk he had with Elohim. Not to mention the tragic news of the death of the Maos Asmodeus and Beelzebub for the inhabitants of the underworld. The war continued, and as Issei supposed, the death of the 2 Maos caused surprise for both the angels and the fallen, but also made them happy to see that the underworld was losing strength. Faced with such a situation, Lucifer, seeing that he lost 2 of his most loyal and powerful men, was forced to ask Issei and Tiamat for help, so that they would be with him on the front of the battlefield and replace their colleagues fallen in battle. He who for his happiness accepted. The following days Issei and Tiamat had to be constantly battling alongside Lucifer and Leviathan, which made it easier for Issei and Tiamat to learn the movements of their next victims. The complete fall of the Maos was just one step away, you just had to wait for the right moment. As for Issei's squad, he was forced to leave someone in charge, and his brother Serzex was the one chosen to take his place. Before leaving, he had mentioned to them that if they needed his help at any time, he would come to their rescue no matter what. His friends were sad because they would not fight by his side, but they were orders from the Mole Lucifer, and they could not do anything about it. Only continue and make Issei proud with their performance in battle. During the encounters between the 3 factions, Issei occasionally met Gabriel and Penemun, which when they saw him, they went to his position and tried to convince him to give up on his plans, without any success. Even so, they never gave up, and every time they met, in addition to wanting to change his mind, they also learned and got to know more about Issei and he about them. In many of their encounters with Issei they also came across Serafall, who had a certain rivalry when she saw Gabriel and Penamune. The All for Honor mentioned also had a certain clash with Serafall, more because they saw that she was very close to the man who caught her attention, generating in them a feeling never before experienced. Jealousy. Jealousy when seeing how that beautiful demon had what they wanted so much. Within those three a feeling of threat arose, towards something that they considered their own and they wanted to steal from it. Thanks to that, constant fights broke out between the three beautiful women. Although more than fighting, it seemed like a child's quarrel, since the three of them insulted each other and fought in a childish manner, causing a headache in Issei when he saw that trio fighting for his attention. Aside from the rivalry of those three beautiful women, on the battlefield the meeting between Issei and Elohim was also occasionally witnessed, which caused commotion and surprise on both sides of the factions, seeing that there was someone who could stand up to the leader of the heavens. When Lucifer witnessed the meeting of those two, he was ecstatic and excited to have Issei in his ranks. Time did not stop and continued to continue, and the day when everything would change was about to come. After 4 weeks of constant fighting and confrontations, today they finally had a break to replenish their strength, heal their wounds and plan their next strategies. Forest of the Familiar. A little far from the forest where the familiars are, a group of young people could be seen, made up of 5 beautiful women and a man, all of them with bags in hand. They were here for a specific reason. Mara Jean. How much longer is Tiamat? We've walked for hours and there's still no sign that we're close, she reproached her friend, who was the one leading the group with Issei and was guiding them to their destination. Tiamat. We're almost there. I remind you that I haven't been around these parts in a long time. It's normal for us to get lost from time to time, she said smiling as she turned her head and looked at Mara Jean. Graphia. In all this time, we've gotten lost about 4 times. I'm sure you know where you're going, she asked in an accusing tone as she walked to her sister's side and looked at the beautiful dragon. Tiamat. Of course I do. A dragon's senses and orientation are never wrong, I think, she said quite confidently except for the last part, which was whispered by her and apparently no one had heard her. Too bad that look Issei gave her told her otherwise. Yui. Well, it's not that bad anyway. Going out and walking in company to clear your mind from the whole war thing is gratifying. Even if we've gotten lost, it's part of the adventure. Hey, isn't anyone missing? I asked doubtfully as I looked around looking for what was missing from the group. Serafall. Hey, wait for me, she shouted as she ran towards the group of friends who had stopped in their tracks upon hearing her. Serafall. Moo, I can't believe they left me behind, she said reproachfully while kicking and pouting at her friends once she caught up with them. Issei. Huh. Since you're so small, I thought you were in here, he said as he opened his backpack and pointed inside, getting Serafall to look at him with a serious but adorable expression with a vein standing out on her forehead. Issei. Oops, I forgot you, I'm sorry, he said while smiling a little and contemplating the funny expression Serafall was making at him. Serafall. Mo, you're bad Issei, you don't do that to your friend, she reproached while giving Issei small blows on his chest. Issei. Just kidding, let's continue with our journey, let's go this way, he said as he separated from Serafall and began to walk in the right direction towards where what they had been looking for a while was. Graphia. Wait a minute, all this time you've known the right direction and you didn't mention it. We've been walking for hours, you idiot. Why didn't you say anything, she said angrily and stressed as she looked at Issei. Issei. Why didn't they ask? Besides, seeing you constantly complain is funny. Age is definitely affecting you, old lady, he said while smiling and looking at Graphia who was being held by her sister, possibly so they wouldn't start fighting. Graphia. Let me go, Winnie-san, this time I really killed him, she said while struggling with her older sister and trying to free herself from her grip. Seeing that stupid smile on Issei's face when he saw that he couldn't free himself made her want to beat him up even more. Mara Jean. You two better control yourselves, remember that we are here to relax and forget about fights. I won't accept you starting your fights, so calm down or you'll have to deal with me, she said in a scolding manner to both of them. Issei and Graphia. Yes mom, they both said in unison. Said comment achieved its objective, which was to annoy Mara Jean. When they wanted to, Issei and Graphia could be a headache for the eldest of the Lucifuge. Yui. Yeah, Issei, you better stop bothering your fiancé and sister-in-law and start leading the way since we don't have all the time in the world, she said it would be while looking at him. Getting a nod from him and then everyone started moving forward, although in Issei's mind there was a doubt present. What did Yui mean by sister-in-law? Tiamat. I can lead them too, she said indignantly and pouting rather cutely, while stomping her feet. Issei. Tiamat, it's time for you to accept it. You're terrible at leading, your sense of direction is really bad. But don't worry, I still love you, he said seriously as he put one of his hands on the dragon's shoulder. Tiamat. Master, that doesn't make me feel better, idiot, she said as she slammed one of her fists into Issei's head, then she began to advance and walk away annoyed. Issei. Ouch, now what a bug bites him, he said while rubbing his head and watching the furious dragon walk alone a few steps in front of him. Serafall, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui. You are terrible, they all said in unison while looking at him accusingly and pointing at Tiamat as if telling him to go with her. Issei didn't say anything. He just moved forward until he reached Tiamat, and once he was close to her, he stopped the dragon's steps and put her on his shoulder and began to resume his steps. Issei. Alright, enough of the nonsense, you don't come here to waste time, he said seriously as he walked with the dragon on his shoulder who was kicking to be put down. Seconds later she gave up and remained still in her place. All while the others came behind them and looked at her with funny expressions. Go friends, why are they here? It all started a few hours ago at the Gremory residence, where everyone who made up the Gremory squad was gathered in the mansion. They had all been given a few days off to regain their strength, and in the middle of the meeting, Serafall suggested going outside and relaxing. That was when Tiamat mentioned that she knew of some hidden hot springs near the forest of the familiars she previously visited. The girls liked the idea and decided to go relax and enjoy. Serzex and Ajuka refused to go and preferred to stay at the Gremory residence, which left Issei at the mercy of the girls, and he had no say in refusing, since they would not agree to go without protection, regardless of whether they needed it or not. They dragged Issei with them on their trip to the hot springs. After walking for several minutes, thanks to Issei's guidance, after crossing some trees and bushes, they finally managed to reach their goal to the happiness of the women present. Girls. What? They exclaimed in amazement at the scenery in front of them. Since in the center of the area surrounded by vegetation, there was a lake with some stones piled up in the middle, from which small streams of hot water came out, thus generating an atmosphere of hot springs in the area. The wait had been worth it. Now it was time to enjoy and relax. Serafall. Well, it's time to change. Luckily we brought our swimsuits for this occasion. Issei, if you don't mind, could you give us a moment to change? She said smiling as she looked at him, earning a nod from him, and then turned around and went to lie down on a tree with her eyes closed. They all knew that with Issei there would be no problem about spying on them while they changed. Something that they must recognize, even Grafia, is that Issei did not disrespect women or their privacy. Maybe it could be that since he does not like his space to be invaded, that is why he respected that of others. At first, they were all going to go with the idea of getting into the waters naked. They would be among women and there was no shame. But with the inclusion of Issei, things changed. Although Serafall, Mirajin, Tiamat, and Yui would not mind him seeing them naked, and as for Grafia, although she hates to admit it, she considers Issei as her older brother, and it certainly does not affect her that he sees her in that state, since she knows that although he does not mention it, he sees her as his sister. Despite their discussions and fights, there is a bond of brotherhood between them. The reason for not doing it was because they had to think about how Issei would feel when he saw her naked. Regarding, it's not that he's not attracted to women, it's just that with him things have to be taken step by step so as not to put too much pressure on him. That's why they brought swimsuits for this occasion. Serafall. Issei, we're ready, she informed him as she looked at him and saw how he opened his eyes and looked at all of them. How do we look? She asked as a cute blush adorned her cheeks. She was wearing a two-piece yellow swimsuit that highlighted her statuesque and voluptuous body. She might be flirtatious, but this was the first time she showed so much skin to Issei. The same applied to the others. To his left was Mirajin, who was wearing a two-piece white swimsuit with black trim, which highlighted and accentuated her voluptuous figure. In addition, a nice blush could be seen on her cheeks as it was the first time she was so exposed to Issei. She could be flirtatious and daring, but at this moment that didn't stop her from being a little embarrassed at being seen by Issei. Next to her was her sister Grafia, who was wearing a two-piece light blue swimsuit, which highlighted her statuesque and voluptuous figure. Unlike the others, she was not blushing or embarrassed to be in front of Issei like that. On her face there was only an indifferent expression towards the situation. To Serafall's right was Yui, who had put on a white two-piece swimsuit with lilac ruffles scattered between the chest area and her waist, as well as a small red ribbon that was in the middle of her breasts. Like most of her friends, she was nervous and embarrassed to be exposed for the first time to Issei. Next to him was Tiamat, who was wearing a two-piece black swimsuit that showed off her figure and her voluptuous body. Despite the situation, she was perhaps the only one who was not so embarrassed to be in front of Issei like that, but she was a little nervous about what her master would think. Issei. You all look good, even you Grafia. Now that I see you better, I can say with certainty that besides being old you are a little fat. You should exercise more. Health is important for someone your age, you know. He said seriously, but when he bothered Grafia he showed a small smile on his face. Grafia. Just this once, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, she said with a vein on her forehead, and then headed towards the waters and submerged herself in them. Serafall. Well, coming from you, it's the reaction I expected. You're not planning on changing. If you like, we can give you some room to get dressed, she said smiling as she looked at him. Grafia. Don't include me in that. I already got in and I'm not going to get out just because the idiot is uncomfortable with us being present, she said while she had her body submerged in the water and looked at her friends and sister. Issei. Calm down, old lady. There's no need for anyone to go anywhere, because I don't plan on messing with you, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at his friends. Although for an instant his gaze went towards the trees, as if he had seen or felt something in that location. Merajin. Huh. But the idea of coming here was to relax and de-stress. Come on, don't be like that, come with us, she said smiling as she went to Issei and took his hand and began to pull him towards the pond without any success. Issei. Damn it, I told you not to look, he said raising his voice, while he broke free from his friend's grip. That outburst of Issei surprised everyone, since they saw that he got upset from one moment to the next. They all began to worry, what had him like that? A short while ago he was fine and interacted with them normally, but now everything had changed. His voice, his eyes, his behavior, everything changed from one moment to the next. Hearing it made all of them sad, but the one who was most affected was Merajin, who received Issei's words and coldness firsthand. Merajin. Hi, Sniff, I'm sorry, Sniff, I didn't mean to bother you. I just wanted you to relax for a moment, Sniff. You're constantly fighting and don't take a proper break. Sniff, I just wanted to help you relax a little, she said through tears as she looked at the floor. Issei never yelled at them, only when something was bothering his mind and they accidentally pressed it were when they received his yells. But other than that, he never raised his voice at anyone, no matter if they bothered him with their ideas. He didn't get really angry with them, but right now he was unfortunately the victim of his outburst of anger. He knew he hadn't done it with that intention. When Issei got upset, he sometimes acted without thinking. He understood that, but still he couldn't help but be hurt. Everything was seen by the others, who remained silent and watched how the situation developed. They all shared the same thought. Something is bothering Issei. Since they knew him very well, for him to yell at them, it was because something was bothering him. But at this moment, what was it that had him upset to take it out on Merajin? Issei. I'm sorry, Mira, don't cry anymore, he said as he approached her and surrounded her with his arms, and she did the same with him, while she buried her face in his chest and they melted into a hug. Sorry for yelling at you, I'm not mad at you, so don't cry anymore, instead show that smile that I like to see so much, he said as he separated himself a little from the hug he had with his friend and put his hands on Merajin's face and began to wipe her tears. Don't be sad anymore, if, go and enjoy with the others, I appreciate your concern but right now I don't have the mood, he said to her, and when he finished speaking, he placed a kiss on her forehead, and seconds later separated from her. Issei. You guys enjoy the waters. I'll go explore a little and don't worry I won't go far, I just want to stretch my legs a little. I'll be right back, he said seriously as he began to walk and entered into the trees, losing sight of the girls. Once Issei left the place, a silence remained for a few minutes, but it was broken by the eldest of the Lucifuge. Merajin. Alright, let's leave Issei alone and as he said, let's enjoy the waters while we relax, she said already composed while she saw her friends smiling. Grafia. Wani-san, are you okay? Just now she couldn't finish because her sister interrupted her. Merajin. Yes, you don't have to worry, I'm fine, it was just a surprise I didn't expect. But enough of that, let's relax, she said smiling as she entered the lake and submerged herself in it. Seconds later, Serafall, Yui and Tiamat entered and sat in different parts while enjoying and relaxing their bodies. Yui. You know, I wonder what bothered Issei just now, she said sadly as she looked at her reflection in the water. Serafall. Don't think about it anymore, girls. We all know that when something bothers him it's better not to insist on the subject. With time he won't tell you, probably right now he's thinking about it. Better let's leave him alone, she said a little sad for not having Issei here with them. but she knew it was better to leave him alone so he could clear his mind of whatever was bothering her. Tiamat. Serafall is right. Let's forget about what happened recently. Issei will return at some point, and I doubt he wants to see us with sad faces. Let's just relax and wait for the man we love to return, she said, smiling as she submerged her body further. Graphia. Don't include me in those words, she said, smiling while throwing water at Tiamat with her hands. Merajin. Fufufu, come on sister, we all know that you love Issei. Even if you don't say it, we know that you see him as an older brother, who you like to pay attention to. That's why you always bother him, she said, smiling while hugging her sister from behind. Graphia. I'd rather die than accept such a lie, she said, smiling as she struggled with her sister. Yui. You know, now that I think about it, Issei's life is full of women who appreciate him very much. He will undoubtedly be the envy of many men to have such beautiful women by his side, she said, smiling as she looked at her friends. But her gaze remained fixed on Serafall, who had an annoyed expression on her face as she muttered some understandable things. Yui. Serafall, are you okay? What a suc. She couldn't finish because she was interrupted by her friend's outburst. Serafall. Ah damn you made me remember those harpies Gabriel and Penamian. Mu damn winged ones who want to steal my Issei, she said while pouting and splashing with her hands. Merajin. You mean our Issei? I don't understand why so much rivalry with that angel and fallen. You can't try to get along with them. I mean, they are friends of Issei, she said, smiling while looking at Serafall. Serafall. If they don't make the first move, then we'll continue to get along badly, she said as she turned her face to the side. Graphia. How childish you are, Serafall, she said, smiling as she looked at her friend. Tiamat. You are not the most suitable person to say those words. I wonder what my master is doing, she said while stretching and looking towards the sky. With Issei. He was currently walking through the undergrowth, going from tree to tree without changing direction. A short while ago, when he was with his friends, from one moment to the next he felt a powerful and hostile presence in the area, and he felt as if they were being watched. But as soon as it came, it left. Something was lurking in the area, and he wouldn't sit idly by and wait for something to attack his friends. Over his dead body he would allow something like that. That's why he decided to go out and explore alone and find whatever it was he felt a little while ago. He didn't have to go far when he felt a faint trace of energy. While he was running and jumping from tree to tree, he could see some fallen trees and large footprints marked on the ground. Whatever it was big. With one leap he left between the trees and fell in a desolate and open-air area of the forest. Issei. This is where that presence is felt the strongest, he said as he walked and looked in all directions looking for a hint of what he was looking for. While examining the place, he found a puddle with a red liquid in it. He decided to bend down, and then proceeded to stick his fingers in the puddle, and once he took them out, he brought them to his nose and smelled the substance on them, as well as rubbing his fingers together to feel the texture. Issei. Blood, he said as he looked at the puddle, in that he could see in his reflection how a tree was falling from the sky to his position. Doing a somersault to the side, he managed to dodge the tree when it hit the ground. Right after dodging that tree, he took a defensive pose and began to search for where that attack had come from. As he looked around at everything, his gaze remained fixed on a single point, as if he had found something. Issei. I know you're there, come out at once, don't make me go and beat you up, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at a specific point in the forest that surrounded him. After those words, the ground began to shake constantly, and the trees where Issei was looking began to fall. The birds near the area began to fly away from the area, the wood creaked, the ground cracked, the animals present fled, all while Issei remained calm in the same place and listened as loud stomping noises came closer and closer to his position, and in the midst of the commotion, a powerful presence was present in the area. Seconds later, Issei saw how the trees he was seeing fell to the ground completely, and from them came out an extremely large and imposing beast. With a terrifying aura and bestial power, it was a dragon, but it was different and Issei could feel it. This dragon was above the king category. Right in front of him was a red dragon, with a long neck and green eyes, with red and gold spikes all over its body. That dragon was staring at him. Seconds after the two stared at each other, the dragon spoke. What is a brat like you doing in my area? Get out of here already if you don't want to die. He spoke with a thick and strong voice while looking at Issei. Issei. Your zone. I'm sorry, but I don't see your name anywhere. If anyone has to leave, it's you, he said seriously and coldly while crossing his arms and looking at the dragon. Oh, do you have a death wish or are you very stupid? This area belongs to me. I claimed it in my name. In the name of the most powerful heavenly dragon, the Welsh dragon, the Red Emperor dragon, the Secretary, he said with an air of grandeur towards his person while looking at the man who did not seem surprised or terrified. Issei, I already told you that you seemed familiar to me from somewhere, Crimson Lizard. You are Drake Wygoch, one of the two heavenly dragons. If you think that because I know that I am going to be afraid of you, you are very wrong, imbecile. And about these lands, you are wrong. This area belongs to the forest of the familiars and therefore to the dragon that lives in it. I am referring to the dragon queen of the karma of chaos, Tiamat. It is she who has dominion, not you, he said seriously and coldly while looking at Drake. Drake, you may be right, but to my relief, Tiamat has not inhabited these lands for years. Her dominion became history long ago. Now it belongs to me, so get out of here. If not, I will kill you and the women who accompany you, he said seriously and coldly while looking at him. Issei. What did you say? Damn it, he said coldly as he clenched his hands tightly and glared at Drake. That bastard had threatened his friends. Now he was really upset. Drake. What's wrong? What I said bothered you. I know you came with someone. You better leave if you don't want to see those women suffer. Boom. Drake was interrupted by a strong blow to his jaw from Issei, which made him take several steps back. Once he recovered from the impact, Drake could see how drops of blood fell from his jaw and ended up on the ground. Seconds later he turned his gaze to the man who had hit him, who was lying a few steps in front of him and was looking at him coldly. Issei. Now you made me angry, damn crimson iguana, over my dead body you will hurt my women and my sister. I am going to destroy you, he said furiously as his eyes turned red. Drake. That was quite a hit. It certainly hurt, I'll give you that credit, brat. But this is as far as you go, insect, he said furiously, to then open his mouth and throw a large flame towards Issei, specifically his hellfire, which is a powerful breath of flames that can incinerate anything and will never go out once it is lit, and can probably burn the soul, until nothing is left. It will only stop if Drake decides so. Even gods would be burned to ashes within these flames. The only ones his flames are ineffective against are his rival Albion, Great Red, and Ophis. He doesn't often use these flames, only in special circumstances for fear of the eternal flames causing massive collateral damage. But that demon had annoyed him so much that he decided to get rid of it once and for all, though perhaps he may have gone a little too far. Just as he released his breath, that man was completely consumed by the deadly fire along with a large portion of the forest. Drake calmly appreciated the mess he had caused. At least he had gotten rid of that brat. Just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by a really annoying voice. Issei. Hey iguana, what was that weak and pathetic attack? He said seriously as he came out of the fire completely unharmed with a kind of crimson and black aura surrounding him. After taking a few steps he stood still while looking into Drake's eyes, who looked at him with a face full of surprise. Drake. How did you survive? I threw my best flames at you. Those that incinerate anything and will never go out once they are lit, and can even burn the soul itself. How was it that a brat like you was not affected by them? He said seriously as he stared at Issei. He was surprised by these events. To date only his rival, the White Dragon Emperor, Albion. Only he has been able to resist his fire. But just now he just witnessed how that man emerged unharmed from his best flames. Drake. Who are you, brat? He asked seriously and curiously about the man in front of him. Issei Gremory, the demon that will kick your scaly ass, he said seriously as he began to advance towards Drake. Drake. Demon. How interesting, you are not an ordinary demon, ha ha ha. This will be exciting. What are you waiting for, Gremory? Come for me. He said really excited about the guy in front of him. He has only gotten excited when fighting his rival. But right now, that Issei Gremory had generated that excitement to fight. Both began to run towards each other, and just when they were a few steps away, in that area where they were, an explosion could be heard that shook the entire forest, cracked the earth and made the skies thunder. That strong impact reached the area where Serafall and her friends were resting. When they heard a loud noise, they all went on alert. Serafall. What was that? She asked as she stood up from the water and looked in all directions. Tiamat. It sounded like an explosion. Also, I feel a strong presence quite far away. No, there are two. She said it would be while she stood up and looked at her friends. Yui. And if it's Issei, he could be practicing several of his spells, she said as she stood up from her seat and looked at her friends. Marajin. It could be, but that wouldn't explain the other presence that Tiamat speaks of. Maybe he's not practicing, but rather fighting. We'll have to go find him, she said with concern, as she stood up from her place and looked at her friends. Serafall. Girls, stay calm. We can't jump to conclusions. You know Issei can take care of himself. He can't. She couldn't finish because she was interrupted by the beautiful dragon. Tiamat. Something is coming, she said while looking up at the sky, where she could see something falling towards her position. Cover yourself. She screamed. Seconds later something hit the lake, causing a large amount of water to rise. Merajin. Cough, cough. You're okay, girls, she said as she got out of the water and looked around. Serafall. I'm fine, soaked but fine, she said as she got out of the water and went to where Merajin was. Tiamat and Yui. We're still fine, they both said as they went to where their friends were. Merajin. And Grafia where? She couldn't finish because she heard a moan looking from the lake, which caught everyone's attention. Grafia. Ouch, but what? She exclaimed, totally surprised, once she recovered from whatever had fallen on her, and when she did she was in for a surprise since on top of her, lying between her breasts, was Issei shirtless with his face buried in the middle of her voluptuous breasts. His hands rested on her arms. One of his knees was between her legs, brushing against her private parts. A very erotic sight that was being witnessed by her friends, which made her blush and embarrassed. Grafia. What do you think you're doing, you damn pervert? She couldn't finish her outburst of rage, because Issei lifted his face from between her breasts and looked up at the sky. Issei. Damn iguana, you'll pay for this, he said furiously as he looked up at the sky without noticing the situation he was in. Just as Grafia was going to hit the distracted Issei, who wasn't paying attention to her, strong air currents were present in the area, and seconds later something landed there that made the earth shake and generated a smoke screen. Shortly after, Issei will withdraw from on top of Grafia and begin to walk towards the smoke screen that was present, all being observed by his friends, who had no idea what was happening. First they hear an explosion. Seconds later Issei falls from the sky and he and Grafia have a rather erotic moment. And then who knows what arrived and caused such a commotion. What the hell was going on? At that, Serafall, Merajin, Yui, Tiamat and Grafia, who moved to the position of her friends once she was free from the situation that happened with Issei. All of them saw how a really big creature came out of the smoke screen. It was a dragon. A huge western dragon about 100 m tall, red and with green eyes, which imposed a monstrous aura and power. That dragon stared at Issei, seeing that. In all of their minds only one thought hovered. Girls' thoughts. Issei, what the hell did you do? Tiamat. Wait a second, that's one of the two heavenly dragons, better known as the Sekurudai. It's Drag Goch, she said, surprised to see the being that had appeared, although she also began to get upset when she saw that dragon. Grafia. The Welsh dragon, why is that being here? Why is it looking at Issei like that? Wait a minute, what a stupid thing you did, you piece of animal. You're going to kill us all, you brute, she said hysterically as she looked at Issei, who was turning his back on them. Drag. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, brat, that's all you have? I see we have company, we better. Tiamat, he said smiling, except when he mentioned the name of the dragon who is present. Seeing her and more that look she was giving him, caused a chill down his spine. Tiamat. Hello, Drag, she said smiling tensely as she looked at the dragon that trembled in her presence. Drag. What are you doing here? Are you with Th? He couldn't finish speaking because he received a sphere of red and black tones all over his face, which knocked him down for a few seconds. Issei. Enough, you and I have something pending, Crimson Iguana, he said while pointing at Drag, who was getting up from his attack. Tiamat, take everyone out of here and go to a safe area. Right now I'm about to kick the famous Sekurudai's ass and I don't want any distractions, he said seriously while looking at his partner. Tiamat. Wait, what? Did you lose your mind? I know you're very strong and that I previously mentioned that you were on par with a heavenly dragon. But this is not a game, Master, forgive me, but what the hell is going on in your head? These are very different leagues. This is nothing like any fight you've ever had, even though I hate to admit it, Drag is very powerful, please stop this. I don't want to lose you, Master, please, please, don't do it, she begged as tears began to run down her face. Issei. Tiamat, I have given you an order, obey, he said seriously and coldly as he looked at her. Tiamat. Yes, sniff, Master, she said resignedly with her gaze lowered, and then she pulled her wings and her tail from her back. Then she began to walk with her gaze lowered towards her friends. Once she reached them she took Merajin and Grafia in her arms, one on each side, and wrapped her tail around Serafall and Yui. Being the smallest of the group it was easier for her to hold them. Once she had them all, she began to flutter and rise into the air. Serafall. Tiamat, no, let me go. We can't leave Issei alone, she said while struggling, only to gain Tiamat's hold on her. Tiamat. The master, sniff, he told me to get to safety. He ordered me to, the master will be fine, she said with tears running down her face as she began to fly away with her friends to a more remote place. Marajin. Calm down, Tiamat. I know your loyalty is with Issei, calm down, you're just doing your job, she said as she looked at her friend. She couldn't imagine the pain she was feeling. Tiamat has shown great loyalty towards Issei, which prevents her from going against him. Issei never takes advantage of her, only when the situation warrants it, and he needs him to do something. Grafia. When Issei is right. I know he will be fine. You know he wouldn't do anything risky without knowing if he can win. Don't worry, Tiamat, this shows that you are a very good partner. You know he didn't order you to do this with bad intentions, he did it to keep us out of danger. I don't know why he's facing the security, but I'm sure he must have a reason. Don't worry anymore, Tiamat, he will return, he said as he looked at his friend, who calmed down a bit. Yui. He'll be fine, there's nothing to worry about, it's best to go to a safe place. If those two are going to fight, it's better to take precautions, she said while looking at the sky and her hair moving in the wind. Serafall. Sorry about what happened with Tiamat now, it's not your fault, you're just following orders. I know Issei did it to keep us out of danger, besides if we stayed, we would just be a distraction for him. You can rest easy, none of us are upset with you, Tiamat, she said, smiling as she caressed her friend's tail. Tiamat. Thanks girls, she said smiling as she increased her speed, and within seconds she could see some high ground, so she decided to descend there and wait with her friends for her master. Tiamat. We'll be fine here, she said as she released her friends once she touched ground, and seconds later they all looked where Issei was supposed to be. And in the middle of the situation they saw how the place where the hot springs were exploded in a large red flame. The explosion destroyed a large part of the forest, and seconds later they could see how two figures were shot towards the sky while exchanging blows and attacks. Moments before with Issei. Once she made sure her friends were a safe distance away, she turned to look at Drake. She hated ordering Tiamat around, but if she hadn't, her friends would have been caught in the crossfire. Drake's words still haunted her mind. Drake. So get out of here. If not, I will kill you and the women with you. Those damn words invaded his thoughts. He wouldn't leave until he showed that iguana that no one threatens his women and sister, and he would come out unscathed from it. That's why he would kick his scaly ass. Drake. I don't know why Tiamat was here. The only thing I can think of is that she's with you. Are you the brat who made her his familiar? He asked while looking at Issei. Issei. You're right, but you're wrong, she's not my familiar, she's my partner, my friend, my family, and just like the others who were present, I won't let anyone hurt them, not while I live. I'll make you pay for threatening them, you better get ready, he said seriously as he looked at Drake. Drake. I want to see that brat. You are certainly an extraordinary demon. Not only do you have a dragon king on your side, your power is worth taking into account. Look, resisting my best flames is an impressive feat. There was only one being who could do it. I mean the Dragon Emperor Bank, but now it wouldn't be correct to say that he is the only one. Come Gremory, show me what you are made of, make me retract my words. Come and face me, he said euphorically while looking at Issei. Issei. That's what I'll do, Iguana, he said seriously as his eyes turned red and he began to run towards the dragon, which did the same action. Gremory. Drake. Demon and dragon ran towards each other, in order to decide their confrontation once and for all. Just when the two collided, a huge explosion was generated in the area where all vegetation was destroyed by the clash of the two titans. Their fight had begun. Both warriors rose into the air, taking their fight to the skies, as they destroyed the ground beneath them with their attacks. All while a group of beautiful women watched all the destruction the duo of idiots were causing. Present. Serafall. You pieces of animals, stop already. Oh, how the hell did we come to this? She screamed in frustration as she brought her hands to her head and looked at the sky, where the confrontation between the two beings that caused all the commotion was taking place. Serafall. Damn it, Gremory, just wait until I get my hands on you. She screamed furiously as she watched all the chaos that originated on the day that was supposed to be relaxing. A huge rumble sounded across the ground. Everything shook fiercely. The initial tremor disappeared, finally giving way to small noises that persisted. The fight between demon and dragon had begun. Who will be the winner? The one who bears the title of heavenly or the one who bears destruction? Both warriors only had one goal in mind. Win or lose in the attempt. In a dark area, where the light was not present, two figures watched attentively through a portal the transmission of the confrontation between a demon and a dragon that was taking place at this moment. Ouroboros. Your warrior is stubborn, headstrong, proud, but I also see why you chose him. Inside him, he has the potential to grow, to evolve. He is strong, but he will need more power to face her, he said as he watched the man they were talking about deliver a combo of blows to the chest of the dragon he was fighting. Dream. With our help he will have it. His current body has reached its limit. He needs a change. He needs to evolve to a new level. And you and I will help him in that regard, he said as he watched the same man being hit and slammed into the ground by a dragon's tail. Ouroboros. Do you think he will accept such a change? If he does, he will be the first being to belong to both species, he said as he looked away from the transmission and looked at his colleague. Dream. He will, if with that he can protect his people, he said while looking at his colleague. Ouroboros. Then very soon we will see the birth of a new specimen, demon and dragon, dream and infinity, together in one body, in one being. Without a doubt it will be interesting to see how far it can go, he said as he looked back at the transmission. Dream. Only he can bear that burden. Very soon we will have to meet him. We better have all the preparations ready for that day, he said while watching the transmission again. Ouroboros. Very soon the world will know the birth of a new being, two different races. The salvation of this world will be in your hands. You will have to sacrifice your current self and be reborn, evolve into something better, stronger, faster, more powerful, with the flesh and blood of the dream, the power of infinity, and the purest essence of destruction. You will be the perfect rival for her. You are our salvation. You are the last hope of this world. Gremory. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and support us. See you in the next part.